So this is the ROKR Army field car, but it also says scale model vehicle because it's a 1/18 scale, and it says in the 1940s, which it does look like. This looks like kind of like you would see these if you ever watched the TV show MASH. They were always driving around in these. It had the 2 seats and the tire, and maybe they would cram someone in the back, like radar or something like that. Self-assemble, no glue needed, multi-military supplies. I'm not sure what that reference is. This is one of those DVD size. It's kind of like landscape, but it is DVD size models. We've done a few of these before. We usually can do them in one night in 3.5 hours. Now, the only issue with that is my iPad would record 3.5 solid hours. These Mevo cameras might not. But if one of them starts to die, let me keep a monitor. Let me check what they say right now. 100, 91, and 96. So probably when that 91 goes, when that runs out of battery, I'll like sort of pause the construction for a minute and start plugging in USB cables into these cameras, because I don't think they're going to go 3.5 hours. I don't know if this puzzle is going to take 3.5 hours, but if it does, I don't think these cameras are going to go. So this is the first, I guess, night that we're doing a full build with the 3 cameras. We used the 3 cameras the 2 previous nights, but we were just screwing around. And we're actually not going to... These actual cameras, the Mevo cameras, are actually not going to be the cameras. These are going to go in the gym. We're going to start live streaming our 7 p.m. workouts from the gym. Those are actually going to be a lot of fun. My kids are always saying funny stuff during those workouts, so I think they're going to be good. And then I've got some other cameras showing up. They're just as good quality in terms of being, hardwired cameras, but they don't have batteries and they don't have Wi-Fi. They're basically just HDMI lenses. So I'm going to have 2 of those, and then I might integrate the iPad as the camera 1, the over-the-shoulder camera. And then that's all going to plug into a YOLO box where I'm going to mix it up. And there's a boom mic. Let me what camera are we on right now? Yeah. It's, I'll just show you it. Normally it won't be on camera, but I'm just going to bring it down here for a second, if I can reach that far, just to show you. It'll normally be off camera, a little higher, but it's not plugged in tonight. It will be eventually, but... So like I said, we're going to have a different setup here, but I'm just testing it with these Mevo Start cameras. They're eventually going to go to the gym, and they're going to Wi-Fi from there, just like we are now with the iPad, whereas this desktop is going to be a wired setup through the YOLO box. So we're going to have, I think the workouts, there are usually 5 or 6 of them in a week, and they're usually between 30 and 90 minutes. It's just going to be whatever we actually work out. There's not going to be too much of a schedule. Is going to be whatever we're doing that day, that's what we're doing. And then this will be the same as it is now. This will have more camera angles than we used to have. So here we go. ROKR Army field car. This looks like an envelope you would get if you were in the Korean War or whatever. So that's pretty cool. Okay, I'm not sure what that even is. I think it's just how are we doing? I see the sandpaper there, another ad there, instruction manual, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I reading that right? Either 7 or 8 boards. Yeah, it says here 1 of 7, so 7 boards. So you can already get an idea of the scale of these pieces from looking at them here. And so let's start opening them up and see what they look like. There we go. A lot of stuff exploded out of there. So this is just, I don't know, some QR code. Customer service, latest news, just some marketing. Wouldn't worry about that. There's the sandpaper. And then we got the boards here. Let's see. One. It looks like they're... From the outside, it looked landscape, but from the when you open it up, the lettering is portrait. So anyway, 1, 2. Let me flip these over so they stay in order. 3, 4, 5. We're already getting into the tires by 5. You see the tires and the grill. So really, it's like 4 sheets. 6. And then 7, ooh, I just got stabbed. What the hell did I pick up? I guess it was a piece of wood. It's a piece of wood, but it was quite stabby. All right, so the 7th one, it's entirely possible that the 7th one is replacement pieces. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Let's find out here. Let's find out together. So let's take a look at the instruction manual. All right, Army Field Car MC701. I got to remember to add that to the description. Look at this. It's one sheet, but it's like 17 by 14 sheet. It folds out. 13 instructions on this side. And 14 through 30 on the other side. So 30 instructions total. I think it would be a challenge to get this done in one night. I don't know how realistic it is, but let's just get started. Let's see how it goes. I mean, tomorrow's a day off. It's a national holiday, President's Day, so if we don't get it done today, maybe we'll get it done tomorrow. I personally think these cameras are going to run out of energy before we get this done. This camera is going to run out of battery. But let's give it a shot. Sorry, I was like fumbling with something off camera. All right. I think we're going to need the golf tee to start popping those pieces out. All right, you got the trusty golf tee. If your puzzle doesn't come with a tool, this is a very valuable tool for wooden puzzles. All right. So 2 A18s, 2 A17s, 2 A5s, 2 A2s, and an A1. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? I guess let's start with A1. Is board, so A1 is on board 1? Okay. So the boards are labeled like 1 of 7, 2 of 7, but then on the board they're labeled with A's and B's. So that's, you know, board 1 is board A, board 2 is board B. Anyway, so we need A1. A1 is a big piece. It's this piece here. All right, so that could be like the frame of the car. So why are they showing this little piece here? Is it the sandpaper they're showing? What is that? I don't know what they're getting at there. There's a little like cube there, but I don't know what they're trying to say. Anyway, let's get these pieces out. So A1 is this huge piece here. Let's get that out. So, you ever hear that Bob Dylan song, The Times They Are A-Changing? Sometimes I think about that song and I think they're not really changing because human nature is the same throughout history. But I was recently thinking, is that really true? And no, it is true about human nature, but here's what I want to talk about. Or at least, I don't have all the answers, but here's a thought that came through my mind. All right, so there's A1, and I'm going to get A2, 5, 17, and 18. All right, so the thought that came through my mind is the Dutch East India Company. Let's start with them. And then all the other corporations that have come since then. So you might hear lately of this ESG concept, which is like environmental social governance. Right from those initials, that's very bad, but I'll tell you what it kind of comes from, why they use those initials. So corporations, they have, it's called a fiduciary responsibility. They're supposed to work to make money. You're not supposed to have a corporation that doesn't try to make money. All right. The 17s and 18s look alike, so I'm going to put them in order. I'm going to put the 17s here, and then I'll put the 18s to the right, so low numbers to the left. So all throughout human history, you know, let's say when people bartered, or even when they had monarchies, or when they had gold, you know, you would create something, and you would sell it, or you would barter it. You know, this guy would like milk a cow, that guy would like bake a bread, this other person would like stand in lines and get them for you, and you know, all the stuff we have in the economy today. But what they didn't have that back then, other than maybe in terms of a king who tried to maintain order, but even the king would have like once a year like parties, or every time his like one of his daughters got married or his sons went to some new territory, they would have some big thing. But the corporations don't do that. What they do is just every day they think about how to try to make more money. And when you buy in a company, that's what you want, right? So when you hear like someone talk about environmental social governance, you think like, well, that's not what I invested in. I invested so I have money to retire, not so someone who's supposed to be just in charge of making my retirement worth the most money is instead using it to control all these corporations. And worse, they're calling it environmental social governance. I mean, what does that mean? I mean, to pick those initials, environmental, what's that like? Climate change, social, what's that like? Social justice, governance. Now are you saying the corporations are going to control the government? Is that what you're saying? So what some people see as like, oh, governments were created like 300 years ago or 400 years ago, and there's something different. Corporations were created, and there's something different to human nature, because instead of just having people who, whether they were good or evil or went through phases or they were controlled by their religious beliefs or whatever, you now have people who every day just going to try to make money. Which doesn't sound like such a terrible thing if the economy all works together, but it is something different that they're not thinking about the other people. So then you say, okay, so the corporations should think about other people. But now the corporations are proposing what? Environmental social governance. They're not proposing, I don't know, like 10 Commandments social justice, or 10 Commandments governance, or 10 Commandments inspiration. They're saying environmental social governance. So it's kind of like they're going to control the governments and seek justice and the environment. It just sounds really big and scary. So it doesn't sound like corporations have become kinder. It sounds like they've become bolder. All right, I'll get back to that in a minute, but right now I just want to get in all these pieces that I punched out. So first I have to get the orientation of this A1 piece correct. And if you look here, there's little like triangles. See those little like sharp edges there? So they're pointing up. And then let's work from the, do you want to work from the bottom up or the top down? I think that we'll work from the bottom up, because the order is A2, A5, A17, and A18. So we'll be going A2, A5, A17, A18. So now we just got to figure out where these actually go. So they all have one sort of pin on the bottom, so it's going to go in one hole on this board. So where do the A2s go? All right. There's two. The A2s go here, and the A5s go here. So let's get these two A2s in. So they all kind of point outwards, if that makes sense. The fatter part, the right angle is inwards, and the pointy end, the acute angle, is outwards. So there's A2. I'll tell you, it went in too easily. It didn't feel like it's going to stay. It feels like it's going to fall back out. And let's do A5. It goes in the same like angle. Maybe having the two pieces next to each other is going to sort of make them stay in a little bit. I'm not sure. They're very small pieces to work with. I don't know how, like, if these things are going to even stay. They're like tiny little pieces. See that? That when I was putting in the A5, the A2 got knocked out, which I'll replace it, but these are some tiny, tiny pieces. I can't get it in. So the A2 slipped in like too easily, and the A5, it's like not going in at all. Let's try again with this A5. My goodness. Come on, get in there. Wow. And I gotta look and see, maybe I'm trying the wrong hole, because that A5 is not going in there. And both of the A2s fell out. This is not going good at all so far. All right. I have some news. Those were not the right holes. So let's try again. That explains it. So it's actually these two holes. That's where they actually go. Let's do the A5 again. See if it fits in this time. Yeah, all right. That's correct. You know, it seems like I do that a lot. I get the very first piece wrong, and then I settle down. But I don't know. I guess I don't have good luck with the first pieces of the night. All right, this looks much better. They kind of like, they go together now. See these like two pieces like right next to each other. So it's going to be these two holes on the other side for the A2 and the A5. Last time the other side we put the A5 in first. This side let's put the A2 in first. If we can get it in there. Another thing is, just getting back to those corporations, is do employees nowadays even respect the mission of their corporation? I think this is kind of one of the reasons we're going to a gig economy. I know that it seems like, oh, it's just a way to exploit workers and avoid all these laws. Yes, that might be true, but like, what's making it become popular and people actually do it? I think a lot of workers aren't respecting their jobs. So, for example, they have one job which makes them money, but then they might belong to a community on a website, and that's where their heart is invested, that's where their soul is invested, and then they look at their job as just something to do, like the minimum to get by. And in a corporation, you can like fire this person. But in the government, they like never fire those people. And then that becomes a deep state, especially when all those people start working towards some goal that nobody voted for and that may not even make sense. You know, so now I'm tearing everybody apart. And then even that ESG could be an effort to appease those people, because they're thinking like, I'm in government, but I want to be working for the environment or something like that. All right, so next we're going to put in A17 and A18, and they're going to go at the top here. All right, let's try not to mess up this time. All right, it's going to be these two holes here. This one and this one. And it's going to be the same system, the right angle towards the middle. and the higher number towards the outside. So here goes the first 17. All right. Next, the first 18. It's similar to down here. It's like we're building these two strong angles. The only thing is the piece is not going in. There we go. Okay, but when it does go in, it's like pretty good, pretty solid, pretty strong. All right, let's do the other one. Okay, same idea. It's heading to the outside. Remember I was talking about, recall I was talking about the workouts a few minutes ago? We might do the first one tomorrow at 7. Because tomorrow is a day off in the U.S., so it's like a good day to start it. But I have dentist, so maybe it's not the best day. I actually was thinking, if you're familiar with my comic book Sharks on a Train, the first graphic novel, the one shot from that, the guy who did the art on that is this guy Loudy, and he's in the UK. And I haven't had him on this live stream yet, but I thought that's another option for tomorrow, because I have the day off and he's on a different time zone, so I could do the show 5 hours earlier and maybe it would work for him. But it's not going to work because I have the dentist tomorrow. But maybe we'll sneak in the live stream on the workout. I'm not promising it, but I think so. I think we can do it. There's actually some equipment that hasn't shown up yet, and one of those types of equipment is camera mounts that stick to metal. So in the gym, there's metal everywhere. So it's going to be a good thing to have them. Let me see if I can show you one of those camera mounts real quick. Let me see. Well, the problem is I think all of them are in use right now holding cameras, so I can't really show you. I'm just trying to spot if I have an extra one sitting around somewhere. All right, yeah, I do. I'm gonna bring it to the camera. Just you'll hear my voice for a minute, but you won't see anything. Okay, I'm here, but I haven't got, this thing is stuck. I can't get it to move. Oh my goodness, I better not mess around with this. Okay, I'll do it. This is a bigger clamp that it's on. Okay. All right, I got it. I don't know how much of the scenery I broke while I was doing that. So, this is a camera mount. It's just, it's basically, it's a little you can see the ball and socket there. See, there's the ball and socket. And it has a point where it can go in there. And then at the bottom, it has what's called a cold shoe. And then at the top, it has, I think it's called a 1/4 inch thread. And basically, this thread holds the, the camera or the lighting or whatever. And then this bottom, it usually hooks onto the camera. So probably it's more likely lighting. But it also can hold the camera. The camera and the lights can be attached to the same thing, which makes them more useful. So anyway, I have coming in the mail, instead of a cold shoe here, it has a magnet. So basically you stick it to the piece of gym equipment and then you attach the camera here. So, that's the plan. We're gonna, as soon as those show up, I'm gonna move these cameras to the gym and we're gonna do, so just to show you why it took me a minute to get this thing down. Actually, I had it attached to this, and now I messed something up because now this is not tight. Okay, you just need to spin it around. Okay. Yeah, I'm not expert on these things yet. I never was a camera guy. But anyway, so I'm going to get one of these, but instead of on a clamp or on a cold shoe, it's going to have a magnet so I can stick it to gym equipment and move the cameras around. Anyway, that's tomorrow. For today, we're going to finish doing this puzzle. So we're at a pretty slow pace. It took us 26 minutes to get through instruction 1, and we're not even through instruction 1 because there's more parts to it. So now we need a 12, a 13, a 4, a 7. So two A12s, two A13s, A4, and A7. 12, 13, 4, and 7. All right, we got to pick up the pace here. All right, 12, 13, 4, and 7. I see 7. It's like an axle or something. Wait a minute. That's 7 ends there, yeah. There's 7. 4 is a huge piece. Well, fairly big piece, not huge. I mean, A1 was a huge piece. 4 is somewhat big piece. There's 4. And what were the other pieces we needed? Oh, we got 4 and 7, and we need 2 12s and 2 13s. And these are like huge pieces again, right here. 12, 13, and we need 2 of each. There's little hooks on the end of the 12. Oh, did anyone see today? This happened. I believe this happened today, and I think it's Holland. When someone's Dutch, is their country Holland? Anyway, Femke Bol from Holland. She got silver in the Olympics in the 400 hurdles, and today, at the Dutch National Championship, she broke the world record in the indoor 400. So like an event that she didn't even do at the last Olympics, but she did do it at the last European. Wow. I just snapped A12 in half. Yeah, you always got to be careful with long skinny pieces, especially A12, because look, it has this little accordion here. It's probably the shocks. We'll make that work, but it would be stronger if I hadn't broke it. I have some good news. They gave us 2 sets of 12s and 13, 3 sets of 12s and 13. So as long as they don't call for another one, I can use the replacement. So I'll just put this one to the side, and hopefully I can get the other one out without breaking it. So that 13 I got out. So now I got to try again for the 12. See if we can get the 12 out without breaking it. So it's a long skinny piece, and it has this like accordion pieces in the middle, and those like sort of bend and almost break like in normal use. So now when I'm trying to punch it out of the board, that's actually the most stress you put on these things when you punch them out of the board. So this brought out some pieces with it, which I'll just hold on to for later. All right, so there's 112 and 113. There's some splinters on it. So anyway, Femke Bol broke the indoor world record in the 400. And what's crazy about that is that there's another, she who got gold in the Olympics in the 400 hurdles was American Sydney McLaughlin. And she also was talking about running the 400, the open 400, but she didn't get to it yet, I don't think. So Femke Bol like sort of jumped, you know, as I mentioned at the European outdoor European Championships last year, Femke did win the 400 and 400 hurdles, and it was a big deal. It's not like it went unnoticed, but I don't think anyone was predicting, you know, the first week of the outdoor season, not the first week of the outdoor season. Anyway, the indoor season, the next indoor season, that she would break the indoor world record. And the time that she ran was 49:26, I believe, which is quite, I mean, even outdoors, that probably is enough to win the Olympics. I don't know. But now at the next Olympics, 2024, maybe Sydney McLaughlin is also going to run, you know, the 400. We don't know what's going to happen. Maybe maybe the two who were first and second in the 400 hurdles at the last Olympics are going to be first and second in the flat 400 at this Olympics. I don't know. I'm just sort of speculating. All right, let's lay out these pieces. So, because they're pretty tricky. All right, so the A12s, they're going to have the hooks facing up. I don't know how to simulate up. In will be up. And then the 13s have this high part at the different end from the 12 hook also facing up. I'm just laying out the pieces in the order they're going to go together. Then this one faces down. So down will be out, up will be in. And then this piece goes here. Okay, so now we got to make them, make those pieces go together. All right, so make sure we got the right, we're going through the right hole here. So what is that? Is that the first hole? Yeah. Yeah, that's the first hole in both the 12 and 13. Yeah. And then in the back, it's the last hole. So the first hole for the A7 and the last hole for the A4. So let's do that. We laid it out in a pattern that we can't mess up. So let's just, I guess, put it together without messing up. That's the plan, right? So the hooks go up and this spiky thing goes up. I smell broccoli being cooked downstairs, which is good. Makes me wish I was there. But anyway, I'm going to stick here with you and keep putting this together. It's kind of tricky here. What's going on? I can't get this. First one went in no problem. Am I wrong about this? The first hole, right? All right, I think it goes a little like, I can't find the angle. I got it, but it's not like, okay, yeah, these are not even. This is weird. Yeah, it's definitely weird. They're not like lined up like I expected them to be, but they are what they are. Do you want like zoomed version on camera 1? Let me see if I can. I think if I zoom it, the resolution will go down, but it'll be like a tighter shot. Like you'll see something like, I'm just trying to make it look better. I'm trying to get you a better view of the pieces without losing too much resolution. I didn't realize that was live. I should have been. Lesson learned. Switch to another camera while you're cropping and zooming. I didn't realize I was doing that like live on the broadcast because there's a delay when it gets to YouTube. So somehow I thought it would show one while I would play with the other, but anyway. I'm not sure that it looks that much better zoomed in, but there it is. It's zoomed in. And you know what? I think I meant to put the back on before I put these two on, but these two pieces on, but I did what I did. So let's just keep going. All right. On the back, again, it's the last two. And this thing kind of faces like up. Yeah, I think this is a better, tighter shot is better. But we're probably losing some resolution. I don't know how much worse it is, but something's lost. I see that it's not even the normal start time yet. It's like normally we wouldn't even be starting yet. It's not 11. So we started quite early today. So that's good. That means we're not like behind schedule. You know what's going on here? This is like, you see this? The A7 piece and the A4 piece, they're like very different sizes. And as a result, it's like a V shape. I don't know if that's like You see that V? Is that like supposed to be like that? The thing that is weird about it is it looks like this one's straight and this one's slanted. Like if they both look slanted, I would sort of feel better about that V shape, but it's only slanted on one side, which seems weird. Do not add force to the vulnerable spot. All right, so next we're going to attach it to this, and it's got some very interesting instructions here. Add force on these spots. Those spots are, let me see, like these connectors. But this is vulnerable. Remember those accordion spots? Those are vulnerable. And we've got a problem. I read this image wrong. Basically, this is upside down. I need to take this apart. After just hearing that warning that it's like vulnerable. And now we need to take it apart and spin this piece around. Well, whatever. You know. You don't get everything right the first try. You gotta spin that around. All right. That's working. And this side. There we go. Okay. Well, while we were putting that side on, this came off. Put that back on, and then finally we could attach this to A1. I still think that angle is crazy. Like, why are these pieces different sizes? Anyway, they are what they are. So now we need to attach this whole thing to this thing. And I'm not sure where. I need to study the instructions for a second. Somehow that's going to attach. All right, so this orientation for the A1, this orientation for the construction, and there's something I'm missing here. It's indicating like this piece to go back here, but this piece to go up here. Is that possible? Only if we spin the whole thing. And that can't be right. I gotta look at the instructions again. You know what's good? I gotta look at the next instruction. Like after it's already assembled, and then see what it looks like. Okay, yeah. So after it's assembled, this is what it looks like, which is like, means that really this goes on top of this. So let's do that. And then this faces down. Okay, I think this piece will stay on after this is attached. Because it's certainly not staying on now. It is like popping right off every second. All right. Where are these? I still don't follow what's connecting to what there. Sorry, going crazy with the camera angles here, trying to find this one. This thing. What is supposed to happen here? Uh, I waited for it to show up on the monitor so I could see on the big screen, but I still can't make it out. Alright, I gotta zoom in close here. Yeah, this is just insane what they're asking me to do. They want to connect to here and here. Which, this one I could connect here. But how, I don't know how to, anyway, let's just give it a shot. And I think there's an implication to do the other side. Like they're only showing one side, but I think there's an implication to do the other side. It doesn't look right. I'll look at this again. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's what they want, all right. Crazy as it seems. One of these pieces just slid off. Let's put that back on. What am I not understanding about this? Am I like reading this angle wrong? No, I've got the wrong piece. It doesn't go on these big pieces. It goes on these little pieces here. Those are the connectors. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Did that work? No. Oh, that's why the wood bends. Remember those accordion pieces? We're actually bending this wood here. Either that or I'm putting them in the wrong places. And that's why it's giving us that caution sign. Like, be careful where you put this, push these, because you can break them if you push the wrong. Oh, is that it? Well, I think I got them in, but it's the inside piece that connects? Or is it the outside piece? No, it's the inside piece that connects. But then there's nothing to make it stay there. It's the inside piece that connects. Yeah, they just pop right back out after you connect them. Because the wood is like stronger than the connection. I need like some other pin to come in here and lock it into place. So let's look at what the next instruction is, because maybe whatever comes next is going to make this stuff stay. So look at this. Pops right back out. All right. I'm curious if this new camera configuration will allow you to do a split screen with zoomed in close-up of instructions on one side and build on the other. Yes. In fact, I was mentioning that before. I'm not at that stage yet, but I'm eventually going to have the 3 camera angles and then an overlay, or possibly replace the background with a green screen, or both. I think it's going to be both. And then there'll be a separate, options for that green screen / overlay which on the separate option, like one is the instructions and the other is whatever else could be there. Could be instructions, could be the pieces in the box, could be web, Chrome web browser. Maybe we look up something on Wikipedia that relates to what we're building. Like really, yeah, this isn't even version 1 of the cameras. This is like still trying to figure these cameras out. All right. So the next so all of that was instruction 1. So now we're moving on to instruction 2 after however long it's been. Hopefully it starts moving quicker. So instruction 2, we need pieces 10, 11, 2/16, and 14. 10, 11, 2/16, and 14. All right, we're still on A. Okay. 10, 11. Here's 14. Okay. I said 2/16s, right? Yeah, I think these are the 2/16s. 10, 11, 16, and 14. 2/16s and 14. Where are 10 and 11? What do they look like? There's 8. 2/19s. 2/24s. Oh, you know what? There were pieces before that we knocked out. Maybe, yeah, this is exactly them, 10 and 11. I forget when they like popped out, but now we need them, 10 and 11. All right. What are we supposed to do with these things? All right, so 10, 11, and the 2/16s create like kind of a box. All right, 10, 11, and the 2/16s. All right. Okay. 10 goes to the front here. So 10 goes to the front there. And 11 goes on the spot behind it. All right. And then the 11. Oh, which direction do there's a little hole in there. I don't know if I did that the right direction or not. I gotta check the instructions. Well, it would have been correct for the second one. But the first one goes the other way. 10 go, so the circles go different. 10 goes like close here. And then I'll show you in a second what that means. So 10 goes like far, and then 11 goes close. Can't get this second one in. Wow. I think I was like off the edge or something. Basically, I was splitting the wood rather than getting it to go in. Try from the other angle. See if that goes any better. Nope. Hmm. Well, okay, it went in all of a sudden. All right. But now we got to do the other side. Tiny pieces here. Wow. All right. Oh, I thought I had it. Come on, get in there. I got it. That was not as easy. I don't know if it looked easy, but it wasn't easy. All right, now why did I build all this? I don't even remember at this point. All right, let's see what we're supposed to do here. We gotta flip this thing over. So that's not gonna help with holding those in place. We flip it over and then put it right in the middle. So I think those 3 pins, let me just double check that. Yep. That's them. It's funny, we keep coming up with these oval pieces. I guess there's going to be a lot of circle pieces later on, because so far, every time we need to decide, the answer is oval. I'm curious if anyone could answer. Does the mic sound different when I switch the cameras? Because eventually I'm going to have the microphone set up, but the way it is now, the microphones are on board of the cameras, and so each time basically I switch the camera angle, I'm also switching the mic. I wonder how noticeable that is. Wow, this piece didn't go in like straight. What's going on? All right, and then this piece goes like right kind of in front of it there. Part of the car is this. I haven't really got the scale yet. It's just like, it's not like in between the seats, is it? Like nowadays you'd have like a console in between the seats where you put like glasses and, you know, insurance card and stuff. I don't think that's what this is. A 1940s military army field car. I don't think this would have a center console. I'm not sure what this is. I'm not even sure if it's like the top or the bottom of the car. Wow, this pieces we put together on the bottom, they're like coming apart while I'm trying to do that console thing on the top, which is what happens with a lot of these puzzles. While you're putting one part together, another part is like pulling apart. Another section is pulling apart. Yeah, we really need something to lock in this bottom. These pins don't stay in on their own. All right. It's like where I have to push this on this side, the support on the other side is right next to those things that we installed. That's why I keep knocking them off. All right, finally that went in. This piece behind it, do I gotta spin that around? Seems like it's like off center. I don't know if spinning it around will help, but I think I'll try it because it just looks terrible the way it is. Yeah, I think it will help. I don't know why they created that off center, but they did. No, that's even worse. All right, I'm going back to the other way. This thing's just not a good piece. Or maybe it's supposed to look like that. I don't know. I thought it's supposed to look like symmetrical, but that's an assumption. All right, there is a difference. Overhead is the loudest. View over the right shoulder slightly quieter. Much better than iPad was. Oh, okay, good. Well, pretty soon we're going to have an actual microphone, and then it'll be consistent across the cameras, and hopefully also sound better. Let's see. All right, so next instruction, still on part 2. We need A3, A6, and A9. A6 is a huge piece, A3 is a pin, and A9 is like some sort of crossbar. 3, 6, and 9? Okay, that's what they need. All right. Yeah, 3 is just a pin here, which is good. We could use a few pins. And then where is 6? A6 has already popped out. What the heck? Oh no, A6 is this huge piece. I was thinking A6 was that little football-shaped hole. But no, A6 is this whole piece that happens to have a football-shaped hole at the center. It's maybe, I don't know, some big part of the car. I don't know what it is. It's not the hood, it's not the grill. Maybe it's at the back where the tire attaches. All right, so that's 3, 6, and then 9 is, I thought it was a long piece, but there's no long, this is the longest piece left, and that is A9. The longest piece left on that board. All right, 3, 6, and 9. There we go. All right, what do we do with them? Okay. So 9 goes across the front, and then 3 pins 6 into. I'll show you in a second, but 9 is pretty easy. Just goes across the front here. That crap is just going to keep falling off. I'll attach it at the end. I'll reattach it. Whenever they've got something that'll pin it in there, that's when I'll reattach it, because otherwise it's just going to keep falling off. It needs to be pinned on somehow. Wow, this is a tiny little piece. It's tiny. The wood is small. That's what I mean. It's like, all right. You can't push on the back of it, but you can like squeeze the sides and push it in. Well, at least that's what worked on one of them. I don't know if it's going to work on all of them. I should take this piece that broke off before and use it as a just something to push against, to hold it in place, push against. Oh my goodness, that didn't work. What I think I'm missing about a U-Gears puzzle right now is that when you put a piece in, it's tough to get in, but it stays in. These ones are like also tough to get in, but then they don't stay in. So like, what's the point? All right, now this piece is gonna go across. Yeah, I think it's gonna go like that, something like that. Yeah. It's gonna attach into this and this at the same time. But it's still not doing anything with those 12s and 13s underneath. So it's not really, we can just leave those detached. They're not gonna like stay on. All right. So this piece is gonna get hooked on with this piece. All right. First, let's hook the back on. So this like A6, I think it was, that we put on, or A, which piece? No, that was A9, right? So A6, it goes into A9. And then the 3 goes in pins here. But it pins, so remember last time we were trying to figure out if this should point up or down? So there's a reason why we couldn't figure that out. It's supposed to point front. So it doesn't go up or down, it goes front. We somehow jammed that piece in, like pointing up, but it actually points front. So maybe things are going to stay together better once we do that, attach like that. Let's see. Yeah. Things are suddenly like looking, like making a lot more sense. Still not all sticking together, but we're making a little more sense now. All right, now. Oh, okay, those hooks. Remember those hooks on the A12? I think they have to thread through here. Or maybe they have to wrap around. Let's see. Well, I've got some news. Something is totally screwed up because these hooks are supposed to be here. So let me have a minute to figure that out. Yeah. So this was like from the start done incorrectly. Maybe things are going to go together better once we fix that. Okay. So it actually goes like this. I think when I was putting this together, I noticed that something wasn't lining up. I don't know why I didn't check the instructions and figure out, the reason. But anyway, better late than never. We're going to fix it. I think the good news for people following along with these puzzles is they'll get them done quicker. You're seeing an example of someone who's not going to beat the par score. I think actually on the few that have had par scores, I've come in right at par. So basically you're watching a person who assembles the puzzles at the par time. Nothing intimidating. There's no 2-hour marathons being run here. This is like, 5-6 hour at best. Okay. So that's correct. Now, okay, these pieces are going to stay on now because now they line up from front to back. So I think they're going to stay on now. All right, let's do them from the underside where we can see what we're doing. All right, got that one in. And that one. And then the front. It's actually tough to get in now, so it's probably not going to pop right back out. Though now I'm wondering, maybe I'm only supposed to connect one of the two? No, because they're lined up. I wonder if maybe I got this piece backwards too. Oh, okay, yeah. Like much more interesting now. Got to go back and look at those connectors. Maybe I got the wrong ones. I don't know. All right. No, it looks good. I just got to make them stay in there. Come on. Golf tee. Help it get it in there. Those accordion pieces make much more sense now. But they're still having a problem making them stay in. But I think that it's because I'm probably not getting them in completely from the start. All right. That finally looks good. It fell off back here, but the underneath looked good. All right. I can finally put this pin in. Where did this piece come from? Oh, that's the broken A12. All right. Now, will this pin go in? The A3. Let's see. It looks good. Yep. Wow. Okay. We got something now. So all that complaining I was doing about it falling apart was because I hadn't assembled it correctly. So that was my fault. All right. Can get this on a little bit better here. Ah, there we go. Yeah. There's the little pins there. There's little holes there, and those pins will go in them. If I can do it, I can get them in there. They look good. Just got to snap in. And one is in, and the other's in. Good, good, good. The pace, though. I mean, we're still on instruction 2. All right, now, third part of instruction 2. Now, we're still on instruction 2, but there's really only 4 sections. I think the instructions are going to start going quicker later on. I don't know why they're so like... I don't know why 3 instructions is called 1 and then 4 instructions is called 2. Actually, 6 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 instructions are labeled 2. And then when you get to the end, they're going to start coming, I assume, very quick. Look, 14, 15, 16 are on 1 line. But like 2 is on 2 lines. Anyway. So next we need A8, 20, 21, and 23. 8, 20, 21, and 23. All right. I'm surprised we're still working on page A. 8, there's 20. Tough piece to get out. 20, 21, and 23. There's 22. I think, is this 21? Are there 2 21s? How many do we need? I think maybe we need both of them, right? Yeah, we need both 21s. And we still need the A8. There's the other 21. And where's the other A8? A8 is right here. I think I know why the overhead camera. Something's frozen on the live stream. Alright, it was just on my computer. Okay, looks like it's moving for you. Anyway, I think I know why the overhead camera has the loudest mic. Basically, this overhead camera, it's like right here. So it's basically the closest to me. That's why it's the loudest. But anyway, in the future, they're all going to be in like kind of the same... Basically, it's going to work off a microphone. And the microphone is going to be basically where the overhead camera is now, just maybe even like 4 inches closer to me. All right. So we got to put those pieces together. And the question is, how do we put those pieces together? Looks like A8 in the back, A20 in the front, and then these 3 pieces kind of like this. All right, let's do that. The only thing is that A8 is asymmetric. Let me just make sure I know which direction it goes. Okay, yeah. So they want it on this side, you know. There we go. Okay. Now we got to attach those 3 at once. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Come on. Get in there. Okay. The back is not fully through, which means it makes it tough to reach the front. I can take a little effort there, but I think we got it. Can go a little bit further, I think, on both sides. You don't get a popping sound. That's another difference between ROKR and U-gears. When you get a piece in on U-gears, you get a popping sound. And these ROKR, they don't make any sound. This is like barely over cardboard quality here. I mean, it's nice they can like make them for a more reasonable price, but they're not as good. And that's why the prices are more reasonable. They're not quite as good. All right. So where does this piece go? All right, the front of it goes right behind this. So once we line the front up, we should be able, the rest should like fall into place. Let's see here. Oh, wow. How does this attach? Well, it's not as easy as I thought it'd be. I feel like I'm saying that a lot tonight. Nothing is easy. There's the pop. Right after I make a big deal about no popping sounds, all of a sudden we get one. There we go. Now we're going to get plenty of them, right? No, those two smushed in. So these two back ones popped in, these two front ones smushed in. I don't know what was so special about the back ones. I think because if you see on the back, there's a pin here, and then there's two perpendicular pieces here. In the front, there's only a pin. The pin isn't making the popping sound. The two pieces of wood slapping together made the popping sound. So that was the difference there. Wow, this is really like off-center, but I guess that's what they want. I mean, they cut the pieces, you know. I can't control what they're doing there. They cut the pieces, I just put them together. All right, we're still on instruction 2, and we're going to build a little box using A22, 2 A19s, and A15. 22, 2 19s, and 15. There's the 15. I remember the 22. Yeah, here's the 22. And is that the 22? Yeah, that's the 22. And then 2 19s, which are right here. 2 19s. All right. Okay. Oh, where did that piece go? I gotta watch. The delay is gonna help me out. I gotta watch the camera and see where that piece flew to. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Now, how does this go together? Man, I keep hitting that background, showing off how completely fake it is. But you know, it needs to be like this because during the day, if this was a solid background, I wouldn't be able to see out the window. I wouldn't get any sunlight. So I just put the background on during filming. During the day, it's not there. All right, so the 19s go into the 15, and the 22 just kind of sits in front. I think that's what I'm seeing there. And it all goes around this little circle here. So the 19s go into the 15. I don't know if there's a front and back. It seems to be pretty well centered there. Wow. I thought that would be easier than it was. Thought it would just smush right in, but nope. All right. There's the 2 19s going into the 15. And now what? Now it has to go around this A6, where the A6 lettering is. It has to go around that. And then this 22 goes in the front. So I think we got to put the 22 in first. I don't even know. Is this the... This isn't underneath it. Like, what is this? Oh, that, you think that's the back seat? You know that one seat in the back? Yeah, it is, because these are definitely where the wheels go. So that's got to be that one seat in the back. The jump seat, or whatever you want to call it. It's not even really a seat. I mean, it's a two-seat vehicle, but they put a third seat in the back. So this thing, it's an Army field car, but it's probably about, you know, barely bigger than a golf cart. It's probably four-wheel drive, though. So it's probably got much better engine and tires than a golf cart, but the body, I don't think, is much bigger than a golf cart. Actually, I'm driving a car like that lately, but smaller tires, more golf cartish tires. Kia Soul. It's my mom's old car. She got a new Kia Soul. And we got the old Kia Soul, and it's like the size of a golf cart, basically. I can't get this second set of pins on. I don't know if I don't have them lined up, or... Yeah, I think that's the problem. They're not lined up. Maybe it was a mistake to put that 22 in first. No, because you would not be able to... If you didn't put it in first, you would not be able to put it in at all. So, definitely it's got to go in first, but... I don't know. I feel like I'm about to start snapping these pieces if I keep trying to force this in. When I look at it, it looks like it's lined up, but... Oh, there we go. Okay, looks like it's lined up. I guess it was lined up. Alright, we're finally done. No, we're not done with instruction 2. We got 2 more instructions, but only 1 more piece. And the piece is from B. So we're going to sheet B. We're getting B6. We're putting it on these like slanted pieces here. And then that's it. So then we're moving on to instruction 3. All right, B6. This is a B sheet, right? It should be a piece that's as wide as this. There it is, B6. It's going to take a bunch of stuff out with it. Yeah, all this stuff. It's like several pieces there. But we didn't use the A24s yet. Probably going to use them soon. Is it possible I skipped using the A24s? Let me just double check my work here. Like, why are we moving on to B's if we didn't do an A24 yet? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just checking. A7, yeah, 13, 14, 16, 23. But not 24. No, we didn't use A24 yet. Oh, here we go. We're going to use A24 in 3. All right, so right now we're just putting A6 in there. So the orientation is like this. I believe those are the holes. Let me look at the instructions. Something has to hook onto these two. There's like 2 sets of pins. Alright, so, yeah, as suspected, the lower set of pins go through these holes, and the upper set go through the slots. So, let's see if we can do that. Are they on? No, not completely. Has anyone watched on Amazon Prime? They have like a Lord of the Rings show. I watched the first episode of that today. Even though today was just a regular Sunday, somehow when it's like a Sunday before a Monday holiday, you feel like you have extra time. So like we bike rode today. We watched an episode of that Lord of the Rings show on Amazon Prime. I started this stream earlier. The gym workout seemed like we had extra time. And Mass, by the way, was 88 minutes long today. So even with an 88-minute long Mass, we still felt like we got a lot done today. I don't know. Like the fact that it's like everything you would think like you got to get done on Sunday, like laundry or cleaning or shopping or something, like all that kind of stuff. You feel like, well, I've got tomorrow. I can just rest today. Like if it was 3 days off every weekend, then you probably wouldn't get any rest. You'd find a way to like fill that time. You'd have like something to do Saturday and something to do Sunday, and then you do all your chores on Monday. But when you've got a schedule and then you get an extra Monday off, then it like really feels like a day off. Like you can't do it too much. People start expecting a day off. But you can do it, like if you do it once in a while, it really helps. All right, we're finally on instruction 3. Instruction 3, we need B1 and B10. There's there's 3 parts at least. No, there's 5 parts to instruction 3, but for the first part, we just need B1 and B10. All right, are any of these on this thing we broke off? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's B1. But I don't understand what it is. Is it this whole thing? And then this just snaps off? Yeah, so this whole piece is B1. That's crazy. And now we need B10. Okay. Oh, this one has landscape lettering. The B's are landscape. The printed one of 7 is not. Anyway, there's B10. Wait a minute, that's not B10. That's B18. Still looking for B10. There it is. It's a little tiny piece. Okay. That's B10. What can I tell you? I think it goes in the middle here. I'll just refer to the instructions for a second. All right, so it does go in the middle. The smaller side points up. And the orientation, you see there's 3 dots here. The middle dot should be lower. And then this goes on this like upward position here. I was so much wishing that today had been the first day of doing live streaming from the gym, because the kids were like comedians. Like we were there maybe 45 minutes, and the whole time they were cracking jokes. Like if I had been live streaming today's gym workout, we'd have like 10,000 subscribers right now, because they were like hilarious. And it's a gym workout. I don't know why. There's something about this puzzles. They like require a lot of concentration. First of all, there's only 1 person here, not 3. Second of all, we're not flipping through like YouTube videos or while we're working out, so there's nothing to play off of. And third, it just like takes concentration to do these puzzles. Whereas at the gym, you're lifting, which is like physical, but your brain is free. Plus you're like setting up equipment in between, which is stuff you know by rote. Basically, the live streams from the gym are going to be much funnier. Hopefully the first one happens tomorrow. But if the one had happened today, that would have been a great example. Because, like, there'll be a few chuckles in every lift, but today it was like 40 minutes of laughter during a 40-minute workout. I kind of wish we'd have live streamed that one. Anyway, It is what it is. All right, moving on to the second part of instruction 3. We need 2 B3s, 2 B5s, and B2 and 4. 2 4, 2 3s, and 2 5s. And they're all like tiny little pieces. So this, see what I mean about taking concentration? So 2 2 3s, 4 2 5s. These are the pieces. All the pieces we need are right here in this little nothing. So this piece, which is half the size of B1, contains the 6 pieces that we now need. Yep. I mean, could these pieces be like any smaller? I mean, all those pieces, my hand was blocking it. All those pieces are like smaller than my pinky, like combined. Anyway, let's grab them, get to work here. Notice anything different? I cropped and zoomed the overhead camera, but this time I did it while switching to camera 1 so that you wouldn't see the process. You would just see the result. I don't know. Did it work? It was probably obvious that I was doing it. I had only one hand on camera for a while. I actually have the iPad where the YOLO box is going to be. Maybe at the end I'll detach one of these cameras and just show you everything because it's pretty cool. I think I'm going to do a video where I just show the setup. Like the 3 generations of the setup. From the iPhone to the iPad to the... Basically desktop studio is what I have now. It's not fully built, but when it's fully built I'll make a video bragging about it all. B4, yeah, that's a weird looking piece. And then these are the B5s, B3s, and this B, what is that piece? B2, it's like a little nothing piece. All right, the only thing I really know about B2 is that it goes on the back of this piece, which is I think B4. So it goes on the back of this thing. But how does it do that? Because look at the shape of it. It's like, anyway, I could spin it later, I think, so it's a circle. It's a little weird piece, weird little piece. And then where does this go? All right, remember this piece down here? That's where it goes. Oh, is this like the gas or the brake? Oh, the clutch? It might be the clutch. I wonder if this is the foot pedals that I'm putting together right now. I don't know, just the way it looks to me like something like that. And then these are 2 more pedals. Probably this is gas and the next 2 are brake and clutch. Is that what we're building right now? That's my guess. Let's see if I'm right. So gas and then brake and clutch. I think so. Not sure. Also, this worm's eye view camera, I want to use it, but I feel like my fingers keep blocking the screen. I can't really get, like I got the piece there, but you can't see it as soon as I put my arm there. Maybe there's another way I can do this where you'll see it. I come in from a different angle. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the close-up view, but my fingers block everything. You can't see what's going on there. There you go. There's the foot pedals. There's something. I think they're foot pedals. Let's see what they are. We'll find out, I guess. All right, so now we're just going to forget about this for a minute. Oh, no, we're going to turn it around? No, we're not going to turn it around. We're going to attach two pieces right here. So I was wrong twice. But then I got it right on the third attempt. And guess what two pieces we're going to attach there? A24s. The two A24s. We're finally using those. All right. We might be done with the A board. I know there's some extra pieces there, but I think that's it for like original pieces. I think the other pieces are just like duplicate copies in case you snap a piece, which we did snap A12. So we're very happy that they gave us a second A12. All right, now A24. These go with the fat side pointed up top, and they go to these two. Like skip the middle one. You can tell because the middle is two circles, and these sides are circles at the bottom and ovals at the top, which also indicates how to insert this piece because it's got a fat piece at the back and a small pin at the front. So A24s going in here. All right. I want to check the batteries on these things. See if I need to start plugging any of them in yet. The future ones for this location are going to be permanently plugged in, but these Mevo Start have batteries in them. And I'm just testing how long the batteries last. One of them's showing 100 battery, which can't possibly be true. The other two are showing 50 and 37. It's actually the camera 3, which we've been using the most. Yeah, if I look at it physically, it's showing the 4 dots as if it's 100% battery. And the other two are showing 2 dots, and they show 37 and 50. What I think is that the battery detector on the main camera is not accurate. And it just thinks that it has full battery when really it's about to die. So if it dies, they're going to go to cameras, the worm's eye and the bird's eye, because I can get cables to them. I probably can get a cable to this one in the back, but I'll have to go to the TV with it. Maybe I should do that. Let me start cabling up these cameras so we can stick with this longer. Alright, these A24s are in. Next, we got to attach them to this whole board. But they want 2 B9s to be added. Alright, so this is going to go like here. But we're supposed to have to add B9s first. Not sure. I'm just trying to figure out where those B9s go. All right. Widest, most, and back most. So there's where the B9s go. There's where they go right there. Let's see if we can find those B9 pieces. They're right here. Okay. Now, how do they go? All right. It shows like the fat end on the bottom and the small end on the top. I don't think either of these ends is really fat or not. What I will interpret is that it slants back. It slants back. And I think it should slant towards the back of the vehicle. I think, though. I've been wrong before on this puzzle, so that's what I'm doing. Let's see if it's right. I guess we'll find out when we start attaching other pieces. If they fit or not, that'll tell us if we're doing this right or not. I think it's going to kind of hold in the next piece we put in. But actually, it doesn't make sense. Well, it does. This is probably the back of the vehicle, so this is probably the front. That's how it makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's got those tow hooks in front. Yeah, those are part of the vehicle. Let's take a look here at the picture of the vehicle. Yeah, those hooks are going to go, they're right there. They're right by the front, like bumper. All right, so after we put those B9s on, then, by the way, in instruction 4, we're putting the steering wheel and the dashboard on. But anyway, finishing off instruction 3, I have to get this on. This thing we built with the pedals. Oh, okay, we got to spin it around. I was going to say that it had the pedals on the wrong side like it was British, but I just was holding it wrong. Okay, so it's at least Americans here. Based on where the pedals are. Now, does this slip behind the 9s or in front of them? I think it goes in front of them. I gotta look at the next picture to tell. Yeah, it goes in front of them. Goes in front of the 9s. And then what does it connect to? I guess these 24. Oh, there's a third pin back there. Yeah, those 3 pins. That's where it's going to connect. And the 9s are going to kind of provide some support from the back. Oh no, the gas pedal popped out, but I think I'm going to put this on and then I'll worry about the gas pedal. I just popped the 9 out. Nothing's going here. Basically this piece is like knocking everything else out. Tough to get that in there. All right. Do you remember those asymmetric pieces at the beginning? They like match up perfectly now. So that was the point of them. Which is fine. I mean, maybe that's how the real vehicle works. I mean, who's to say? I don't know. I'm not looking at a real vehicle. I'm just... maybe I could look later, you know. Has anyone ever seen these vehicles in person? We went to the Kalamazoo Air Zoo in Michigan once. I think it was in Michigan. Kalamazoo is in Michigan, right? Where a bunch of planes they had there. It was kind of cool. And they had one thing that was a simulator of like flying a plane in a dogfight. It was like you would go inside the thing and it would spin all around. You could be like upside down in it. You were inside, so you didn't really know, but the people looking from outside would see it. And then I saw that same contraption in this Boston Science Museum years later. But there, it was supposedly like a rocket ship simulator. So then I sort of understood that it's kind of like just a VR video game type of controller. I'm calling it controller, but really it was like hamster wheel with 2 pilots inside. But here's the point. You can program it to be anything. So for Boston Museum, it was programmed to be like an astronaut space thing. In the Kalamazoo Air Zoo, it was like a fighter pilot in the war or something. So, but really, It was just, here's a contraption that spins around and you could buckle yourself in and it's got screens and audio, you know, and then you could program it to be whatever it needs to be from there. Man, I can't get this piece in. I don't want to like split my fingernail trying to get it in there. And like I put one side in, yeah, and the other side pops out. I gotta get them both in at once. And then if I do that, and then this board on the back pops out. Tough piece here. All right, I think it's in. Now we could put back in the 9 that popped out and the gas pedal. We had 2 pieces pop out while we were doing that. Oh my goodness, this piece. Now this whole thing is popping out. Oh, it was never supposed to be in. Okay. Man. The 24 is now popped out. So many pieces have popped out. I'm just going to pull them out, reset, and go back in. So rather than my idea of like I would go in at the end, I'm just putting everything back together now. Put it all on. Maybe it goes right in. Maybe it pops everything out. I guess we're going to find out together in a minute. Well, this gas pedal needs to go in before this 824. Otherwise, I can't fit my finger in there. All right, gas pedal in. All right, 824 in. The brake popped out. Put that back on. Oh my goodness. While I'm putting the brake in, the clutch is popping out. These pieces are just not staying in. So you got to pick between U-gears where it's tough to get them in, but then they stay in, or ROKR where they're not too tough to get in, but then they pop back out. I think I'd rather deal with them being impossible to get in, but they stay in once they're in. There's another way to do it. You could have them go in easy, and then you pin them so they don't come back out. That's another option, which U-Gears uses that option a lot. Okay. Let's try again. Imagine it just pops right in first try this time. Yeah, it did. So I don't know what I was doing wrong before, but now it's in. All right, what's next? Oh, next we were going to cable the... next we were going to cable up the cameras before they turn off. So let me do that. So if you can believe it, this camera 1 is still claiming that it has 100 power, both in the software and on the physical device, but that's impossible. So I'm going to cable it up before it turns off. You know what? I can get this cable. I just got to go over the top here. Is it going to reach? Let's see. Let's find out. There it is. All right, I got power to that one without the cable dropping on the screen. I see this looks really blurry here. Or is it this one that looks blurry? I don't know. I wonder if it would stand up on its side. No, falls right down. I just want you to see those pedals. but it might be like too close to see them. Somehow I'm not seeing the third cable. I don't know what I do with it. It does show the cable charging, so it couldn't recognize that it was empty, but it recognizes that it's charging. All right. Camera 2. All right, I'm gonna cable that up. I mean, normally I wouldn't have to do this because it'd only be a 1-hour show, but I'm going a little long tonight, and I don't want these cameras shutting off halfway through. So I'm cabling them up. I wonder if they'll overheat at some point. They're small things, they probably won't overheat. I don't know. And the third camera, by the way, you see the pedals there? The third camera, which is right next to you, the worm's eye view, which is right next to the stage, that's like the easiest one, except that I don't know what I do with the third set of cables. I thought I had all three sitting together, but now I don't see them. Oh, okay. I had one of them in the bag and two of them sitting on top of the bag. All right. Last one, and then I'll get back to work. Oh man, I just dumped the camera. All right, I don't know. It might not be in exactly the spot it was before, but it's kind of still there. All right, now I'm checking the monitor. Yep, everything shows it's charging now. All right, back to work. Okay, so we did instruction 3, so now we got to do instruction 4, which, by the way, instruction 4, it's like the dashboard with the steering wheel coming out of it, so that's pretty cool. All right, let's try that. All right, what are the pieces here? It's a lot of pieces for one instruction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces. I mean, I've seen worse, but that's a lot. All right, so B8 looks like is the main piece. That's the dashboard. All right, so this is probably it, right? No, that's B7. B8. What? What is B7 then? All right, well, I accidentally popped out B7. But anyway, B8 is the dashboard. And then behind that is 2 B16s and then 14 and 15. So 14, 15, and 2 16s. Where'd my golf tee go? Okay, 14, 15, and 2 16s. Haven't been using that sandpaper much, but I should remember to. It'll make these pieces easier to go in. 14, 15, and 2 16s. What is President's Day known for? Just like car sales? They sell cars. They have big President's Day blowout. I don't know. I know that we're gonna, I didn't read it yet, but I know we're gonna need this piece. which is B13. It's a steering wheel. All right, here's 14 and 15. They look like the 15 has a lot of ink on it, so it's definitely some external piece. I'm not really sure what that is. Something that's like behind the dashboard, something, you know, that kind of curve. But this Army field car doesn't really have it. It has like that, yeah, there it is. That dashboard that like you could, it's got glass, but you could just push it down and make it a convertible. You always saw those on MASH. Now, putting this car together honestly makes me want to go back and watch a couple of episodes of MASH. You know that old TV show, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital, MASH, M asterisk A asterisk S asterisk H. Am I saying that right? Yeah. MASH, all caps with asterisks in the middle. That was the TV show MASH. All right. So we got here 14, 15, 2 16s, 8. We got the 13. We're almost there. Just 2 more pieces. 11 and 12. 12 is the steering column. 11 is a little cap that's going to keep the steering wheel attached to the steering column. So B11 and B12. B12 is like a famous vitamin, isn't it? I think it is. B12 shot. Did they give it as a shot? I used to hear that expression somewhere. Did you see that? A spring just went rolling by. Where did this spring come from? Was it part of this puzzle, or did it fall from some equipment that I have? I have no idea where this spring just came from. Let me watch the TV. I'm too late. I missed where it came from. I was looking at the screen to see where it came from, but I think I would have noticed if it fell from the ceiling, but I also feel like I would have noticed if it was among this puzzle pieces. Oh, this is a mystery. The spring just came from nowhere. All right. I don't see any equipment here that has springs, except for this thing, which is frankly right above there. And I was fiddling with it when I put the cables over it, so maybe that's the answer, but I don't know. Who knows? Hopefully nothing's broken. I mean, how could a spring just fall out? I think it's part of the build, but I don't know how it just like randomly showed up when I pushed out that B11 piece. Anyway, I still need B12. Or is it B11 that I need, and that was B12? I need a little circle piece that's called either 11 or 12. There's one, but it's called B33. Here it is. B12. It's a tiny little circle piece. All right, let's do the steering column first. So how do we do that? So like this. So this goes through here, and then we attach it on with this little circle. Okay. And then with this facing up and spun so there's the 2, it goes on the inner one. Steering wheel. Goes on the inner one of these 2 pieces. There's something obviously on the outer one is going to be something like symmetric. Like 2 pieces, 2 matching pieces are going to go in there. It's a tough piece to get a grip on. It's tough to fit your fingers under the steering wheel. But if you do it from above, then you're risking like splitting the piece. Because it's a long, skinny piece if you put the pressure on it from above. It's like this, right? Yeah, I can't get this piece in. I can't get a grip on it to get it in. I guess I should have put this piece in and then the steering wheel second. All right, there we go. Steering wheel's in. All right, now the B16. How does this go in? Is it the fat piece this way or the fat piece down? I think it's the fat piece down. You know, it's whatever piece fits. And this small piece barely fits, so the fat piece definitely wouldn't fit. So that's what I mean by that. All right. And let's get the other B16 on there. The other side. Oh, man. What is going on here? Oh, I split the piece. It wasn't lined up and I pushed too hard and basically split the plywood. But I'm sure we can still get it in there. There we go. Okay. Now, got those two pieces on the back. How do we attach this piece? Let's attach this piece first. Just because it's conceptually easier. Nope, it's not. Oh, it is. Okay, it goes on top. All right, this piece goes on top of these pins. And then this piece goes like perpendicular to it. Basically, oh, these are like the dials on the dashboard. You know, like the speedometer and the gas tank meter and all that stuff. That's what's going to go on front there. All right. So now we've got this piece goes on top, and then it's those pins are leading towards the steering wheel, and then we're just going to put this one on top of that one. So let's see if we can do that. Without breaking it. Wait a second. Why does this fit this curve? No, it doesn't fit. It almost fits. And when you consider that we're putting it on another direction, it seems like, well, why does it fit? It shouldn't. But I don't know. I guess there's going to be another piece of a similar shape. This is a tough piece to get on. Oh my goodness. It got on, but I got hit in the face with this little thing. It's like this thing went flying, this little piece of wood, and it hit me in the face. It didn't hit me in the eye, but just in the face. I think I wasn't showing the right camera. This was the little piece. This little piece hit me like right on the side of the nose. Like bounced off and hit me. All right, let's get this on. So I was trying to show that to the wrong camera. I have to remember when I'm showing a camera, there's a red light. All right, so now the red light is on this camera. I'll get used to it, although I'm about to switch to new, well, these cameras will be in the gym, so it will be even more relevant in the gym. But on the desk, I'll have to just remember to keep an eye on the monitor. There we go. So that's what we built. That's the dashboard. Now what's next? So now we have to, remember this B7 piece? We have to attach to this B7. this thing is going to go onto that. And we're also going to add a piece. What does that say? Looks like B4, is that? B47. I thought that's what that said. B47, but I was thinking like, how is B47 like, that's such a high number? So anyway, here's the B7. And now we also need B47. This board goes up to 47 at least. There's 46, there's 44, there's 47. There's 42. I don't know if 47 is the highest number. I don't see any higher. But at least 47 this goes up to. Yeah, that might be the highest number because it's in the corner and B46 is right next to it. Still, that's something. All right, so now how does this piece go on? Okay. So you have to hold it like this, like these two circles in the front. And in fact, this B47 piece goes into those two circles. That's exactly where it goes. If it can go in there, it's supposed to. Come on. All right, that's in. Now, how does this go on there? I guess the only way it can, which is these two B16s, are gonna attach there. So, just like this, right? How did Johnny Carson see those cameras immediately, like 50 years ago? And I got like 1 minute delay. The problem is I'm trying to use the YouTube as a monitor, and it's like such a delay. Especially in this new system. On the iPad system, it was only a second or two delay. I just basically can't use it as a monitor. This piece went in with a satisfying pop, but it wasn't as satisfying as its sound. It actually, the plywood tore off a layer. But anyway, there's the dashboard, steering wheel and all. Alright, let's see what's next. Instruction 5, which is a single panel. I believe it's two pieces we're adding, B17 and B18. So are we not attaching this to anything? I guess we're putting this aside for a minute and we're attaching B17 and B18 to this. How does this go? Something's not right here. I think I got it backwards maybe. Yeah, like this. Okay, so B17 is going to go on front here. It kind of is shaped like a hood. And then B18 is going across the back. Okay. So there's B17, trapezoid piece. And B18. Oh, is this like, is that the license? It says Robotime. I don't know why it says a license plate Robotime. That might be a reference to another ROKR model, and I just don't get the reference, but that's what they say in there. Robotime. I don't think the Army, 1940s Army, was using the Robotime designation, but that's what it is in this puzzle. All right, so it goes on the back here. I see 2 holes, but I see 5 pins. But there's 2 other holes. There's 2 other pins underneath there. I'm not sure which ones it's supposed to connect to. I guess the ones underneath, right? Let's see if that works out. Very tiny pieces here. But let's see if we can get them on. Yeah, that's right, because then these line up with those. So let me try here. Very tiny pieces there. Let's pop these babies in. All right, so this is the rear license plate right there. There you go. There it is. And now I have to put the hood on the front. How does that attach? Okay. I'm still not sure actually how to do this. Let me just match their orientation. So they have it sitting like this. And the hood goes kind of here. But I guess this isn't the hood. This is something underneath the hood. It isn't the grill, no. Where does this go? There's some pieces down here, but to connect to that, it would have to be slanted. Maybe it's supposed to connect slanted? I need a minute to study these instructions. Yeah, that's the connectors, all right. So I think it's like going to be slanted, this piece. Or maybe not. Maybe it's straight. I don't know. Let's pop them on and see what they do. I actually can see them go in from underneath. That's good. So at least we know we're getting those pins in. Come on. Get in there. Mother. There we go. So it sits flat in there. I'm not sure if I broke anything while I was getting that in there. It looks like everything's still in one piece. All right. So that was instruction 5, was a single panel. Instruction 6, first panel is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces at least. The main one is a B20, 2 B6s, and C2. So we're grabbing from C. 2 B32s, B45, B46. All right, let me just start collecting these pieces one at a time. So while I'm collecting pieces, let me grab one of these questions. Which camera are we on? Do you feel free? Why or why not? I mean, I feel free. You want me to answer why I feel free? Well, I don't feel totally free. I mean, I don't live off of investments. I guess if I was, my investments made money, then I would feel slightly freer. Free to travel is very expensive, so I'm legally free to travel, but it's like, you know, not gonna... What's going on there? Why is my face on camera? All right. Oh, when I reached across to get the question, I was on camera. I got to be careful about that. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what that even means, that question. Free. Yeah, I'm free. I mean, I'm not detained in any way, so I guess I'm free. But finances play a huge role in freedom. Like, are you free to live wherever you want? Well, if you can pay and if you've got the documents, are you free to eat whatever you want? Again, if you've got the money, you know. So money is a big part of freedom. I hate that it's like that. You know, some people are like, I hate when someone tells you, like, when you talk about money and they go, oh, you're obsessed with money. Excuse me, I'm not the one who's obsessed with money. It's the people charging the prices for all the stuff that I want access to. They're the ones who are obsessed with money. If they would like fly you wherever you want and put you in the hotel wherever you choose and feed you any food and it didn't cost anything, well, that would be great. You know, we'd all be fine with that. But as far as those companies are going to charge all this money, well, then you need money to do it. So they're the ones who are obsessed with money. All right, B32 is the next piece. This is a C sheet. I don't know why I was holding that. All right, we need two B32s. There's B33. All right, so there's multiple B32s. We only need two of them. Yeah, so I feel free legally, but financially, certainly got some work to do. And then other people will say, yeah, but by earning that money, you're restricting yourself. I guess you're kind of like trading now for later, something like that. You're like working now so you can celebrate later or something, or, you know, enjoy the fruits of your labor later. And then other people will be like, oh, but you should live for today. Okay, but what about tomorrow? I mean, it sounds nice to say to live for today, but if you're like shooting yourself in the foot for tomorrow, I don't know if that really makes sense. All right. C, we do need a piece from C. It looks like that piece. Oh, by the way, these pieces have springs on them. So remember that spring we found before? I don't know what piece it came from, but probably this piece. This piece has two springs and it's small. This piece has, now it has three springs. I just added a spring to these pieces. All right, anyway, we were here for C2. So probably when I picked up the B sheet, I probably pulled that spring off of that C piece, and I just didn't find it till later. By the way, I broke this piece. I shattered it. There's like 3 layers of plywood and 1 layer is gone. So that's not going to be as secure as it should, but whatever. That's what happened. It happened. All right, so we still need pieces B45 and B46. It's like taking a lot of time to collect these pieces. All right, B45 and B46. There they are, 45 and 46. Kind of look alike. Not sure how I'm going to tell them apart. All right, let's put 45 on the left. First, we got to sand it a little bit. I just see there's crap on it. And then 46 will be on the right. That's our system. Lower number on the left, higher number on the right. All right, now let's start assembling this. So the main, oh my goodness, the main piece is B20. I just like picked this piece off. I picked it up by this piece and everything fell off, so I guess I gotta put this back on. Yeah, piece doesn't want to stay on. You put one side on and the other side pops off. Not flat or something. Anyway, it's on until the next time it pops off. Alright. So, I pick up 20. This piece has ridges on one side and it's smooth on the other. So which side is which? Alright, the side with more ridges gets first B45 ink side out. You always want the ink side out. Or they wouldn't have put ink if they didn't want people to see it. Alright, so there's 45. Kind of a tight fit at the end, but I think that's right. Alright, and next goes C2 with that sort of, if you think of it as a key, those pieces look up. It's not that tight. It's gonna, definitely this piece is gonna move. Alright, and outside of that goes 46. That's gonna hold it in place. Alright. Why is that not going on? It's no way that I push the other piece on further than it's meant to go. This piece just, I don't know why it's getting stuck. It's definitely supposed to go on further. There we go. Finally. Come on. All right. And then these two, what were these pieces called? It's not really important, but I'm looking up because they don't go. Anyway, they were called B32, but the reason I'm looking them up is they're flat on one side and rounded on the other. So the flat side goes up. Excuse me. If we're considering this to be up, anyway, where the key faces, this 32 flat side goes the same way. It's not going to go all the way on. It's going to go on till about there. You can see where the notch is on the wood. That's how far it's going to go. That bird's eye, that worm's eye view camera, it's like right by the iPad. So I bumped it a couple of times with my hand, but the YOLO box is like mounted on the truss, so I'm not going to have that problem when we switch to that. It'll be like a little bit higher, so they won't be in the same spot. Like right now, these cameras are being controlled by the iPad, but the new camera is going to be controlled by the YOLO box, and then it's like it's not going to hit. By the way, most of this stuff is from Review Program. I'm not spending like crazy money making this happen. Basically, I don't know what other people do when they get put on this Review Program, but to me, it's like it made all this like streaming possible, like the content to stream, the equipment to stream. Some things you have to buy, you know, but a lot of stuff is included. Basically, it's like it changes from week to week what's available. You have to like check it every day and see what's there. Wow, this piece is not going on. I probably should have sanded it first. There we go. Now it's on. Hopefully I did that right, because that would be annoying if I have to redo it. Alright, I think it's right. So now we move on to instruction 7. Alright, a lot of pieces here for instruction 7. Well, maybe not too many pieces. Definitely we put this aside and pick up new pieces. These new pieces are B21, 2 C7s, and B43. 21, 43, and 2 7s. 21 and 43. This is 19. I thought this would be, oh, that's going to be the next piece when we get to the next instruction. All right, so 21 is one of them. Can you believe there's like 47 pieces on this little board? That's how small the pieces are. Basically, I thought, based on the size of the box, it seemed like this puzzle would be pretty easy, but when you factor in how small and how many of these pieces there are, it ends up not being. I mean, maybe it's conceptually easy, but it's not quick. All right, so where's 2 C7s? There's 2 C8s. There's 2 C4s. There's 2 C7s. They've got a little ink on them. Subtle, but it's there. Ink always goes out. Alright, what do we have to do with these guys? So the C7s are going to go stacked on top of each other. And then this B21 is going to go like in the middle. In between them. Alright. So right through there, huh? Oh, this is pretty cool. It's like becomes like a strong piece when you put them all on. Probably could have done the 2 C7s first, because that piece in the middle, B21, it went on so smoothly that like I was worried that it's like a long skinny piece, and if I push it on from the outside, then I could break it. But it went in so easy that I think it wouldn't have broke. See, that piece just broke. This was an already broken piece. I was just using it to push this C7 in. And as you see, that's how difficult it is to push that C7 in. It just like snapped that other piece in half. But I don't want to always use my fingers because that's just too much like constant pressure if I'm going to do this show every night on my fingers. So obviously I use the boards. Okay, so there we go. That's 7 panel 1. And now it looks like B19 we need. So just a single piece for panel 2. And then it's going to be another single piece for panel 3. No, 2 pieces on panel 3. All right, so this goes on the back here, very simply. Okay, there we go. It's on. And now for the next one, I think there's just 2 pieces needed. B44 and C6. C6 is just a locking pin. So B44 is one of these, I think I see it already. Yeah, there's B44. And then what did I say the other piece was? C7? It's C6, which I think we've already used this C6. Oh no, we haven't. There's C6. It's not even a multiple, it's just a single piece. All right, so this just goes right on the back here. Ink side out. Both of these pieces, by the way, have ink. All right. There we go. So this has got to be, I mean, there's got to be tires that go here, right? And then are these tires going to turn? Like, I don't know. No, that doesn't make sense. All right. Let's just follow the instructions. All right. B32, which I think was one of these. We knocked it off by accident before. So yeah, it's just going to be two like B32s. So yeah, one of them we already knocked off. That's a C8. Where's a B32? Okay. Nope. There it is. Well, I think that's it. Yeah, B32. So these go on the outside of this. So we built like two sort of similar pieces on the last two instructions. I forgot to check whether the curve goes up or down. Last time it went down, but just to be sure. Yeah, it's again down. Curve side down. Looks like these kind of go together. I mean, they're both getting 32 B32s at the end. Both from point down. The structure that they create is kind of like similar. I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if I should put something across the desk. Like if it was a lighter color or not a wood grain color, would it be like easier to see the pieces? I wonder. Not sure. This piece is not going on. I need some help. Maybe that's as far as it's supposed to go? No, it's supposed to be flush. So we got to get that a little bit further. Try the side of the table. Right. I pushed this against the side of the table to get it on. I don't think I have a camera angle that would show you that. You'll just have to take my word for it. I'll do the same thing with this piece if I can't get it on. Yeah. Same situation. Going to be the same solution. Side of the table. Push it in there. All right, it's on. This one I broke. I pushed so hard I smashed the piece. Well, is it my fault that these pieces don't go on? Oh well. I don't think there's an extra of that piece. There's a couple of layers still there. So it's like when it went on, I pushed with such force that it then hit against the desk and smashed to pieces. But I feel like that's not my fault. They should have made their piece go on. Or they should have made it stronger so it didn't like smash and break. But whatever. All right. So now we're moving on to instruction 8. So we're building up a lot of pieces here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And on 8, we're starting with some new pieces. C41 and B23. And for some reason, they're showing a piece again. Oh, they're adding the spring. For some reason, the spring doesn't get a name. So it's C41. Oh, C41 is the spring. And then B23 is the piece. So they want us to put a spring onto B23. That's basically the next instruction. So I guess if it's going to have a spring, then it's going to have like shocks or some sort of movement, right? There's B24. Where's B23? B26. Is it? Yeah. Why are there two of these B24s, B23s? There's two B23s and two B24s. So these are definitely the shocks, right? Because they're probably going to slide onto here, and then the tires are going to go on the outside. Anyway, for now, we're just putting a spring on there. Okay. So, oh, there's the spring. There's the little spring there. Zoop. If I push too hard, it'll rock it off. So I try not to do that. All right. Does this have like a ×4 or anything, or ×2? Because there's another one of these, and there's more springs. I feel like I should be doing this for both B23s and both B22s, but it doesn't say to. In fact, it just says like, put this piece down and forget about it for a minute. Because the next instruction part of B8 is we need 24, 25, and 26. And 27 is the pin that locks them all together. So 24, 25, 26, and 27. What's weird is that the 24 goes in the middle, and 25 and 6 on the edge, and then 27 is a pin. Kind of a weird little construction there. Okay. There's 24, 25, 26. And then there's 3 of those 27s, which are the pins. All right, there it is. Unmistakable, the middle one's shorter. Now, why are there 3 of these pins? Well, I guess we're going to use them at some point. Well, there's another set of those 3 pieces, and then the 3rd pin could just be an extra. I don't know. Let's see. All right, so where does this go through? The middle, right at like the elbow joint. Ink out, ink side out. Remember that. All right. Well, what next? Yeah, this middle one doesn't have ink, but you could see the shape, kind of like a duck shape. Follow that duck. I wonder if I could get these cameras even closer, like physically closer. Would that be a good idea? I think it would be. I can see. You could zoom them in, but it's not an optical zoom, it's a digital zoom, so you're taking away resolution. I don't know. For now, we'll just leave them like this. But I'm thinking about that. Maybe it should be a lens zoom. Okay. That's the beginning of B8. And then, look at this B, not B, 8. 8. Look at 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So 8 is 22 panels. 9 is 1 panel. I mean, how do they decide? Like when they put a number in, like how do they decide like now it's instruction 8, but now it's instruction 9? Maybe the segments you work on? All right, so we're going to combine this, and you can see the little slot there where it's going to go. And the locking pin for it is B34. That's going to go through here and kind of lock it in. So B34. So you can already put this one in, but I want to have B34 ready to lock it in. And we're going to do this like 3 times, because you can see there's 3 more of those pieces. And here's B34. There's 2 of those. All right. Now how does this go in? Where does the spring go? Okay. It goes really low. Yeah. It goes really low. In fact, there's a pin going through it on the next section. But for now, we're just putting it in like as low as it'll go, and then putting that 34. So we got to get the spring, I think. Okay, the spring already will naturally fall below this. Okay. Does that seem right? I think like this. I think that's where it goes. And then this goes here to lock it in. So we got all 3 pieces lined up. And then we got the locking pin to keep them that way. There we go. That's it. That's how we do it. What's next? Now we need 3 of the same piece. 3 of B35 and 1 of B31. So the 35s are just circles. Here they are. So we need 3 of these B35s, which are just circle locking pins. And 1 of a 31, which is also a pin. It's going to go in a different spot, serve a different function, but so really 31 is a locking pin, and these other are locking, I guess you'd call them like nuts. All right. So if this is facing this way, the 3 circles are going to go here, and then the 1 pin. Something's wrong here. This pin, I think, is on the wrong direction. It was supposed to go through the other way. No, wait a second. Now it looks right. Okay. No, everything's right. I don't know why. I just was holding it upside down, and it looked wrong. So there's a circle here, and that's where the pin goes through, I think. See that circle? You can see some daylight in there. Pretty sure that's where this goes through. Does it? It doesn't seem to fit through there. Let me take another look. Yeah. It's supposed to go through there. I don't see how. I could start it and then put it on the edge of the desk and force it in, but this piece will probably snap if I do that. Yeah, this does not fit there. I don't know why they're asking me to do something that's clearly not going to work. What the what? Okay. Okay. Well, slowly going in there. Let's see if this golf tee will help us get it in there. I just feel like it's going to snap if I force it in there. But I also don't think this piece is very important. I mean, it's just a locking pin of something that's already locked together pretty tight. I mean, I guess it'll help, you know, Every little bit helps, but I would have put a skinnier piece. I would have not made it so difficult to get this piece in. Keeps twisting. All right, what if I put it on the edge of the desk and push it down with the golf tee? Well, I just smashed the piece, so that's the end of that. Tried to force it in. I don't think it's a big deal. Oh, actually, this piece that broke off, I can just put it in from the other side, and it'll do the same job. I'm thinking to put a toothpick in there. Anyway, let's get the 3 circles on. I just, a few seconds ago, I hit one of the cameras with my thumb. I wonder if that made a loud sound. I'm just mentioning so I can review this tape tomorrow and see if it did indeed. Wow. I think maybe I'm putting this on like sideways or something. Yeah, that was it. So those circles have a specific way they need to go on. I won't go on. We're working on the ROKR 1940s Army field car, 1/18 scale. Yesterday was the first day. Today's day 2. I should have added that to the title. Anyway, I thought we might get it working complete yesterday. We didn't. You know, it's been like 4 puzzles that have been done in one day, but I usually don't predict them. I think the U-Gears Mars buggy is like the only one I predicted would be finished in one stream, and I was right. So anyway, this stream sort of, it is what it is. You know, we're gonna work on it. Is it gonna be done in one night? Is it gonna be done tonight, which is the second night? I don't know. We'll see. So yesterday we built, I don't know, these are probably axles, I think, the front and the rear. I don't know which one's which. I would guess this one's the front because it kind of lines up with the steering wheel. Not sure what that piece is. This is obviously the steering wheel. And this is the frame. As I recall, this is the back. It's got a license plate on it. So we're going to pick up where we left off and get this built. If you tuned in earlier today, you might have seen the first episode, Toil number 1, Temple of Iron live stream. So before I started doing puzzles, I started doing Temple of Iron videos, but the puzzles got to live streams first, and today was the first ever Temple of Iron live stream. Actually, I think I did a couple that were live, but I ended up like deleting them. I wasn't happy with them, but I think today is the first one I was happy with. I did the 3-camera shoot with Auto Director, and I thought it went pretty well. You can check it out. It's like a 20-minute video. All right, so we pretty much got through the first board. We got maybe halfway through the second board, maybe more than halfway. And then we did take a couple of pieces from the third board, including a spring. but we've got fourth board, but then we've got fifth, sixth, and seventh, but fifth and sixth are tires, which historically go very quick, but the sixth board is a doozy. So let's see. You know, I'm having trouble with the camera side. Not that I'm having trouble, but cameras 1 and 2 just look too similar. So this is camera 3, and this is like, this looks good tonight. This is camera 2, and this looks good tonight. But for some reason, camera 1, I don't know, something's off. It just looks too much like camera 2, so I gotta work on that again tomorrow. It's supposed to be the over-shoulder camera. It's supposed to be the primary view, but it's like too much facing down or something. It's like just too similar to the over-the-head camera, but who knows? Maybe it's gonna work out. Anyway, where did we leave off yesterday? Let's see if we can find that. I think we were in 8, and I think we had built this as part of 8. We put the pin through. We locked in this spring piece. We put the 3 circles on the pin. So we're up to E here. So this is considered E. And then I think we're going to build another one, and we're going to call that F. We're actually going to build 4 of them. E, F, G, and H. So it's going to be fairly similar building, I guess, F, G, and H. They're going to be pretty similar to E. So first what we need here is spring and B23. Is this the B board? I believe it is. And then the spring comes from C. B23. So it's probably... Well, it didn't give us a ×2, so I guess it's going to be in some way different from E. Or it would have just said, like, ×4, if they just want us to build the same thing 4 times. All right, the spring is on. The spring has been sprung. What's next? Let me see here. Next, we have to grab 4 pieces. B 27, 28, 29, and 30. Oh, that's pretty simple, right? I think this one is already B27. I think we already have a B27. So let's go. Now we're going to look for B. Here's B27. My hand was completely blocking it when I tried to show it to camera 3. I think I'm going to do the auto director. Hold on a second while I put that in motion. I'm just not sure what percentages to do this. Let me just do it. I think it's going to change every 30 seconds. I don't know if it's going to make sense or not. All right. This is the C board. I think I need from the B board. And there it is. 28, 29, and 30. And this is 27. So what's tricky about using the auto director in the gym was fine, but using it for the puzzles is kind of weird because I don't always know what camera is active. But I guess if we don't like it, we'll turn it off. We'll go back to manual director. Where is the yesterday I put I'm pretty sure I put it's on the floor. The sandpaper. I had put the sandpaper in the instructions, and when I opened the instructions they fell on the floor, but here they are. And then, okay, here we go. See, these guys all need to be sanded. All right. Now, what's the order we put them together? Yeah, I'm not loving the auto director for the puzzles. Let me leave it on for a few minutes and then I'll turn it off just to see, you know. All right, 30 goes in the middle. Oh yeah, because 30 is the short one. And the one with the design goes on the outside. All right, so like this. That's the order. Does that kind of look to you like the Starship Enterprise? I don't know. This is a little bit like, maybe like this would make more sense. It's a little bit, looks a little bit like it. All right, the post goes through this like elbow joint. Last one went from the other side. This is, so it's kind of like opposite this one. We're putting this through on the other side. So probably it's going to go on the other side of the car. And probably this post goes towards the middle in both cases. That's my guess anyway. I was at the dentist today. I was worried that maybe I'll sound different after the dentist, but seems like no problem. Actually, right when I said that. Anyway, let's see. Let's see how it goes. Oh, that was, see, that's the problem with the auto director. My forearm is sometimes going to block camera 3, whereas I wouldn't turn on that camera. I'm going to turn off the auto director. It just doesn't work for model building, or at least not with the camera settings that I have. So I'm going to go back to manual management of the camera, which means that it's probably not always going to be as like, I won't hit, the camera angles won't change as often because I got to think and do them manually, but at least it won't have my forearm blocking camera 3. All right, so now we did the spring piece and then we did the Starship Enterprise piece. Now we're going to put the spring piece inside the Enterprise and lock it in with a B34, which is right here. We used one of these yesterday. It's going a little quicker because we already know how to do it. All right. The B34 goes in the top there. There we go. Why does that look slanted? All right, let's try that again. It feels like it's caught, but here's the issue. The other one is caught like higher or lower or something. Like, which is correct? Am I supposed to catch the first groove or the second groove? Not really sure. I'm redoing the one from yesterday so I can look at how it's attached. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's the first groove, but it's like slanted on one side. Why? Oh, there we go. I just pulled on it, got a clicking sound, and now it's even. And now it looks the same as the one we just did. Pretty much the same, not totally. Oh, you can make it, you can push it up, okay. So that this piece has a little movement. Honestly, that makes perfect sense because it's got a spring on it, which means it shocks, which means it should have movement. All right, so let's not worry about that one for now. All right, what's next on the instructions? Okay, so we put another pin through, a shorter one, B31, and then we put on 3, what are those, B35s. So B31 and 3P35. So there's the B35s. We were doing them yesterday. And B31 is a pin that's shorter than the B27 pin. Here it is. Here's B31. A very short pin. And then the 3 circles. 1, 2, 3. All right. You guys like when I answer questions and tell stories, or should I just talk about the model the whole time? It's easier to just talk about the model the whole time. I feel like I'm making it more interesting by adding other questions, but maybe I'm not. You know, maybe those questions are like don't mean anything. Anyway, these the pins go in opposite directions, but that's not what we did yesterday. Oh yeah, that is what we did yesterday. I don't know. Did I break the second pin yesterday? I must have, right? Anyway, it looks like it was going to go in the opposite direction until I broke it. So this pin goes in from this side, and then the 3 circles also go on that side. So the 2 pins go in opposite directions. So what did I do yesterday that caused the pin to break? Did I not have it lined up? Is that part of this, piece? I want to look in there and see if I see daylight. I do. So, all right, I got it pinched so that they're definitely in the right position right now. And let me try sliding the pin through at this moment. It's a small pin, and the way you got to push it in, I mean, I could see why it would break. Toothpick would go in better. This pin, it doesn't even fit in this circle. It's going to break, same as the one from yesterday. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. The pin is bigger than the circle. I don't know what they want out of this. Maybe I should sand it to make it fit. If I push on that, I guarantee it's going to break. The only good news is that I'm pretty sure this pin is meaningless. I mean, it doesn't come out the other end, so nothing else attaches to it. It adds perhaps stability to this piece, but it's already got a pin here. It's already got a clip here. It's not a big deal. I'll try to get that piece in. It'll probably break, but we'll give it a shot. Let me first give it its best chance of success by pinching these together so we know the channel's open. I'll support it on the other side with my finger, and I'll try to push this through. Wow. That is not going to go through. It's going to break if I keep pushing it. Look, see the dent on my finger? That's how hard I was pushing. I mean, I guess it's possible if you think about how babies are born, but I don't think this pin is not going through. I mean, I could stand here and work on it for 3-4 hours and maybe then it'll work, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to push it against the side of the desk, and it's either going to go in or it's going to break. You should be able to distinguish the different sound it will make from going in or breaking. All right. Honestly, it went in a little bit. Let's see if it goes all the way. Nope. It broke. So there's the pin. But you can see it got far enough through before it broke. Actually, it looks like it shattered before it broke, like a layer came off, but you can see it's still in there. So I would say the job is done. Obviously not done ideally, but done nonetheless. So now we got to fit these 3 like circles on. Not sure if it's possible for me to do this without blocking the camera, but I'll give it a shot. All right, 1, to oops. Oh, what? I keep spinning this one. 3. All right. Let's see what's next. Next that's done actually. Next we go on to building G. So we did E and F. Let me put them in order. So the one northmost is going to be E. Second one is going to be F. And then I'll do G and H, and I'll sort of keep them in that same order. So E, F, and then I'll do G and H. So first step is another spring and B22. So B22, it's going to look very similar to B23. I'm not even sure in what way it's different. Probably it has less clips on it or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's grab the spring. We still got 2 springs left. They probably gave us an extra. They probably gave us 5 strings and we only need 4. Just a guess. We'll find out soon enough. All right, next. Oh, these pieces look different. And they don't look like the Starship Enterprise anymore. Now they look like just a pot, you know, just like a crock pot or something. So 37, 42, and 40 are these pieces. 37, 42, and 40. And then 38 is a pin. So 37, 38, 40, 42. All from the bees. All right, there's 42. 2 of them, in fact. And the other one we need is 40, right? So probably the second one of these will use 41. So there's 40. And then 37 and 38, right? So 37 is another crock pot piece. And then 38 should be a pin, right? Yeah, there's 38. Tiny little one. Such as it is. All right. Now, how do these go together? Okay. The pin goes through 40 and 42, then 37. The problem is, after punching them apart, okay, good, they're labeled. I was going to say I don't remember which is which, but they're labeled. So 40? Is that what they want first? Yeah, 40. No, they want it like this. 40, I think. It's a little bit longer on this side. I think that's the difference. And then 42, like this. Like it kind of matches that beginning. It creates an opening. And then 37, following that same pattern, the shorter side on this side. And then we have to get the pin through there, which could be tricky. But here's how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to put them on. I'm just going to put them on one at a time. That's my solution. Like trying to hold the 3 together and push it through, we would probably break the pin. But if I put it on one at a time, maybe... I mean, the first one is the toughest one, but I can pull through from the other side once, because I'm only dealing with one. And then once I have that in, then I can just kind of stack the other 2 on. Kind of makes it easier. Did I put this through the right spot? I did, but I need to like flip them over a little bit to make them fit. Basically, I'm reverse the angle. I got it. Okay. That does not feel like... It's in, but it just Feels like it's gonna come back out again. All right, that doesn't seem like the best connection we ever made, but hopefully it's gonna get clipped together with something else in a minute. All right, not yet though. First we're putting in the spring piece, and then we're gonna add B36. Let's see what that looks like. Hopefully that's gonna clip everything together. B36. I don't even see. Oh, there it is. There's B36. Yeah, this doesn't look like any miracle piece. But it should clip onto the other side. Did they next ask for another 38? What was it called? Or 39? Yeah, 38, right? 38 and 39. They want them both. 38's the shorter pin. 39's the longer pin. All right, so we're going to add 2 pins. We're going to put in the spring piece, put a piece on the other side, and then we're going to lock them all in with 2 pins. Let me just study the picture so I don't mess that up. Let's see here. All right, so we slide in the spring, and then 36. And then we put the 2 pins through. So those pins are going to be tricky. But that's what we're doing. That's the plan. Get the spring down. Trying to pinch it as much as I need to keep that spring from getting caught between the wood. Alright, I got it down there. I got it pinched. And then this guy is going to go in here. Nope, that's upside down. Like this. Alright, now that lower pin looks like it's going to be easier. It's got, I don't know why. It looks easier to me. I'll go for that first. It's a larger hole, but it's also a larger pin, so maybe it's not easier. I'm going to try sort of shimmying it while I'm pushing it through, hoping that I catch the hole rather than break the piece. That's the plan anyway. Let's see if it works. You can see I've got a ways to go here. And everything just fell apart. All right. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Almost launched the spring off of the table, but managed to stop before leaving. Maybe I'll try the smaller pin this time. Let's see if I have any better luck with that. Let's not forget this piece. Yeah. Let's try the smaller pin. Well, we haven't had luck with any small pins yet, but maybe this time it'll work. We really need it to. So let's hope it does. Today was Monday, President's Day, right? Why am I hearing what sounds like garbage trucks outside? They're supposed to be on Tuesday in this neighborhood. I don't know. Maybe someone's got some special pickup of, like, I don't know, a dryer or a dehumidifier or something like that. Oh, by the way, remember there were like those two fires on my block? Well, there was another two fires in the neighborhood. It was like the same situation. It was a few blocks away, but it was like otherwise very similar, but it was worse. I don't know if the fire department got there later or something, but basically it was more damage, more injuries to firefighters. The homeowners, again, got out safely, so thank God for that, but I feel bad that the firefighters were injured. And as I understand, it was they were worse injuries this time. Not that you ever want any injuries, but three of them were in critical condition, so that's really bad. There was a collapse while they were in there. And when the first fire happened, I saw the guys, the firefighters on the second floor, and I was thinking like, wow, how did they know it wasn't going to collapse? And then at the second fire, it did collapse. So that was terrible. Let's say prayers for those guys that everything ends up fine. I can't get these pins in. I don't know what to do. My wiggle strategy is not getting it done. And you know if I try to push it through, it's just going to snap again. It's already like, we've already experienced that several times. Like we know that's what's going to happen. Seems like there should be another pin here. Did we skip an instruction? Maybe later. Maybe that's how it's going to attach to the main frame. Actually, this pin seems like it's in, so I don't know why this other side is so bad. Oh, there's a broken pin. If we break this one, we got nothing left. This thing is just not in. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this first, in, if that makes sense, by letting the rest of this fall apart until I get this pin through. And then if I have to put the rest back together, I will. But what I'm trying to do is only let it come apart like 1/16 of an inch or so that I can hopefully still push it back together before, it completely falls apart. Like just get it through enough, yeah, so that I can see this post go through. And actually, I think I have achieved that. And then hopefully everything else is still in place. It's not, but I'll fix it. Okay. Almost. Come on. The spring piece is like somehow offline. And now I can't close this top because of that. Well, we knew that was a risk. Alright, I got it back together. Now we just have to get this through. And we're good to go. I feel it coming out the other end. So, yeah, it's through. You can see it. You can see it coming out the other end. So, that worked. Alright, let me just get that. I'm going to use the side of the desk. I don't think it'll break because it's like all the way through already. I'll be a little more careful than usual. Yep, there we go. So we got that pin through. And the spring is underneath. Basically, we broke this pin. This one never seemed long enough. And this was our only hope of getting this piece done, and we got it. But, I would say we got it by the skin of our teeth. So we got to be a little more careful with the next piece, which is the last of this set, H. So we start with B22 and another spring. All right. There's B22. One more spring. Spring's going to be here very soon. be 38, no, 37, 38, 41, and 42. I think we knew that. Those are the pieces. So there's 37. Oh wait, don't we need 36? We're going to need it in a minute. I'll just punch it out now. At this point, I feel like I'm just repeating the instructions I already did for the previous one. I mean, at least with the pieces. I mean, I'll follow along to make sure I put them together in the right, like, order, but okay, those are all the pieces. Wait, there should be at least one more pin, right? Let me double check here. I see only one pin, and I think there should be 3 pins. Yeah. So 38. $38, 39, and well, 2 38s and then 39. I feel like that 31 should be used. Also, I don't have 2 38s. Like, this instruction calls for 2 38s. I've already used up all my 38s. Hopefully I read that wrong. Alright, a 38 and a 39. So basically same as before. I don't know why I was overreading into that. Maybe the second 38 was earlier in the instruction. Yeah, it was. So how are we out of 38s? Or not? Here's another one. All right, 2 38s, 39, and I believe there's one more piece they wanted. No, that's it. That's it. All right, we got everything we need to build this. All right, so we got the spring on, and then I need these 3 big pieces. 37, 40 with 42 in the middle. So there's 37. And I want the pin through the short side. So I think we learned that we have to put the pin through one piece at a time. Otherwise we have no chance. And even this way, I don't know. Could be better, but whatever. All right, I think I got it. This is it. You got to twist it. Push it through and twist it. I don't know if I'm going to break it, but it seems like it's working. All right, it didn't break. That's progress, right? Now, how do I put the second one in? Do I twist that on too? How about I twist it back and forth like a ratchet? That seems to be working. All right. Now we can get, look at how small that is. That's that third, it's not enough to get this third piece on. I don't know what they're thinking. They're giving us pieces that aren't long enough to get the job done. I mean, there you go. I did it, but it doesn't stay on. It's not enough. All right. So next we put this through and put more pins on. Put the spring piece on there. And we try to pin it in place. How high does this go? Seems like none of the other pieces I put it that high. So maybe I messed up everything until this point? Maybe. I guess we'll find out. There we go. I think we wanted this lower piece first. And then it's just like a bonus if we even can get that other piece in, which, you know, usually we can't. Just exploded. Basically, that piece on the other side didn't stay in, as we knew it wouldn't. It's not long enough. What do they want? You know what I think was good about those questions? They just made things like cheerful. I think I'm going to grab one of those questions. It's just like, when you, it's like, you ever hear that expression, whistle while you work? It was like an old timey thing. It was like, the work would go quicker if you whistled. I think in the, there's stories of people working in the fields and singing while they work. So I think that's the reason why, to answer the questions while building this. The questions aren't important. They're just something different than like focusing on the puzzle. By the way, I got the long pin through, which hopefully makes it easier to get the short pin through. It looks, I mean, I can see right through that. All right, as we recall, to get this through, we have to spin it. We don't have to, but I only got one in so far, and it was by spinning it, so we're going to spin this one. So the needle nose pliers would probably work good here, but anyway, it's halfway done. I'll just finish it with my fingers. So just kind of turn that. You can see it's not fully in yet, but this turn and push strategy, even though it's not threaded, for some reason that helps. That turning and pushing like helps. Then once you've got it, you can push on it. Yeah. All right, so that's done. We're finally done with part 8. It was annoying. All right, so let's grab a question. So the next one won't be so annoying. What would be the happiest version of yourself? Prioritize this week. What the hell kind of question is that? The happiest version of yourself? Prioritize this week? All right, let me read what we have to do in instruction 9 while I think about that. So instruction 9 is we're going back to this main body of the field car, and we're adding 2 pieces, C3 and C4. Okay, so the happiest version. I mean, do people come in different versions nowadays? Like, what am I missing here? The happiest version of yourself? Oh, there's another B38. So there it goes. All right, C3 and C4. Well, we think of the version. And then it said prioritize this week. I mean, it's like really... Well, this week had a holiday. Happiest version of myself only works 4 days per week rather than 5. Because there was a holiday and I'm prioritizing this week. I don't know. Maybe. Well, the thing is this considered work, like what I'm doing right now? I don't know. All right, the C4 goes closer to the front than the C3, but the problem is I forgot, okay, this one is C3, so this one must be C4. And the notch, where does the notch go, up or down? Looks like the notch goes up for both pieces. You see the little notch there? Notch goes up. So C4 goes closer. Is it these two? Or these two? Let me look at the instructions. All right, they're both. I think it's maybe this and this. Let's see if it fits that length. Has anyone seen commercials for, they call it Bel Air? It's like a remake of the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, but I think as a drama rather than as a comedy. They end the trailer with the Fresh Prince talking to Jeffrey the butler, and he looks different, but he sounds the same. I think that's a big thing with certain directors. Like certain directors are visual, other ones are audio, some are both. But like that sound, it can be really distinct. A piece just fell off here. Oh, okay. It was either the brake or the clutch. So the Fresh Prince character looks and sounds nothing like Will Smith. Let's see if he acts like him. I don't know. But this Jeffrey character, oh my goodness, everything's falling apart. This piece again. All right. Yeah, Jeffrey's just a butler, but he was like comic relief in the TV series, but seems like he's more in this version. I'm not sure why am I even talking about this thing? It's a drama. Like, I never watch dramas. I watch comedies. Even if I don't think the comedies are funny, I still prefer them. Oh, what's going on here? The side of the screen is like dark. Hold on a second. Let's add some light. Let's see if that makes it better or worse. I had an idea that last night's show was overlit, so I did the lighting a little different today, but I think I went too far into the dark. Still working on it. This gas pedal came out. And now I feel like I have to take the whole thing out to put it back in because my finger doesn't fit in there. Yeah, I need like tweezers or something. Unbelievable. I'm going to have to take the whole thing out to put this back in. Alright, let's try the needle nose pliers. Right? Let's give it a shot. Maybe it'll work. Get it lined up, then push it in. That worked. That worked. Nice. Alright. Now, we're doing all that just to get this piece in. This C4, which we never even determined if we had the right spacing on it or not. I'll tell you, it definitely goes the other way because one pin is fat and one is skinny. So you can use that as your guide as to which pin goes where. And I'm sure that's why they made them different. So it would be a guide. It would function as a guide. Alright, not quite in, but oh my goodness, the brake. Either brake or clutch. One of them fell off again. Isn't this how this whole problem started last time? And then I put this in, and then the floorboard comes out, And then I put the floorboard back in, and then the gas pedal comes out. I got to be careful putting this brake back in. All right. Okay, I got it in this time, hopefully without breaking anything. Though honestly, probably not. Probably the same thing's going to happen again. All right, so this one is the same. One big pin, one small pin. So does it go right below this one? I think it does. I think maybe I got to move the worm's eye view to the other side, which is actually where it originally was. I'll tell you why. Because I'm right-handed. And I'm using the support, the left, as a support, which means that when I go to the worm's eye camera, all you see is the back of my left arm. But from the other side, you would see what I'm holding, and you would see how my right hand is like putting it in there. So we gotta work on that worm's eye view. I forget why I put it on this side. I think it was easier to seal up the background from this angle. And also I have the over the shoulder on the other side because I got the mic on this side. It's a lot of like, I know, I'm telling you stuff that's not like relevant, but at some point I'll do a video just showing this sort of desktop studio, and then it will all make sense, hopefully. Wow. Let's go back to the needle nose pliers. Should I just do this whole puzzle with the needle nose pliers? It's obvious these pieces are too small for my fingers. Which I gave one of these puzzles, I like took it apart and gave the pieces to my dad to assemble. And he said the same thing. It's like the pieces are too small. Yeah, they're probably made for like child fingers. I mean, I'm 49, my dad's 81. I mean, it's like, yeah, we're not the target audience for these puzzles. It's, as you see, I keep knocking this piece out. And then when I put it back in, then I lose one of the pedals. This is the third time I'm replacing the brake pad. Not the brake pad, the brake pedal. Yeah. Anyway, that's finally in. All right. Number 9 was only one panel, but boy, was it a pain in the ass. All right, moving on to instruction 10. Looks like they want to put together pieces that already exist. So one of those pieces is, I think it's this piece. Yeah. And this is called C. And then E and F should be these first two pieces. So E goes like here, and F goes here. Does that make sense? Both of the rings are pointing the same direction. That doesn't make sense. They should both be pointing in. Okay, I have one of them upside down, or maybe both of them. Let's see here. I think I had them both upside down, maybe, because that's how they're supposed to go. All right, does that look right? Just hold it up to the paper here. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. I can't tell at this point. Do I push it all the way on, or only most of it all the way on? I think if I go any further, it'll crush that brake, that spring. Hmm. Um, this is not right. I put them on the wrong sides. You know, it's funny, I flipped them over. I knew I was doing them wrong. I don't know why I went through with it. I flipped them over because I thought those have to point inside, but they would have if I had flipped this thing over. Anyway, now I can't get them off. So that's going to waste a little time. Let's try the needle nose again. There we go. Why have I not been using this tool on every puzzle? It's a replacement for fingers being too big. Use this tool. Come on. I just don't want to break the wood. That's why I'm being like so cautious with this. All right, let's try it again. All right, so like this is how it actually goes. Wait a minute. No, it doesn't. And the spring piece fell out. All right. I can fix this. Just pull this piece out. Push this up. Slide this on. Okay. All right, so if we hold this, okay. Hold it like this. I'll tell you what's confusing me. In this, the C in the middle is like pointing this way, and then in this it's pointing the other way, but I think this is this. So they're different pieces. So I should calm down. But it doesn't make sense either. You see what's going on here? In this picture, it's going this way. In this picture, it's going this way. Well, this is the picture where they attach it to the car. So I feel like that's the one that we gotta be concerned with. Keep parallel to the body, do not lift. But then they're also showing this piece going in back here. C, E, F, D. When do these face? Like, which way is C supposed to face? It is this way, because if you go to the next instruction, that's the way it's facing. So why in this picture are they showing it facing this way? It's just not right. I don't know what to tell you. They got a wrong picture in that book. All right, so we're not going to stress over it. Something about their picture doesn't make sense. It points this way in this picture, it points this way in this picture, but when you get to this next picture, it's back to pointing that way. So in the first and the fourth, it points this way. In the second and the third, it points this way. Maybe there's some point to that, but I'm just attaching it the other direction. I don't get it. Maybe it's like this is flipping upside down, which it is. All right. Looks like, where do these attach? Here, maybe? And then those notches, are they supposed to line up? Because they don't. That looks like that's a match. I'll get that at the end. That's the floorboard again with the gas pedals. That thing just keeps falling off. All right, this looks good with the shocks and everything. And this fits in the notch. All right, that attaches well to the body. Should these pins go through? There's a hole in this, these like 12s or whatever these things are. They have holes in them. And I feel like this should lock into there. But to do that, like, how am I going to do that? How am I going to get it to go into both there and there? Let me see if that even makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what's supposed to happen here. But it's not going to be easy to do. Like, this needs to go in here, while this needs to go in here. And if you can do one side, but then you've got to do the other side. Maybe I have to back this pin out so I can get it in there. Like, maybe I have to bend this first, but I'm risking breaking it if I do that. And that's assuming I can even get that pin through. Obviously, we've already lost the pedals. We're going to add those back at the end. Yeah, I just backed that pin out so I can push it back in. There we go. Nice. It's not totally through, but it's lined up at least. You know, let me get the other side lined up before I push that through. So I'm going to back this pin out again. Oh, wait, I don't have to back the pin out. I can back the whole thing out. No, I got to back the pin out because I need to get the bottom in before I put the pin through. All right. Okay, there we go. That is not lined up. Why? Why would one line up and not the other? Back it out. Squeeze this. Try again. Wow, that is a long way from going through there. Just trying to get a closer look. See if I can get that in. Oh man. Did I just snap a piece? Not sure. No, I don't think I did. Yeah, if I did, I snapped it on both sides. Yeah, no, I did snap a piece. All right. Oh, I'm snapping. I gotta stop trying for this. In an effort to try to get this stupid pin in, I snapped two other pieces. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's on pretty good, and pretty good is gonna have to be good enough, because if I try to force that pin through, I'm just gonna keep snapping other pieces of wood, and that's not gonna be good. All right, so that's going to be as good as it goes. Now we're going to put the floorboard back on, and we're going to hope that this doesn't matter. This really was the steering column, but I read online other people asking, did the wheels turn, and other people answering no. So, seems like it's not that big a deal if the wheels don't turn. Well, they're definitely not going to turn here because I just snapped the steering column. Wow. You know, I did the ROKR puzzle recently with the electric guitar. And not only did I do it in one night, but it seemed like a very nice puzzle when it was done. This one is, I gotta tell you, I don't think it's as good. It's like, it just doesn't stay together. I put it together and it immediately falls back apart. That's not a sign of a good puzzle. And, you know, I did it 3 hours last night, and I'm like far from complete. Anyway, let's keep doing it. This brake pad, as you see, you put it in, it falls right back out. Brake pedal, the brake pedal. Put the brake pedal in. You play with this thing, you do something else, and the brake pedal falls out again. All right. So I have to attach this. I think like this, maybe. Yeah, it fits into here and it fits into here. What it doesn't do is like stay there. It just kind of sits there. Is it seriously just sits there like that? There's nothing locking it in? Yeah. Yeah, I think it just sits there, at least for now. All right, what's next? B33. So if we had gotten those pins through, we would lock them on with B33s on the other side. But we didn't get them in, so I'm not going to worry about that. Now, what we are going to do is this piece is going to get locked in using C5. across here. So at least one, point of that is going to get locked in. And this is obviously an external piece. It's got ink on it. And it looks like it's a pretty easy piece to get on there. So that's some good news. Some very welcome and needed good news. As this has been going not the best for a while now. Which direction does it go on? Let's get that right. Because this piece is a gift. You can't screw this up. All right, I believe it's like this. All right, I got the two backs on. The fronts are not lining up. I think I gotta maybe push this piece forward a little bit. Basically, I gotta push them apart. Let's try again. Maybe I should do left, right instead of front, back. Man, come on. This is a piece we already had in, but it's not giving me the distance I need to connect this piece. That's why I'm playing with it. Come on. Distance is just not what it needs to be. Need some way to keep those pieces apart. That's on. Come on. Get on. Got it. Got one side on. Where's my toothpick? Golf tee. Where's my golf tee? Alright, I'll use the needle nose pliers. Did I drop that golf tee on the... Oh, there it is. Looks lined up. It's not staying on. There we go. All right. I need a break. Get a sip of water here. Okay. That was, we're still on 10. All right, now We're supposed to connect H and G. G and H. Let's get the orientation correct, like this. G goes here. H goes here. Why have we not connected this like driver panel? Did I skip something? Anyway, wow. The next instruction after this is like so many pieces. But I think it's on the way to putting the tires on. And then the next instruction is putting the seats on. So it's kind of like we're getting somewhere, but at the same time, I don't know. It's already been 90 minutes. So there's 2 pins sticking out here, 2 pins sticking out here. That's supposed to hook onto this. You see there's one there and one there. I'm sure that this one's going to be easy. This one is not. The second one is not. But the first one's already on, so we could like play with the second one. Yeah, it actually ends up being easy because once you've got the first one on, you've got a lot of freedom to wiggle around while you're getting the second one on, and then that's going to hold that piece in place. This piece we put on in the previous instruction. It's now held in place by what we just did. Wow, that was a breeze. Okay, that was good news. Things went right. We've got the ROKR Army field car, as it says, in the 1940s. We're on day 3. I thought we would have been further along by day 3, but I think this this build has been affected by all the playing around with cameras that I've been doing. And in fact, today, for like the last couple of hours, I was playing around with the YOLO box, and I actually got it working in monitor mode, but I wasn't confident enough to go live with it, so I'm still using the Mevo Start cameras. But there's some interesting news on that. I set them up, 5-10 minutes ago. As you see, I'm 10 minutes late, so probably at least 15 minutes ago I started setting them up. But here's the thing. I put all the cameras in place. I plugged in the wires. I turned on the lights. I set the background. And then I turned it up, fully expecting to have to adjust all 3 cameras. Because that's what I did every other night, or at least since we started the 3 cameras. Everything just like worked perfectly. Like the over-the-shoulder camera, I had the idea that I want to get it lower and closer, and I did that, and that looks good. And then the camera 3, the worm's eye, was like always good, but I don't always get it on the first shot. In this case, I did. And then the overhead camera, the bird's eye view, I think I really can't mess that one up now that you just got to keep it straight and centered, and that's a pretty easy one. The worm's eye view is becoming easy. The over the shoulder, maybe we're still working on. I think maybe I have to get a little more of the desk. In fact, I am going to play with that one a little bit. You can't see what I'm doing because it's off camera, but all right, now I'll switch back to the over the shoulder. It's maybe that's the one that still needs a little something. And I say that because if I'm at this end, I'm off camera. But if I get it to focus on that end, which I'll do that now live with this camera active, it'll start to look like the overhead camera. That looks a little bit too much like the overhead camera. So I think what I really have to do is keep it where it was, maybe like the second line of the fake log cabin back there. But I just have to remember that when I'm using that camera that I got to work on camera. I gotta work like with my hands far enough ahead that it's on the camera. I don't know. Anyway, enough camera talk. Let's start working on this. So it was in 2 parts. Oh, look at that. So we lost a little something there. So when we ended last night, we had this, body, or at least the bottom of it with the 2 axles. We got shocks on there. I'm holding the clutch in my fingertips right now. That just fell out. I'll put that back in. Oh, when I put that in, the brake fell out. All right, so these pedals, obviously, this is a no glue puzzle, but, they could use some glue, I think. And then the only other piece we got here is the dash, the pedals. We haven't attached that yet. I mean, you sort of can imagine it's probably going to go right here, but, they haven't told us yet. We finished 2 sheets. I think it started with 7 sheets, and we're down to 3 sheets now. So, no, sorry. We're down to 5 sheets. It started with 7. We're down to 5. Let's grab that. I think there we go, sandpaper. Who's that little guy on the back of the sandpaper? It looks like Pep Boys or something. That's probably some famous, what is it called? Home supply type of product. I'm probably just revealing my ignorance by not recognizing that picture. I mean, it looks familiar. I just don't know what it is. So 8, yeah. All right, I think we stopped number 11 here, because I remember it was asking for a ton of pieces, and I was just like, oh my goodness, let's deal with this in the morning. It's like too late to grab all these pieces. I mean, how many pieces they want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, I don't know. I think it was 22. I kind of lost track. It's probably 24, because I think it's got to be divisible by 4, but at least it's got to be divisible by 2. It's 4 if it matches all 4 of the axle, but maybe there's like 6 up here and 5 back here. In fact, I think that's exactly the case. 6 up here and 5 back here, so it's 22 pieces. Anyway, we got a lot of pieces to collect. In fact, I'm just going to grab a question from the deck right at the start, because we obviously got a lot of, we got to grab 22 pieces. What am I going to do? Say 3A, 3B, whatever. So let's work on a question. Are you comfortable with being vulnerable with your family? If not, what would help you open up? And feel free, if anyone's got something to mention in the chat. As always, these questions aren't just for me, they're for anybody. So, are you comfortable with being vulnerable with your family? If not, what would help you open up? So, at first, I feel kind of sad that question even exists, because I think your family is supposed to be like the one group of people in the world that you feel totally safe with. And part of that being safe, I guess, is being vulnerable. Maybe I'm a softie, and maybe it takes like a certain amount of like leadership and not showing vulnerability to be like head of a household. I don't know. By the way, there's 3 C-15s here and here. That's 6, and then 2 here and here. So we need 10 C-15s. So definitely I can answer this question while punching out 10 C-15s. So yeah, I think that I do, I'm not really sure what the definition of vulnerable is, but I'm just going to interpret it as like I feel like I can totally be myself in front of my family, which includes, you know, you don't always have all the answers. I guess that's the vulnerable part. But I think that I have something else, like a secret weapon, in that I feel I'm not hiding my vulnerable feelings, but my vulnerable feelings are kind of limited. I don't know if I was just like lucky in life, but I just like, it's not like I accomplished all of my goals, but I always sort of accomplished like the minimum, you know, like whatever was like the minimum grades to get into college, whatever's the minimum grades to get a job, whatever was the minimum proficiency at the job to retain the job. Like I never really, I mean, God forbid and knock on wood, but like I haven't been that vulnerable. There's like nothing to reveal. But anyway, what would help a person to be more if they did vulnerable? By the way, one of those C-15s just went flying through the air, and I'm now scanning the floor for it. I'll just pop out another one if I can't find it. Well, when I stood up, I heard it hit the floor. All right, I got it. So obviously it had landed on my lap before it landed on the floor. Okay. So what do we got here? 8 so far. I believe we were going for 10. So we need 2 more C-15s. All right. Now, what would help a person to be more vulnerable? You know, a lot of these questions have an assumption. I remember one of them was like, to make yourself uncomfortable, and there was like seeking discomfort, and now this one is like showing vulnerability. They're like, why do all these questions have like an assumption of what's the good way to be? Is like, and here's why I say that. It's not like these things are bad. I just think it's bad if everybody has the same idea of what's good. It's like there needs to be some room for everybody, and that means like some people seek discomfort, some people don't. Some people are vulnerable, some people are not. You know, who's to say like who should be like vulnerable? You know, like, is everyone supposed to be vulnerable? Is like the leader that's supposed to inspire confidence in everyone else supposed to be vulnerable? Is that like a good leadership trait? I'm not sure that it is. All right, so we need 2 C8s, a C9, and a C10. But anyway, let's play their game. Let's say what they're going to be. All right, so how can a person be more vulnerable? What do they have to do? Have to do something, right? Maybe to be more like transparent, more honest. So you're like telling the other people, and I'm saying family, I forget if it said family or household, but it's like, it can be whatever your situation is. Just, I guess, be more honest with people, like, of what the situation is. Or would that make you less vulnerable? Like, if everyone knew the situation, like, if you were in charge of paying the mortgage and everyone thought you got it covered, would you be more or less vulnerable if you told them, well, I'm not so sure? I don't know the answer. I got to think about that one. All right. A C9 and C10 are right here. Those are those like inside pieces, whatever you want to call them. They go right up next to the axle. I like that when you have to pop out 2 pieces that are like pretty much look the same, they'll put on them, like this one says C9 and this one says C10. So they'll put the names right on them. I got one of them upside down. So you'll be able to tell what they are even after you pop them out. I suppose that's like, the puzzle's not as good then, but you know, who cares? I mean, I'd rather not mess up the puzzle. I suppose it would be expert level if they didn't say what they were and you had to like figure it out, but anyway. Alright, so now we need 4 C16s and 4 C17s. You know, I should start putting these pieces in like the order that they're going to be assembled. All right, so let's do that. Let's do 9 and 10 are here, and the 2 8s are there. All right, now what comes next? Then comes the 3 15s and the 2 15s. So the top ones get 3 15s. The bottom ones get 2 15s, and I popped out an extra 15. All right, now those last pieces were 4 C16s and 4 C17s. And these are all going to go, I believe, on the axles, what we're calling axles. And the C17s should be locking, mechanisms, I guess you'd call it. They should be pretty tight on there. That's the idea. All right, anyway, 4 C16s and 4 C17s. Like, after you put the 17s on, everything should be locked in. And you can see them there. There's the 17s. They're, like, really tight. They're going to be a tight fit, but everything's going to stay on after they're put on. So, the 16s... where's the fourth one? The fourth one is sticking to the board. All right. Actually, how do I have 4 pieces because one of them's still there? Are these all 16s? How do I... What the hell happened here? How do I have... Oh, those are 15s. All right. No, I popped out these 4. Okay, these 4 were 16s? I gotta study this sheet. Yeah, these 4 were 16s, and I popped all 4 out. I saw this one here and sort of panicked for a second, but that was like a leftover 15. I gotta tell you, the 15s and the 16s look almost identical. I don't even think it would matter if I messed that up. All right, and now we need 4 17s, and then we can start assembling finally. All right. There's the 4 17s. So I've got these laid out. Let me just check the instructions one more time. All right, so yeah, this is the front of the car. They have it upside down. They're putting it on with this in the upside down position, but I think that only matters really, I don't think that matters at all. The only thing you need to know is these 2 innermost pieces. The front ones, they look like teeth. If you can see them there, they look like teeth. And the roots of the teeth go forward. And then on the back ones, the rounded part goes up. Like that, up. But it goes up in the orientation of you're holding this upside down. Well, that was unfortunate. We set up all this time setting this up. We spent all the time setting up those dots, and then when I picked this thing up, this like foot pedals fell off, and in the process of falling off, they knocked our pieces all over, and now we don't know which ones are which. Well, we're just going to assume that they're probably still good. So these pedals fell out. Next time I flip it over, I'm not going to do it over the pieces. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. What do I got to do to push these in so they don't fall back out? I don't think I can. I think they're just going to keep falling out. I don't think they're going to stay in. Like the whole piece falls out, and then the foot pedals fall out of the piece. and then I put it back together, and then it falls out again. That I think is the annoying part. If I could put it in and then lock it in somehow, that would be cool. But it's like, I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to re-put this one piece in. Like, it's gonna eventually be sitting in this direction, and gravity's gonna hold it in place. But until then, it's like I have to flip it over to put pieces on. And when I flip it over, these pieces fall off. So maybe I shouldn't flip it over, or okay, I'm going to flip it over, but I'm going to hold it by this piece. So in worst case, only the petals will fall out. All right, now I'm going to start putting it together, following that system. That system where the teeth go forward and these guys point up. Actually, I think I'm going to do one section at a time rather than like all four, because then it'll get crazy. Because each section ends with that C17, which is going to lock everything in. So if I put one section all on, it'll stay. It'll stay on after I put the C17. That's my hope anyway. I think is something going to go over the top of this. Also not sure if this is like how far in this is supposed to go. It seems like it could go in further. But I don't want to start busting pieces on an assumption. So if they don't all fit on, then yes, it definitely can go in further. But if they all fit on, then I'm just going to leave it at this position for the time being, and they do all fit on. If it needs to go in further, I'll deal with that later. For now, I'm just sliding them all on. Right to the end, as far as they go. So yesterday we did the Temple of Iron live stream, Temple of Iron live. Basically just live stream from the gym. And it was cool. And it got like some of the best click-through rates ever. It was like 40% click-through, which means it was a genuinely, I don't know if a good video, but at least a video that, inspired people to click on it to see what it was. But the problem is, we can't do that every day. In fact, one son was willing to do every workout. He didn't care. But the other one at first said he didn't want to do them at all, which I was like fine with. And I mean, slightly disappointed, but whatever. I mean, he's not a paid actor. It's just his decision if he wants to do it or not. But anyway, when I went upstairs, he was watching it on his iPad. And I was like, you complained about the video, but now you're watching it on your iPad. And he said, yeah, it is pretty cool, but maybe we'll do it just once a month. So that to me, I thought sounded great. I would do like 12 of them a year. Actually, it's perfect because one of the sons is going away to college soon. So, yeah, I mean, we can't, once a month, we can kind of like, work that in, while he's, maybe he'll miss an episode or two, but, mostly we can film one each time he's home, and it'll be like the gang's all here. It's kind of like a fun reunion episode, like something even, I think, to look forward to, is to work out together. Anyway, no promises on that. That was totally just an experiment when we did that yesterday. Though I will say that when I originally planned to do a live stream, it was going to be a gym one. I just got into these puzzles because they were giving them to me free for review. And then I thought, like, in addition to reviewing them, like, I thought, like, how do you review a puzzle other than assemble it? And if you're going to assemble it, what are you going to do? Like, just take a picture? And then I thought, oh, you can make a video. Well, I don't have the ability to record like 8 hours of video, but I could do a live stream and let YouTube record it. So that's what you're watching right now. That's how this live stream exists. But, you know, if you bought the same puzzle and this is helpful to you, you know, hopefully you get something from it, as they say in the world of YouTube videos. All right, so we put these, basically just a bunch of washers on the ends of the axle. I assume the tire's going to go around them. This pesky brake and clutch keep falling off. The gas pedal's fallen off so many times it's like unrecognizable. Anyway, we shall march on. That was instruction 11. Actually, it's not done yet. There's one more. I don't know why these are multi-panel instructions. I don't know why this is 11A and 11B instead of just 11 and 12. Although at this point it'd be much higher than 12. But anyway, so C1, which is some long piece, is going to go, I think on these hooks maybe? Let me see. Let me look close at that. Oh, I know where it's going to go. Wait a second. Did I put all these pieces on wrong? Yep. I put them all on wrong. I don't know how I managed to do that. These grippers, they're supposed to be here. So everything we just did has to be redone. You know what? Let me double check that before I redo everything. Because, yep, that's definitely what has to happen. Not really sure why, though. How did we mess that up? When we were doing this... yeah. Remember when we flipped it over and the pieces fell out and we had to fix it? That's basically when everything got messed up. Because in the process of flipping it back, basically spun it around. Now I gotta pluck all these pieces off. Some of them are tighter than others. They're all going to kind of be loose, though, because now they're getting pulled off and back on. All right, so that belongs on the back, not the front. 5 pieces on the back. You know what should have tipped me off is how many we were putting on. How many pieces we were putting on. Because the front was supposed to get 6 pieces, but instead we got it like so tight on the back because we put all 6 pieces on the back when they're supposed to go in the front. Alright, I just pulled that apart, so I gotta be a little more careful. So that 17 pin, which we were so happy to see go on because it locked everything in place, I now got to pluck it off because that was wrong. And in the process, I'm having to tug hard, and I'm possibly going to pull other stuff apart. All right. While I'm redoing this, I definitely need some question to answer because I just can't sit here re-complaining about this mistake. Are you comfortable being vulnerable with your friends? If not, what would have to happen to help you open up? So this is like a repeat of the question right before it, which I notice is a problem with this pack. It needs to be shuffled. Otherwise, they like put these questions one right after another. Like last one was vulnerable in front of family. This one's vulnerable in front of friends. I remember when they were in the seeking discomfort phase, there was like so many of those seeking discomfort questions in a row. So anyway, this is a different question. You know, it is different whether you're talking about whether you're amongst family or amongst friends. So I said yes to vulnerable in front of family, and I think I will say no to vulnerable in front of friends. And but maybe it has to do with the definition of friends. Like if it was like Friends, like the TV show Friends, then you probably would be vulnerable because they were super close, like family. I think some of them even like got married in the story arc. So those were some really close friends. I don't have friends like that. I don't know if you do, but I'm thinking friends is like people at the office, like neighbors, people whose kids are on the same sports team as my kids, you know, people that I knew from high school. Like, are those the friends? Because I don't see any reason to be vulnerable in front of them. I mean, neither side of that equation, I think, has time for that. You know, maybe if there's something like really happens, I don't know. I mean, maybe I would reconsider. All right, hold on. I gotta make sure I don't mess something up. Which way the curved side goes down? Okay. In this back section, this peg has a curved side and a flat side, and the curved side goes down. Yeah, so like vulnerable in front of friends. If they're friends, you know, like the TV show Friends, where they're really the closest people in the world to you, yeah, go ahead and be vulnerable. That makes sense. If they're friends like that you don't really know and you're just like friendly with them, you know, then why does this card deck think I need to be vulnerable? Maybe I'm misinterpreting vulnerable. I mean, I'm thinking vulnerable is like if you're attacked by a grizzly bear, you just stand up straight and don't cover your stomach. And the bear might like swipe with his claws and you'd be quite vulnerable to a devastating disembowelment attack. There's no reason to be vulnerable in front of a grizzly bear, no matter how friendly you are with that bear. Meanwhile, the grizzly bear can be vulnerable in front of his family because the family of the grizzly bear is just never going to attack him like that. So, yeah, I'm just going to go with no reason to be that vulnerable in front of friends. So when it says, how can you learn to become it? I'm going to answer that with, I'm glad that I'm not. I mean, seriously. I mean, let's define, I mean, who's saying that, I mean, come on, vulnerable? Like leave your belly exposed to a grizzly bear? I mean, that's what the word vulnerable means, doesn't it? It doesn't mean like whatever like fancy new age meaning you want it to mean. I mean, vulnerable has a meaning, and that's like a huge problem in the world today, isn't it? It's like everyone's making up their own meanings for words. Like they're just like, it used to be like if someone wanted to change a law, they would have to come up with a reason why the law should be changed, and they would have to convince people and show them that it's their interest and get people to vote on changing the law. Nowadays, if people want to change the law, they just change the definition of the words that were used to define the law, and then it becomes, you know, whatever they want it to become. And then what's worse about that is the people who do that are not consistent. Because if they would consistently change the word across all laws, then you'd have something that you could like, you know, argue with, but that's not how they do it. They just say whatever the hell they want, and you're just kind of stuck with that situation. So I have one of those examples in mind. It's a little bit controversial. I'll go with it. because I think that the argument has kind of tilted in recent years, and I think that the majority is on the side of the opinion that I'm going to give. So, for example, Title IX was meant to make sure that women get as many scholarships as men. Like, that's the purpose of that Title IX law. But then somewhere along the line, someone like changed the definition of woman, or they modified it in such a way that people beyond biological women could claim to be women and therefore could claim those scholarships. So that's an example of changing the law by changing the definition of a word. They changed the definition of the word woman, and now Title IX no longer protects the same people that it did before the definition was changed. So that's an example of that. Is it like the world's best example? Is it a time-tested example? Well, am I on the right side of history? I guess I don't know right now. Probably. I tend to think so, but I guess we'll see. This is looking like, again, really tight. Like, there's like a eighth of an inch here, and there's no space here. Not sure why the two sides would be different. Let's do the bottom. It went right to the edge on one side of the back. Let's try the other side, see what happens there. So, I don't know why YouTube didn't show this to me earlier, but today they put on my homepage the channel of someone who does the same, like really the same models as me, like ROKR and U-gears. I mean, I'll do any model, but they seem to be the best ones. I don't know if there's a better model maker out there. Maybe there is, but they're more expensive. So anyway, the guy was doing the same stuff as me, and I reached out to him. I thought, let's collaborate in some way, and I don't know if that's going to happen, but I don't know. I feel like if this community for these games these models doesn't exist yet, let's create it. All right, so we did all that changing of those pieces just so we can continue with this, the C1 piece. So we need now the piece known as C1. What is this board here? Is this the C's? Yeah, this is the C's. All right, so we need C1. There it is. There's C1. And that's going to attach to those like gripper pieces. And probably this curve is going to match the side with the steering wheel. Because remember, there was like something underneath. Like on the axle, it also was shifted to the steering wheel side. So probably it needs that like curve to go around that. That's not exactly the little dipper. It's like some fake dipper. Some kind of piece there. All right, let me just consult the instructions real quick. Does the dipper go on the driver's side? It looks to me like it's going on the other side. All right, yeah, that dip goes on the passenger side. And the axle is already there, so yeah. Did I put this on backwards? It's like driver supposed to be. Is this a British car? Anyway, I'm going to put it on. It seems like everything is going this way. The steering, the pedals are here, but the change in the axle is here, and this guy goes in that same sort of position. So let's just do that. Now, if these are too far apart, this piece is not going to reach. I'm already not sure. Is it supposed to lock in? It is kind of. Yeah, it's supposed to go. I guess that's at the edge. I mean, there's not much of a lock there, but there's something. Let's see if we can get that in. Kind of like tight. Well, I guess it's supposed to be, right? I just don't want to break my finger. I'll use this, you know, maybe I have the angle wrong. Of course, that thing falls off again. I'll put that back on in a minute. By the way, that's not the only example, that Title IX. There's many examples. It's like the dictionary is under assault lately. And it's specifically by people who want to change laws. And their big problem is consistency. And I've even heard them try to argue that they don't need to be consistent because they're obviously aware that that's an issue. But I don't think that's going to fly. There's a lot of arguments you can get away with. You can get people to be on your side, but saying like you're not, just like admitting you're not going to be consistent, I don't see how that's going to win. That's not going to be a winning argument. Like people not going to, as much as they might sympathize with your case, they just they can't do it. It's like you're upsetting too much of the logic of the universe by saying you're not going to be consistent. If this piece has like nothing behind it to support it, and it's really tough to get it in, I'm almost thinking like we don't need this piece. All right, as soon as I thought that, it went in. All right, it's in. But will it reach the other side and fit in there? Oh, let's try. All right, it's in. I don't know how much I damaged the rest of the vehicle doing that, getting that in. I know the steering, the pedals fell off again. Let's put them back on. All right, if we can find the pedals where they went. All right, there's one pedal. Did the other one land on the floor, or is it on the table? I'll tell you, if it's on the floor, I'm taking one second look and then giving up. I'm not going to spend all day looking for that pedal. I found it. I found it right as I was at the limits of how much time I'm going to spend looking for that stupid pedal. This like tiny little pedal keeps falling out here. This, I guess that one's the clutch, that one's the brake, and the gas is here too, and all three of them keep falling out. They don't stay in. And then this is just some panel that's supposed to, some like piece that's supposed to keep this whole structure in. That doesn't work either. And we put this on so early that it's like constantly falling off. It's like every time we work with this thing falls off, the pedals fall out, and we gotta redo it. Maybe we never got it in completely. All right, that one side's in, the other side pops out. I think I'll leave this side in that's next to the pedals. Nah, it pops out. Even on its own, it pops out. Yeah. Until we get something over the top to lock that in, it's just not going to stay on. And I think some pieces are coming up soon that will go over the top. We can get to them yet. All right. This next piece is C28. We need 2 of them, and they're going to go like here and here. So where is C28? We need 2 of them. Wow. So we got nothing done in 43 minutes. I thought it was going to go quick tonight and we were going to finish this, but not yet. That's not the case so far. All right, so there's C27, there's C28, there's C29 and C30. So when we push out this C28, it's possibly going to knock out some other pieces with it, which I'd prefer over the other possibility, which is the piece breaking. Like, is that part of a piece or not? I don't think it is because it's already gone on this side. So I'm going to push it out here too. And as you see, I knocked out C27. I'm trying to get out C28, but C27 came out too. Hopefully we use it soon. These C29 and C30, they're about to pop out. Basically, this piece is supported by other pieces. So when it pops out, it pops them out. Anyway, let's get it in there. Where is the sandpaper? Okay, so 3 pins down and this little thing pointing up. And it goes next to these. So 1, 2, 3. Those should be the 3 pins. That piece went in easy. All right, let's see if its sibling goes in just as easy. Twin, really. Yep, that's an easy piece, all right. Easy peasy. All right, now we're going to build something. We're going to put this aside, and we're going to build something new. And the pieces to build it are C19, C20, C37, and C38. So 37, 38, 19, and 20. Uh, 37, 38. What do 19 and 20 look like? 19 and 20. 37, 38, 19, and 20. All right. 37. Keep the low number on the left. 38. And then we need 19 and 20. Now, to assemble them, actually, well, I'm just going to put them in number order first, and then I'm going to put them in assembly order after I study the picture. All right, so 37 goes here, with 19 here, 20 here. This doesn't look at all like 38. Did I pop out the wrong piece? Yeah, I popped out 40. I don't know why I did that. This is 38. This piece is 38. Wow, I was way off. All right, so that's 40. Try to remember that name. All right, how does this go now? Actually, it's pretty simple. You can see this has 2 pegs, and this has 3 pegs. And then these side pieces have 2 in the back and 3 in the front. And then the front is curvy. This piece can curve. So that's it. That's the formula there. And 19 and 20 basically go in their numeric order. 19 on the left, 20 on the right. This piece is not going in. All right, there we go. Why are these pieces suddenly going on easy? Like the first 43 minutes, we got nothing done. I'm almost thinking that the sessions need to be like 3 hours long. It's like, you know, when you watch a basketball game and in the first few minutes, nobody can hit their shots, but then in the end, like nobody misses. I think that's kind of how it goes with these puzzles. Like, it takes a while to warm up. Like in the beginning, none of the pieces are going in, but in the end, they're all going in. All right, here's something to be aware of. It's like close to the top, close to the edge at one end and away from the edge at the other. The close to the edge goes at the top, according to the instructions. What piece is this anyway? It's like an interesting looking piece. Is this the bench? Like where they sit, the backrest? Kind of looks like the shape of a backrest at I guess a Jeep. That's what we're building. To me, it kind of looks like a diner. But we're building a Jeep, not a diner, so I guess it looks like the backrest of a Jeep. But maybe it's something else, I don't know. Yeah. It's a nice little piece, whatever it is. It looks kind of nice. All right, we're going to continue in this vein, using, did we skip something? We skipped 13. All right, let's do that. Let's go back and do 13. All right, that's 2 27s, 29, and 30. I don't know how we skipped that. All right, so there's the 2 27s. Well, that makes perfect sense. Remember when we were popping out the 28s and we were saying the 27s and 29s wanted to come out too? Well, this is why. Because we were supposed to do this first. All right, 29 and 30. So the 27s are identical. All right, the 29 and 30 go like back to back. You don't have to know which one is which. You just have to know that they go back to back. And then they go in kind of like this. Kind of looks like a train or a vehicle. That's how it goes in that shape. Something's definitely going to attach to this. Just the way it has pins on top and the way it has that like curve there. Something's definitely going to go on top of that, like similar to this piece, you know, how it like molded around. Something like that's going to happen here. Huh. You know, I haven't seen that Mr. Rogers movie yet. Remember there was like a Mr. Rogers movie? I haven't seen it yet. I want to see that movie. Rogers on YouTube. I think it's called The Garden of Your Mind. It's like you can grow anything in the garden of your mind. I don't know. You have to play the video. It's definitely on point with Mr. Rogers' philosophy in life. Or maybe, I mean, you could just think of that. Just think of your mind as a garden. Whatever you plant in that garden, like, that's what's going to grow. You know, you plant good thoughts and good deeds will grow. You plant bad seeds in your mind and, you know, bad stuff going to happen. Not a great idea to do that. All right, so the next pieces we need are 36 and 40, and those are going to get 21 and 22 going through them. So this is 40, and this is 36. So they just kind of go on top of each other, I think, with 36 going on the bottom. All right, so they go like that, like right on top of each other. Sorry, you see what's going on there. So 36 and 40. This is 36. This is 40. I don't think 40 matters. 36 has ink on it. So we're going to keep the ink side up. And then the pieces they go on are 21 and 22. And they go kind of in opposite order. 21 goes on the right and 22 goes on the left. All right, so 21 and 22. There's 20. No points for being close. We aren't playing horseshoes or hand grenades. So 21 and 22. There's 12. No points for opposite reversed dyslexic lettering. Apologies for using dyslexic as a joke. Wait, is there like an amount of time you need to apologize? Like if you just say the joke and then immediately apologize, it's like, well, you were just exploiting the apology rule. You wanted to say the joke and you just immediately apologize. You have to like wait a certain amount of time, and then you have to be contrite. You can't just like say the joke and then immediately apologize. You know what? I forgot which one was 21 and which one was 22. Do they look any different? They look identical to me. Can you tell the difference between these two pieces? Well, if I can't tell the difference putting them close up against each other and looking right through them, I'm going to say it's not really a big deal which one I put on which side, but I can just drop them back in to figure out which one was 21 and which one was 22. Drop them back where they came. All right, that fit in 22. Let's see if this one fits in 21. All right, well, they fit that way. They probably would have fit the other way too. But anyway, I'm going to say that this is 21 and this is 22. Now, what are we supposed to do with these stupid pieces? Let's see here. So they kind of point backwards with this pointing forwards. And which side goes up? The two pins. Yeah, that's a perfect fit. That makes sense. So one pin is longer. It's going to go through both pieces. The other one's only going to go through one piece. So I'm going to put it through one piece first, and then I'll just pop the other piece on top. Okay. popping on. All right. I don't think that's fully through. All right, now one of them is. All right, other one is. Okay. All right, now we already built 13B. That's this. Okay. So these are going to go together. So all these pieces go together to build, I think, the front seat in the car. Maybe it'll finally, those wheels will, those pedals will stop popping out once we put these in. Anyway, the backrest, the seat, and then these two side rails. So that's going to go together. There's one pin on each. So there's one pin on the seat, and there's no pin here. Is that considered the pin? Yeah, that's it. That little like bit that sticks out. That's what we got to grab onto. It's not much, but I guess we're going to make it work. Make sure you put pressure on something that can withstand pressure. If you put your thumb on this piece, it's going to go right through it. It's like when you're in the attic, you have to step on the beams, not the drywall. Well, same thing here. You have to make sure it's you're putting pressure where it can hold pressure, not just anywhere. Well, that didn't work. Let's try putting the seat on first and the backrest on second. So, I don't remember all the lyrics of that Mr. Rogers song, but it was basically, you could grow anything in the garden of your mind. And, I mean, that's how you make inventions, that's how you write books, that's how you do anything, really. I mean, this new, studio that I've been talking about this week, I mean, obviously I envisioned it before I built it, and I've done, 7 graphic novels, and they all existed in my mind before they existed on paper. Of course, sometimes things change when you're building them. But basically, you have to have your mind. I mean, your mind is like your greatest asset. And I think that people lately are letting other people plant things in their mind. Like if you're not giving yourself any time for your own thoughts, if you're like just watching, I don't want to say TV because TV has annoying commercials, but maybe more like TikTok or Facebook or, YouTube even, which we're on now. But something with an algorithm that knows how to like waste your time, because it's not just wasting your time, it's also controlling the input to your brain. And the information that goes into your brain, I mean, I could say a simple garbage in, garbage out, but as Mr. Rogers said, it's the garden of your mind. Whatever plants whatever seeds you plant in your mind, that's what's going to grow. I mean, if you're planting TikTok in your mind, then you're going to grow TikTok. That's just how it works. There's no other way about that. All right, so this seat now goes in the car. And I actually think it's the back seat now that I really get a look at what's going to happen with this seat, because you even can see by looking at it, the back of the car is on those like coils, the back seat. I mean, that looks like it. So it's only 2 pins. And those 2 pins are going to go like here and here. And that's going to be, the seat's going to be attached then. I don't know how to work with this camera 3 without my hand blocking everything that's going on. I want to show you the thing, but it doesn't work. My hand blocks it. Alright, let's just go back to tried and true camera 1. See if we can get a look back there. You know what? I can't get those pins in. I can't get them lined up. There we go. There's one. Is that one out lined up? I can't tell. Got it. All right. So there's the back seat. Oh, none of the pedals fell out. How about that? That's the first. We picked up the car and no pedals fell out. That's amazing. All right, so we've now got a back seat on our car. I feel good about that. We've got pedals. It's not attached yet, but we got a steering wheel. We got the axle. We got back seat. We're getting something done. Something's happening. Oh, by the way, we're done with the front of the instructions. So the instruction, it's sort of a quad fold. It has these 2 front, pages, and then it has 2 like back pages. Basically, it's 4 pages. So we're now on page 3, instruction 14. I was on the wrong camera, huh? I was doing all that demo, and you weren't seeing it. Okay, so here's page 1. Here's page 2. There's page 3, which we're on now, and there's page 4. And why I say it's 4 pages, not 2, is 17 is here, not here. So this is 4 pages. All right, so instruction 14, we have to attach C12 and C13. And they're going to attach to the side, sort of at the front of the seat, 12 and 13. I see where it says 12 and 13, but I'm trying to figure out if the number is on the wood or next to it. I think it was next to it in this case. Alright, so 12 goes on the left and 13 on the right. It's actually like this. No. Like this. Yeah, like this. So you can see, remember that hook looking piece? That's actually 2 receivers for pins. And then here's, this pin's going to go in here. So it's actually a lot going on here. I think we can get it though. There we go. That's on. Let's do the other one. Yeah, like this. The ink faces the front of the car, if that helps to figure out how to put these pieces on. I felt something snapping under my left thumb. I think it was this piece, which we've already broken. Well, we broke it a little bit more. There goes the clutch. there goes the brake. Wow. Okay. Just put the clutch and brake back in for like the 15th time. I was trying, the clutch fell into the vehicle. I was trying to get it out. I flipped it over and this whole thing flew out. Oh well. There have been so many pieces that were tough to get in. If these ones had been tough to get in, then they would stay in. They were easy to get in, they fall out. You hear the pop, you hear it going in, but it's not true. It falls right back out. There we go. Both sides are in. This one's already back out. All right. Both sides are in at this moment. 1, 2. But it's going to fall out again. That's not being negative. That's being realistic. It just keeps falling out, and it's not going to stay in. I just accept that at this point. All right, instruction 15, we need a few pieces here. We need C31, C11, C32, and 2 C31s. C31s are pins. 11 is like a huge base piece, and 32 is like a crossbar piece. So 11, 32, and 2 31s. We've still got a lot of boards to go. I guess it's not going to be finished tonight. Hoped it would be, but, you know, not tonight. This is C11, this huge piece. All right. C32. And then 2 C31s, which are pins. All right, there's 32. And the 31s are right next to it. Nope, that's not right. Alright, looks like there's 4 holes across the back. This couldn't be simpler. 32 drops into the middle holes, and then the 31s go along the outside. Seriously, couldn't be simpler. Which is good. We've earned some simple. Oh, the 31s, did they go like this or like this? I think like this. It's hard to tell in the picture, but based on how the pin looks, I think that's the way it goes in. The pin and the slot seem to match up this way. Or do they? It's not going in yet. Well, it has to go in that way because if not, this piece would hit the other piece. 31 would hit 11 if I tried to do it the other way. All right, that's in. Took a while, huh? Should have been easier than that. Come on. Wow. Way tougher than it should have been. All right, so now we have to attach this to the vehicle. And we do that using 4 pins. I think they all go to the back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the 4 pins. Where are they attached to? No, those aren't the 4 pins. It's 4 receivers. The corners. That's how they attach. So snugly around this piece. I jammed it. It's really snug. Yeah, I see it. I see where it has to go, but it's tricky to get it there. Well, let's get in there. No, this ain't gonna work. Am I doing it upside down, maybe? Yeah, I'm doing it upside down. These pieces go on top. That should have been obvious, really. I don't know how I almost messed that up. Let's try again. Now that we got it going the right way. Ooh, it's much easier when you do it correct. Come on. 3 of the 4 pins are on. All right, all 4 are on. Yeah, that looks good. All right, what's next? You can see how the shocks work here. Remember the springs we put on the shocks that kind of like work there. Ooh, I almost pulled that whole front piece out. Anyway, what's up next? All right, we got to build something here in 16, starting in 16. This looks pretty easy. What is this? We're on the D page now. two D5s, D6, and two D7s. D7s are pins, so 5, 6, and 7 were on the Ds, but how come we didn't use these yet? What were we supposed to use these for? Oh, are these the front bucket seats? That's what they kind of look like. All right, well, anyway, for the moment, we're going on to the D page. No, these are the front. These are definitely the front bucket seats. I don't know what those were. Maybe like gas cans? I don't know. You can see that those are the bucket seats, obviously. All right. There's a gun. Kalashnikov. I don't know what that's all about, but that's D15. Okay, well, it is an army vehicle. All right, here's D5, D6, and D7, which is what we were looking for. Two D5s, D6, we can get that out, and D7. Okay. All right, so the 5s go together, the 6 goes on top, and then the 7s go through. So let's put them through one at a time. Is this even going to work? If it's going to stop halfway through, they're not going to fit through. Am I supposed to put another set at the top? Let's see here. Yeah, they're supposed to go all the way through, but there's no way that's going to happen because this piece is like, it has a taper to it. So it's not going to happen. You can see the taper on the piece. It's not going to go through. Maybe this direction it will go through. Let's try that. Yeah, that worked. Okay. So if you put it through one direction, it's not going to work. But if you put it through the other, like rotation, you have to put it through like, if you put it through the way where the small part is snug, the big part won't go through. But if you put it through the small part with plenty of room, then the big part will go through. I guess that's obvious, but anyway, that's what you have to do. Push it against the desk to keep it flush. All right. Got it. All right. Not sure where that goes because I don't think it's part of the next. Yeah, it is part of the next. Okay. It's kind of complex what we're doing here. But let's start with D2, D8, and D23. And then we'll do the other side. 2, 8, and 23. 8 is a pin. 2, there's D7. We need D8 and D23. Well, 23 is a small piece. think we need D2, and that's a huge piece. Yeah, 2, 8, and 23. So 8 was the pin. 2 is this big piece. I almost snapped it. Watch out. It has an accordion section in the middle, and those things snap easily. Don't put pressure on that or like anywhere near it. Just only put pressure on these solid pieces. Even those solid pieces can shatter, but those accordion pieces will shatter like very easily. All right, so there's D8 and D2, and now we need D23. All right, where is D23? There it is. Strange looking piece. And it's long and skinny with a bunch of pins coming off it, which means this piece could easily break while being pushed out. Okay, we got it. And now what's the pattern here? Let's hold this like this. Ink side out, which is when in doubt, ink side out. All right, now this attaches not exactly, it's going to stick out the back. So this piece goes through here. And then there's 2 other pins on the side that are going to go through. I guess this is the side wall of the vehicle. Around the tire, maybe? We'll find out soon enough. All right. And then, did I put this through the wrong side? No. Oh, that looks good. And then, is it here where the D8 goes? Let's see. No, not at all. The D8 goes through these 3 dots. It goes through the middle of those 3 dots. I was way off. I also almost put the side in, which means that I'm starting to make mistakes, which means that I'm starting to get tired. I'll probably stop before we get to 17. 16 will be the last instruction for tonight. So it takes a while to heat up, and then you start making mistakes when it's too late. Probably the disadvantage of starting at 11. After a full day of whatever. Whatever went on in your day. In my day, it's a full day of work. All right, so that's one side. The other side is more complex. We need a D21, 2 D24s, 22, 18, and of course D3. All right, let's do this one at a time. So we definitely need D3, which is this big piece. And there's like a piece in the middle there. Okay. Now, what else do we need? Two 21, 22, 2 24s, and 18. 21, 22, 2 24s, and 18. There's the two 24s. Look like tuning forks or something like that. A 22? Did they say a 22? They did, right? An 18 and 21. There's 18. It's another circle. Bigger. 18 is the bigger circle. Where's 21? '21 is just a pin. Yeah, there it is. Actually, it's kind of a Mjolnir shaped pin. If you want to check this out. It's like, look at the shape on that pin. Alright, put these together. Oh, and we also need this thing. That's going to be part of this. Alright, so obviously it's going to match the other side. So this thing goes through this middle here, where it's like obviously wider than the others. Do I have the ink going out? Yeah, I do. There wasn't much, there was more ink on the other side. This piece is not going on. All right, there we go. Now, the 24s go on the outside at the edges of the wheel well. So something's going to connect to them. Maybe the Kalashnikov, right? I mean, look at that piece. Look at the 24. And there's going to be another one at the other side of the wheel well. So clearly something is going to attach to them. We shall find out what as we continue this build. What do you think? Should I push these 24s against the desk, 2 at once, or use the golf tee to put them in one at a time? I think I'm going to use the golf tee. Actually, I kind of want to use something that will go in there, but let's use the golf tee. Okay. Now, I think those 2 circles probably go on that one pin. Yeah. The larger one on the outside. The pin comes through from the inside at right in this middle piece. But if you remember, it's an asymmetric pin, so we have to get the orientation correct. The orientation is, if it's an L, it's like going down. That's how this is going to go. So it's from this middle dot. I'm going to go from the inside with the L facing down. So you can see it's facing down. Push that in. And now the little circle goes on first, and then the big circle, which is unusual. It's usually the other way. Let me double check this. Yeah, they definitely want the smaller circle on first, which is quite unusual. It's usually almost always the other way around. It could be again that it's going to hold something, like it's in line with those pieces that look like they're going to hold something. I think I want to go a little further with this puzzle just to see where these pieces go and maybe what goes next. I don't know. All right, I'm going to push that against the desk. I put the circles flat against the desk, flipped it over, and pushed on the back of the Mjolnir with the golf tee. All right, now these are going to attach to the vehicle. How? How are they going to attach? They're the two side walls, and they're going to attach to the base. Looks like there's like four attachment points on each. So let's see if we can get that done. 1, 2. I'm seeing 5 attachment points. How does this even attach? Like it goes around the wheel well? 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5. Oh, 4 of them attach at this point. The 5th one, something's going to attach to it at some other point. I don't know when. Some other point. But not now. I think these ones on the wheel well are going to be easiest to line up. So I'm going to do those first. And then go for the ones on the body. All right. The freaking clutch fell out again. Okay. I see the hole there, but it's tough to get to. I gotta get this front one first, and then the back one should be easy. Alright, the back one's lined up now. These freaking pedals are falling out. The brake and clutch both fell off again. At least the whole thing didn't fall off. I think they're both on the floor. Gotta go hunting for them. At this point, I'm almost at the point where I don't care about the brake and clutch anymore. They're just not going to stay in. Alright, there's one of them. Where'd the other one go? Alright, I'm going to use my secret weapon, the flashlight. I'll narrate for you, as this is off screen. Alright, I'm sweeping the floor with the flashlight, and I don't see the either brake or clutch. They're identical pieces. I don't see it, so it's either still on the desk or we're just going to do without. Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe it's still on the desk. Maybe one of them went on the floor and one of them was still on the desk. Alright. So here's one of them. That's going to be the brake. I just knocked out the whole board again. Putting the brake on. All right, push that back in. All right, is the clutch on the desk? No. Yeah. No, I don't know. You know what? I'll probably find it when I'm like putting stuff away tonight, or maybe I'll find it tomorrow in the daylight and I'll reattach it. I'm not going to look for it tonight. All right, let's get the other side wall on. We're almost done with 16. There's basically 2 more pieces to add, and then we have to pinch these back pieces. Oh, we're going to fold the back pieces? That's going to be crazy. We're probably going to snap them. Anyway, that sounds like fun. So let's finish 16, and then we'll stop before starting 17. All right, so I'm going to put on the other side, and when I do, the brake and clutch are going to fall out again. Well, the clutch is already missing, but the brake will fall out. Top piece is the easiest one to get on. So let's get it on. All right. This went easier on the other side. Didn't it? Seemed like it did. What? That's not even a real piece. Well, there's the footboard. Gone again. We knew it would. No surprise there. It's funny, the top piece is in, but I can't get the second piece on. All right, that's in. Right. I wish that foot pedal would go in as tightly as this piece is going in, because this piece is going in like it ain't coming out. Wow. Snap the whole board. Try to get that in. All right. Now what do we got here? All the pedals out again. You know what? I got an idea. Let's make a fake clutch with some of these extra pieces. I'm gonna put this broken piece through the back. And then I'm going to put this extra circle on the front. And that's our clutch. Well, let's put the brake on there. And let's fix it for the 50th time. Well, at least now you could tell the brake and the clutch apart. They look different now. Now the clutch is a circle and the brake is a square. I mean, at least At least they look different now. You can tell them apart. All right. Oh, I can see how that back is going to snap together. It's going to be cool. But we got to do one more piece before we can do that. By the way, the brake fell out, and the make-believe clutch that we just invented didn't. So our invention is like works better than their piece. Oh my goodness. And the clutch is gone. It's on the floor, and the brake is on the floor again. All right, let's look again. And if we don't find it, even better, we'll just make up our own brake and it'll work better. Yeah, that's gone. That brake is gone. I don't know where it went. The brake and the clutch are now both on the floor. The fake clutch is there. Oh, here's the brake. It's inside the piece. It was still in the vehicle. Or maybe it's the clutch that we lost before. Whatever, it's the brake now. Alright, this piece does not stay in. Will not stay in. Even though it looks like it's in. Sounds like it's in. It will not stay in. Alright, now we got to add 2 34s, and then we get to fold up the back, which is what I'm waiting to do. Alright. 2 34s. Where are these 34s? Well, those C's or D's? Yeah, those are. What? What the hell is that piece? Yeah, it's a C14. I don't know what I was calling it before, but it's a C14. So we go back to the C board. C board? We go back to board C. Here's the 2 14s right here. All right, how do these attach? Okay. They attach I'm not sure, honestly. They have a close-up of it, and the close-up is not very informative. Looks like they go like inside the wheel well. Let's just feel our way around there and see if we can figure out where these go. Alright, at least I can tell you from the close-up that this is the angle that it goes in at, with this big piece on the bottom. And it's supposed to go like into this wheel well. I think this big piece goes in between 2 other boards, and then this piece that, remember, didn't connect to anything, it's now going to connect to this. The problem is that we first, well, not problem, but we first need to get this. There's another connector inside of there before we connect to this thing. It's going to help with folding it. It's going to make it stronger when we fold it. But first we need to get it. We need to get this in so we can lock the back to it, so the back has something to wrap around when we fold it. It's actually kind of cool, this piece, but it's tricky. It's connecting to the top of the wheel well, the base of the car, and underneath the floorboard and the side of the chair. It's a cool piece. And now we have to clip the sideboard onto it, which is going to make the sideboard fold. And I'm sure you can already guess that the pedals just fell into my hand. Get to those in a second. All right, so the pedals again fell off. We'll put the other side C14 on before we deal with the pedals, because we just know that if we put them back, they're just going to fall again. What's the point? All right, so we got that one on. Now let's get this one on the other side. Without breaking any of the other pieces. Important part of the formula. I'm like holding it by the chair, which is fairly strong. Get that in there, behind there, and then attach this in. So that then we can fold it. All right. We finally can get to the folding. And then I'll put the tires back in. So here's what we've been waiting for. These back pieces, they're going to attach together. You see they have these accordion pieces here? They're going to fold on the accordion pieces. And I'm going to close this side first. That's probably going to hold a tire eventually, a spare tire. Anyway, there's two tabs here. And they're going to go through here and here. Or maybe we're just going to split the board. We'll see. Let's see how this goes. Will we get them affixed, or will we just break everything? You know, it's going to be one or the other. Let's see what we come up with. All right, there we go. Oh, mother. Well, we broke one side. The other side is intact. I would say the other side was the more important one to keep intact, because that's where the attachment is coming from. So it's not going to look perfect now, but it's not going to look terrible either. I changed my mind. It is going to look terrible because it's going to keep opening up, which means that unless there's another pin, which I don't know if there is, then we're going to have to like tape this shut. Yeah, we're going to need a piece of tape because that accordion broke. The accordion piece broke. So this corner was going to provide the tension to keep that from opening up, but it broke, so it's not going to do that. There's a bunch of tabs on the bottom. They might be strong enough. We're going to find out. They should be, right? I mean, there's 4 of them. Yeah, that does it. So, I mean, it's still cool. We clearly broke that piece, but it could have been worse. I've seen worse. All right, let's put this back on. Oh, the pedal stayed on. We'll put this back on for the, I don't know, 50th, 60th time. I'm sure it'll be 100 times before we're done. And then we'll close the stream for the night. Instruction 16 is done. We're going to pick up with instruction 17 tomorrow. I can't get this piece on. The piece that I've already attached 50 times today is now not going on. I have it upside down, that's why. Put the gas back in. Put the brake back in. and then put the whole thing back in. Getting repetitive, huh? Keep doing the same piece. Well, now the piece next to it is out. Unbelievable. The only pedal staying in is the clutch that I invented. Their two pieces fall out. This is getting, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. This piece, it's like more of it's falling apart each time. I guess that makes sense. I mean, it keeps like falling out, and I have to keep pushing it back in, and probably every time I do, I'm like breaking more pieces. Yeah. There's the gas pedal. Didn't I use needle nose pliers yesterday to get these pedals back in? Gotta get them back. Wait a minute. My clutch. My clutch started falling apart too. But insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I'm sure that's not the only version of insanity, but people say that that's the definition of insanity. And I feel like if I have to fix this one more time, I'm just going to refuse. You know what I think? Let's try something different to not be insane. Let's put this piece in. Let's not put this piece in. What do you think? Something's not working. Maybe it's this piece. Yep. Yeah. That piece. We're getting rid of this piece. We can't keep doing the same. We can't keep making the same mistake. There it is. All right, so one of the side panels is now gone. Sacrificing this piece for the good of the rest of the. Day 4 of the 1940s ROKR Army field car. We made some pretty good progress. There's the steering wheel. You can see the whole like chassis there, or whatever you want to call it. Why is my camera drifting? I think I must have pushed this camera. Now I gotta get it back in focus here. Alright. I think that's pretty much back. A little bit, maybe further. Oh, that's too far. Anyway, let's just get to work. I think I bumped the camera and I don't know. You know, these cameras, they have a zoom, but it's like a digital zoom, not an optical zoom. So when you zoom, they get worse. The picture gets worse. And I zoomed these for some reason. And then I went and did a stream from the gym today. And it looked terrible. And I was thinking, like, why does this stream look terrible? It looked fine the other day. And then I realized the zoom stays on. Like, when you end one, I don't know how it works. But these cameras are, like, linked tightly with the software. And the zoom stays on, like, the next day. Like whenever, until you take it off, like the next session. So I just took them off right now, so hopefully they're gonna work fine tonight. I just felt the sandpaper fall on the floor. Yep. Alright, so down on the floor I found not only the sandpaper, but a piece. Alright, anyone remember exactly where we left off yesterday? Because I don't remember exactly. Yeah, actually I do. We ended at 16 because it's a very distinct thing. At the end of 16, we folded this back, the two sides, and we put them on these pins. So that was 16. So that means we're up to 17 now. For 17, we need D19 and 2 D20s. I think that's going to make a hitch, maybe? D19, 2 D20s, we're going to make a hitch, and we're going to add it to the car. Easy enough, right? D19, 2 D20s. I think we're done with sheets A and B. There's sheet C. Here's sheet D. I definitely spun that camera too much. Now everything's off. Alright, anyway. D19 and 2 D20s. Where are those? There's D17. Oh, right here. They're right in order. D19 surrounded by 2 D20s. They're right there. What am I trapped on here? Oh, the box. I just put the box back there. Whatever. So the Temple of Iron live streams, that could become something. That's fun. I just got to get some guests to come work out with me. My kids are pretty funny, but they don't agree to be like on the live stream too often. So I got to find some other guests. All right. I'm just not sure. I guess it goes through the back hole, and then when it gets put here, what is the angle there? Oh, it's obvious. The flat side goes against the truck. I don't know why I needed to consult the manual to know that the flat side goes against the truck. That should be like the most obvious thing. And if there's an ink side, it goes out, but there's no ink side. These pieces are so tiny. Can you even see them? Grabbing the needle nose pliers. This piece is too small to be dealt with my hands. I think I need to get some sort of like tweezers or something. I think I also need cameras with optical zoom. I'm glad these ones I'm using right now are going to go to the gym. I got ones coming with optical zoom. If you can believe it, it didn't hit the floor. Landed on my leg. Alright, there's one side on. I think the other side on we could put just by pushing it against the desk. What do you think? Or are we going to break everything? I can't line it up. I need to hold the two pieces just so I can like feel what I'm doing. My vision's not good enough for the visual navigation. I need to feel it with my fingers to know whether it's going in or not. But the problem with that is like you can't every night be pushing these pieces with your fingers. It's just not good for your fingers. Maybe use the fingernail once I've got it lined up. Let's try that. It's on, but it's not on like straight and complete. Maybe now? Yeah, now it looks good. So there's one hole in the back there. I assume it's going to go onto this hole at the back of the truck. But let's just confirm here. Yeah, that's exactly where it goes. I don't know where else I thought it could possibly go, but it's always good to double check, right? So there's some ink there. We're going to add this to that post. I would try to hold it by the middle piece. The ends could fold if you try to hold that. By the way, the clutch just fell out. If you watched last night, you know that happens a lot. I'm going to just leave the clutch here. I'll deal with it at the end. It's a Jeep. There's no roof. So, I mean, it's an Army field car. Basically a Jeep. So we know we'll be able to get to that at the end. So we're just going to leave that for the end. And I think we got rid of the piece, the second half of holding that foot pedal in. Because when there were two halves, it was constantly falling out, which is crazy. Actually, the piece is right here. For some reason, when both halves are in, it just constantly falls out. All right, now we need D1 and D4. And these are going to go hanging off the back, similar to these sidewalls. So I wonder if they're going to have like folds in them, the same way that the sidewalls did, like those accordion pieces. I think they will, right? There's two D1s and two D4s, but that could be extras in case we break them, you know, which is like totally could happen with such long skinny pieces. And they do have an accordion. That's probably right where it's going to fold. I have some accordion style section, which usually indicates the piece is going to fold. I don't even know if accordion is the best term for what those are. There might be a better term for that. All right, there's D1. We at least got the piece out without breaking it. Wow. Has anyone noticed the trend on YouTube where people do a channel and it's like the names of the two people? I feel like I should do that. Like, I have everyone in my house has just their own name. But now that everyone's doing these channels with like their spouse and them name, like, I feel like I'm supposed to do that too. But at the same time, how am I going to do that? It would need to create a separate broadcast account, because how can you do that with your regular YouTube? Your watch history would get all screwed up, and your you'd be seeing each other's like work. I guess that's fine. I mean, you can see each other's work anytime you want, but I don't know. It's just the watch history is the only thing coming to mind off the top of my head, but I feel like it's probably more problematic than that. But it seems nice. I mean, I want to do it, but I feel like the accounts aren't set up like that. We have it like that on all the streaming networks, and that doesn't get screwed up. But you watch streaming on the couch and you watch YouTube from the computer, I mean, it's just the content is totally different from person to person. For YouTube, for the streaming, it's different. All right, where do these things go? So they go on the Jeep. They go on the Army field car. All right, the D4 goes on the left, the D1 goes on the right. Well, that doesn't really matter because I don't remember which one was which. In fact, I don't even think I could tell the difference between the two. Could I? All right, here's the D4. Does that match that? Okay, it does. Does the D1 also match it? Yeah, it does. I don't know how you possibly would tell the difference between these two pieces. This one is more square. Am I imagining that? I don't know. There may not be any difference. Anyway, I can't tell the difference, really. And I don't remember. Yeah, we said D4 on the left, so D1 on the right. Where's the hole that it goes in? Oh, it doesn't go down. At least not for starters. For starters, it goes... Oh, that doesn't match. All right, I gotta study this. I don't know how it goes. All right, it's only one connector, and it's the front one, and it goes right over the tire. So this one slides on to the piece right over the tire. So over the tire, there's a little peg. This thing slides onto it, and then this front part goes in there, right at the edge there. Come on. Am I wrong about where that goes? Let's check again. Yeah, that's where it goes. I don't know why I can't get it to go in. Maybe it doesn't go in that deep. Maybe it just goes in like the first little bit. It's not very strong, but as you can see, it is like skinniest at the bottom, so it only goes in a little bit, I guess. This side has a grabber. That's different. Is that what makes D1 and D4 different? No. I just think it's going to go in there on this side, even though it didn't on the other side. These pieces don't exist on the other side. Maybe. No, you know what? It goes above them. All right, forget I said that. It's going to go above them. Okay, yep. Ooh, you can't support this pin from the other side because on the other side there's like a box. It was just like a T-pin on this side, but on this side there's a whole box. So I guess you have to support it behind that box. Which is a little weird. Doesn't feel as strong. See if we use the golf tee to get it on there. Nope. There's nothing to catch. There's nothing here. Oh, I pushed the box out. Okay. Well, that explains that. Alright. Support the box and try again. That's weird that it would like be strong enough to push the box out but not make the connection. Maybe it wasn't lined up correctly. I mean, it looks pretty good. Alright, let's move on. I think that looks as good as it's going to get. Alright, now we have to fold these pieces, I think, just like before on the accordion. And there's going to be 2 tabs for each. So that seems pretty like easy. So on the back of the vehicle, there's 4 tabs. So each of these is going to connect to like 2 of them, if we can do that correctly. Further one first, I think, makes sense. I don't want to break that accordion. Especially after last night, I already broke one of them. There's an extra of these pieces if they do break. Both D1 and D4 come with an extra, but I mean, come on. Let's try not to break it. Wow, that's really, the second one is really a stretch because this previous piece broke. Remember last night's piece? Because that broke, it now creates a huge stretch, which creates a stress for this piece. But the good news in that is if we can get this, it's going to lock in the broken piece from yesterday. Will get locked in by this piece if we can close it, which, you know, I'm not sure that we can, honestly, but you can hear it crackling every second. Nope, just broke this half too. Now they're both broken now. The piece from yesterday and the piece from today. We were trying to wrap around and we just like broke it some more. All right. Now what came out in the middle? Hopefully it was that same stuff that always breaks. Yeah. We were doomed when we broke that corner yesterday. It's like, all right, so there's the pedal. Yeah. Just the same pedals that have been falling out the whole time. This is new. Where did this come from? Oh, it came from in front. You know, that may be the piece that's been causing the other piece to pop out. Maybe we don't need this A14. Maybe if we take the A14 out, then we'll be able to get this one to stay in. Maybe. Let's give it a shot. All right. No, that piece is never going to stay in. It's just not anymore. I mean, maybe it would have if we'd fixed it yesterday, but at this point, it's just never going to happen. But let's try it anyway. All right, so without the A14, can the pieces that never could get around the A14, will they finally stay in? I'll tell you what, they do feel better. Just knock one out with my thumb. I spend most of this time fixing the pedals, refixing the pedals. I wonder if we switched the sides of these two pieces. Will that help? Well, definitely that piece stays on. I don't know if this piece is going to work any better. I guess we'll find out in a second. So now we got 3 pieces here to push into the floorboards. There's the 3 pedals. Oh, last night we were missing the clutch. It was found over here on this lamp. And when I watched the video, it had fallen onto the sheet. And then I picked the sheet up and it slid onto that lamp. So that's where it was. Now I just dropped the second one of this pieces. I didn't hear it hit the floor, but at the same time, I don't see it, which is good. Oh, there it is. I was going to say gives us permission to not worry about it, but I found it, so we're back to worrying about it. So you can get that in there. Yep. So this is the plan. Only one of these. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work when you put in the second one. I don't know. Maybe some better model builder than me can make it work, but I can't. All right. Pedals at the end. There's all 3 pedals. We will deal with them at the end, not now. All right, so we're done with 17. Guess what 18 is? Kalishnikov. There's a few pieces for 18. It's some handlebars, bipod mount. Yeah, bipod mount for the Kalishnikov, handlebars for the side of the vehicle, and the shovel. Those pieces are D15, 14, 15, Two 17s and 25. 14, 15, two 17s and 25. Actually, I think we'll know what these pieces are. We don't need like, I mean, they're very recognizable pieces. Kalashnikov, two handles, shovel. Was that it? Oh, the bipod. There's the bipod. I'm just going to confirm that that is it. It looks like it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So the handles are D17, right? So there's two handles. Kalashnikov is, or whatever this is can't be a Kalashnikov if it's an army field car. But whatever this thing is, it's it sure looks like Kalashnikov. It's D15. So two D17s, D15. The shovel is D25. Why do they need a shovel on this vehicle? If they get like trapped in the snow or the mud or something? Probably, yeah. I mean, you definitely don't want to get stuck. I mean, of course you can use a jack, but a shovel can be very handy at times. Wow, this piece is not coming out. So one of those pieces that looks like it'll break if not handled correctly. That's why I'm being like extra cautious getting this shovel out. All right. Oh, and the bipod. What was that number? 14, 15, 17, I think 25. Oh, they're 14. There it is. I think I'm missing something. Oh, the shovel was 25. All right. So, the bipod goes on the side that is set up for it. I mean, that's like obvious. Obvious doesn't mean doesn't mean it goes in. You can twist some pieces, but this one has two posts, so twisting is like not an option. Okay. Seems to be in. Now the shovel. How does that go in? The shovel points backward. And they say to press, like they specifically make note where to press so you don't break it. And the pressing is, actually they didn't need to say this. It's basically they're right over the pegs. I guess they say that so that you don't press the wrong spot and break the shovel in half, but I think this is where you would press if they hadn't told you. I would put the shovel end in first. I put the back end in first, and now the shovel is... I don't have the room I need to get the shovel in, so I need to push this back end forward a little bit. I think I got it forward enough. All right, let's see if we can get that in there without breaking it. It's in. I don't know if it's in like perfect, but we heard a snap and it's in, so we heard a click. All right, so the Kalishnikov, how does that attach? Oh, there's a little notch there. So that little notch we're going to get onto the bipod. That's the plan. So is this like, it's not really a gunner seat, but would someone like sit in the back seat here and like operate this gun? Or is it just like resting there for transport? I mean, it looks like it's going to be operated from there. That's how it looks to me. All right, now we just got these two handles on. Each side has 2 holes ready for these handles. Doesn't mean it'll be easy to get them in there. We just know where they're supposed to go. Obviously, it's not a mission critical piece. I think I need the tweezers for these. Not tweezers. Micro needle nose pliers. Effectively tweezers. Didn't work. I think I was maybe supposed to put this handle on before the shovel. No, either way, one's going to be in the way of the other. It's personal preference, I guess, which one you want to put on first. Whatever one you put on first, the second one's going to be tougher. I had that. I had one end in. I shouldn't have messed with the other end, because then it popped it back out. Yeah, because the more these things go in and out, the less likely they are to stay in, as we've seen with the foot pedals. And just now, I knocked the gun off the rifle. I feel like I should have attached the rifle to the bipod before I put it into the car. I don't know if that would have made it easier. Maybe try that. Let us know. I feel like I would crush this bipod if I push until it clicks on. So it's just going to sit there. All right, let's get this handle on the other side. At least we can get to this handle. But we can't put support from the other side because there's a rifle in the way. Try again. All right, let's use this piece as a support from the other side. Can do it. Not easy, but it can be done. All right. Take the gun off for a second. Take the bipod out for a second so we can get this in, and then we'll put that stuff back. So I would say put the 2 handles on first, before the shovel, before the gun. They just like, you can't put them on second. It's just that they're impossible to get to. You try to do them second. You gotta do them first. The instructions probably, you know how they separate into all these different cells? I mean, it would have been nice to separate. This 18 is a single cell. They could have done 2 cells and shown the handles first and the other thing second. All right, at least because we took the gun off and the biped out. Now we could test our theory of putting it onto the bipod first. See if that makes it makes that work any better. Will the gun stay on the bipod? Yeah, that definitely works better. That's the way to go. So handles in first, gun on the bipod, and bipod into the Jeep, Army field car, and then put the shovel on. That's the order. All right, what's next? 19. What are we doing here? Besides throwing my glasses on the floor. Ooh, those from these pieces from C that we never got to. We're going to do them now. So we got these 2 T shapes, C25, then 33, 34, 35, all in order. And 2 side pieces, 26, and 2 bottom pieces, 24. So 24, 25, 26, 2 of each, bottom, top, mid, and then 33, 34, 35, low descending order, 34, 30, 34, 33, 34, 35, and it's going to create this little, I don't know, is that a seat or is that a suitcase? I don't know, what is that? I'll just build it and find out. So, do we do this twice? Why are they showing it twice? Anyway, they show it twice. I'm not sure why. What is the difference between these two? Are they options? Anyway, 33, 34, and 35, and 24, 25, and 26. From the C sheet. And then we're still not done with the C sheet, if you can believe it. This does look like it's a ×2. They gave us... Alright, so these are probably seats, and that's why they're ×2. So let's just do assembly line here. 33, 34, 35, just like that. I don't know if the inside out rule applies here. It's only the middle piece that has gets that attachment thing. Only the middle piece has those little cutouts. Okay. Looking for the C22s right now. $25, $26, $24. I don't know why I was looking for the 22s. We used the 22s like a long time ago. Why don't we need the 23s? What is it? 24, 25, and 26, right? Yeah, no. 24, 25 and 26 is one side. The other side is 23, 25, and 26. So there is a difference. One gets 22s on the bottom and one gets 23s. And the difference between 22 and 23 is that one has a bottom tab and the other doesn't. So that's probably going to affect which one goes where, but I'm not sure yet which one is which. We're just building two. We're building one with 22s on the bottom and one with 23s on the bottom. That's, I think, a 24. Yeah, that's a 24 that we punched out by accident. So let's get the 23s on the bottom of this one. Yeah, they both look the same. All right, while I'm doing this, what's your favorite quote? You know, I'm not a fan of the favorite question because a lot of them are important. You know, like a quote. Plus, what do you mean, like a quote? Like if someone says something as like a word of wisdom, you know, like Ben Franklin, does that count as a quote, or does it have to be like a quote from some larger context? Let's see. Favorite quote. Well, I would just say what's some like quote that means a lot, even if it's not a favorite. Do these arrows have to go the same direction? If so, I need to redo this middle piece. Well, you can't really tell because the arrows are on the bottom, so I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe I'll have to fix that later, but for now, I'm not going to worry about it. All right, 25s go on top. 25s are the long ones. 26s are the short ones. They go in the middle. Both stacks. It's only the bottom piece that's different on the other stack. Still trying to think of that favorite quote. I feel like I should just think of like any quotes. You know, one of them I heard recently, I think it was in some movie, and my kids were commenting on it, and it was a stitch in time saves 9. And the reason they were commenting on it was I thought a stitch in time saves 9 meant like you do the stitch in time and you don't have to do 9 stitches later. But for some reason, my son thought you do the stitch in time and you don't end up getting 9 stitches because you get like injured. Which, you know, it never occurred to me that that was a possibility. But now I'm wondering, like, and then he was thinking, well, did they have stitches back then? Yeah, I think they did. Stitches are one of like the oldest pieces of medical technology. I don't think it took a lot to discover stitches. But at the same time, I always thought a stitch in time saves 9 just meant like, you know, if something starts coming undone, put the stitch in now, don't wait till it's completely undone when it takes 9 stitches to fix it. You know, and that's like the analogy, but then the metaphor, but then people will say it at other times when it has another meaning. And the meaning could, you know, apply to anything, not stitching, but just like do this thing now and it's going to save you in the long run. So like, let's say, replace the oil on your car now and it's going to save you an engine repair later. You know, that would be an example of like a stitch in time saving 9, in my opinion. I don't know. You know, now I'm sort of second guessing what that means. But does that count as a quote? That's a saying. I don't know if a saying and a quote are the same thing. Yeah, we need the pliers again. All these pieces are so small. They don't work without something to put them in. So that's one expression. Another expression is a penny saved is a penny earned, which I think some people don't like that expression. Some people prefer you get what you pay for. Some people think, you know, you're saving pennies. Other people think you save by not saving because you get what you pay for and you get something that fails and you have to replace it. So I think there's a difference opinion on that one. There's probably some quotes that are better. And then the quotes from the people that people actually said, those are sometimes too specific. Like the penny saved, the penny earned, like everyone can understand that one. But sometimes the quotes from the people don't really make a lot of sense out of context. There's like a famous one with John Kennedy says, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing, not because they're easy, but because they're hard. And like, he referred to the other thing as the other thing. So that's kind of like lost to history. I mean, you probably could listen to the whole speech and find it out, but they always play that quote. Like, he should have just said, we're going to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. But he said, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing. You know, and then they play just that clip, and then everyone has to ask, so what's the other thing? Did they get that done too, or what is the other thing? Is it part of the moon mission? Go to the moon and collect some rocks? I don't know. What is the other thing? I don't know, only John Kennedy knows. And he took that secret with him. Okay, I'm too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe that joke wasn't correct. So he's going to go to the moon and he's going to do the other thing. You know, he's got to get that thing done. That wasn't from the same speech where he said he was going to, like, shatter the deep state to the wind, was it? Well, sadly, he didn't accomplish that one. Didn't they release some documents recently that were like, oh yeah, the CIA took out Kennedy, and something like that, or they know more than they've told you before? I forget what those documents were. I remember they came out recently. It seems like the news comes out, some crazy news comes out these days, but then they'll also have some news that isn't true. And then I think people are left wondering, like, so which was the fake news and which was the real news? Like we heard some crazy stuff, but we don't know if that was part of the real or the fake news. Yeah, it's very tricky these days. You don't even know which is the real, you know, who's like trusted to tell the real news. You know, the fake news, it's probably like quite valuable at this point, because regardless of whether or not you believe the fake news, the fact that there's crazy fake news out there makes you second guess some of the real news. Like, just by comparison, it seems like crazy too. And then you think, well, the fake news, it was crazy. Maybe this is like some more crazy fake news, even though it could be real. Like, I saw a clip on YouTube of Tucker Carlson repeating it. I mean, he works for Fox News. Maybe Fox News isn't your favorite, station, but I don't think they would say that Kennedy was shot, and the CIA was involved unless they had something to back it up. Oh, by the way, this thing came out, so now we got to replace the spring. I remember this thing was like falling apart. All right, so let's get the spring back on there. Luckily, they did give us an extra spring. All right, get the spring on there. Slide it into this piece, which has already been capped at the other end, so I don't know how that even fell off or how I'm going to get it back on. Well, I guess I got to take the cap off and put it back on. I just don't know how it even got to that state. Can I just slip it on the top to push the spring down and then put the cap back on? That should work, right? Okay. Put this back on. There's definitely something undone. Anyway, put that there for a minute. We're also missing this piece. I don't know if it's like sometimes they're hanging off the back of the board. I think that's how I started throwing these pieces around. I was looking where this second one fell to. Did they not give us any extras? Or am I looking at two of them right here? I think I am. Wow. A lot of pieces going flying everywhere. Okay. That's the side that's already done. I was thinking, like, what's going on here? That's the already done side. All right. So the long one comes in from the top. Or I assume this is the top. There's extra pieces there. I don't know when we're going to get to that. What that's going to catch on to. All right. Line up the triangles. Slide in those pieces. And then we got to do from the side those little pieces there. All right. Yeah, these are tiny little pieces. C26. There's another 25. This is why we were doing these pieces a minute ago with needle nose pliers, because they're so tiny. I can't even like get them out of the board. They're so tiny. All right, just immediately throw away those extra pieces. Dust, basically wood chips, sawdust, whatever you want to call it. They gave us a lot of extra pieces. That's nice of them. I don't know if they expected us to lose them or break them or what. But if we need to make second and third attempts, we probably can. But I'd prefer to get it on the first shot. That one's already got them. Oh, here we go. No, this side doesn't. Okay. What are some more quotes? Oh, Mike Tyson has a quote. It's a very simple quote. I mean, you know, there's modern people like Yogi Berra's got a lot of quotes, but his are like almost like jokes. But Mike Tyson has one that's gonna live on. It's a really good quote. He says, "Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face." I mean, it's very easy to understand it. It's like a boxing quote, but you know, it's applicable to a lot of things. You know, I guess it's like there's some old quote that's like the best laid plans of mice and men or something like that. And it's like a long quote, and people nowadays don't have time to repeat it. Mike Tyson did the same thing with much less words, and it was like, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. That quote is not going away. That's a good quote, you know. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. Okay, so now we're building chairs. So those were probably, I don't know, maybe the back seat cushions or maybe the jump seat in the back. I don't know. I don't know what we built in 19. But these are definitely chairs being built in 20. So the 11, 10, and 2/16s. The 11, D10, and 2/16s. Is this D? D11, D10, and 2/16s. Alright, there's the 16s. They're long, skinny, bendy, curvy pieces. They're gonna break if you're not careful punching them out. Alright, there's 1/16. Yeah, this piece is, be careful getting these D16s out. Definitely breaking hazards. I got them both out, but I don't know. Alright, now D11 and D10. I guess one is part of the cushion and one is, yeah, the 11s have like vinyl on them, you know, I mean stitching on them, and the 10s are just the cushions. So we might as well do this in 2 sets, right? And then the 12s are going to go on the back. 11, 12. All right, let's take another look at the instructions. I'm just seeing if I could build 2 sets or not. The back rest's definitely different. Times 2. Okay, yeah. So it's an assembly line. So it's 11, 10 at the bottom cushion, and then 12, 13 at the top cushion. And then there's a D9 at the back, and then it's times 2 for the chairs. So let's start building these times 2. So we need 2 more D16s. You can see that this is the frame for the seat. Like it looks pretty much realistic to how you would attach the seat into a vehicle such as this. Sorry if I had the wrong camera angle for a minute. I think I was playing to a camera that didn't have the light on, and now I've got it back. Alright, so there's the D9s. Those are going to hold on the upper portion of the seat from the back. Now let's try to think of some more quotes. That was a fun little thing. What are some more quotes? Alright, 2 D10s. And those are going to get D11s on top of them. Ben Franklin's words of wisdom. Poor Richard's Almanac. He had a lot of those words of wisdom. Oh, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I don't know if that's from Ben Franklin or not, but that's another one. Meaning like if you get a gift, don't like inspect it. Like just say thank you. I mean, it's a gift horse. So what's with horses' teeth? They're like the first thing to go or something like that. Anyway, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. And then 12 and 13. These are 13 and 14. So something's not adding up here. Oh no, 14 is the bipod. So there's 12 and 13. I'm just thinking that the 13 looks like it goes onto these, and but I guess not. 12, 13. I mean, clearly they're different like heights. These pieces are different sizes. It's a little weird. 12, 13. Okay. Alright, well, they are what they are. They're not the same size. Oh, they're bendable as well. Okay. Yeah, they're very bendable. Don't break them getting them out. Wow. I got them. I don't know how. I thought I broke them, but here they are. Okay. So let's start building these chairs. They just build exactly as they look. Looks like the frame of a chair. Looks like a seat cushion. Guess what? That's exactly what they are. Seat frame, chair frame, seat cushion, attachments to the vehicle. Everything looks like exactly what it is. This is not a tricky section. All right, what's another good quote? How about people who don't produce quotes? Just thinking like Michael Jordan. Like he won a lot of basketball games, but does he get quoted a lot? Not really, right? Like Kobe gets quoted more, and I don't think anyone thinks that Kobe, I mean, maybe, you know, due to the tragic circumstances or whatever. I don't want to say anything against him, but, you know, I don't think he was as good as Jordan. I think I can say that without insulting anyone, but Kobe was more likely to say something memorable. What do you guys think about LeBron James? I feel like somebody, I don't know if it's like the shoe company works for or what, but or the NBA or China, there's somebody who really wants everyone to like LeBron James. And he has rings and he broke the scoring record recently, but somehow something's not there. Like, I don't think many people feel about LeBron the way they feel about either Jordan or Kobe. And maybe some of it is unfair because he's a big guy. I mean, the people have gotten bigger in the league, but he has that combination of being like really big and really athletic. And of course, that's one of the reasons he's like so successful at basketball. But it's also one of the reasons that he'll never be like someone that other people are trying to copy. They're just like, well, I can't copy. I'm not 6'9", 200, 35 pounds of muscle or whatever. I mean, they just can't. There's just like, they can appreciate what he does, but he's not going to be like the role model. Let me just refer to the instructions here for a second. Also, why do I see 3 pieces instead of 4? Where's the 4th piece? Am I like staring right at it? Anyway, oh, I didn't punch out the 4th piece. It's still in the board. Okay, so the piece with the external pins goes in front. That makes sense, yeah. And I'm missing a piece. And then the D9 goes in back. Yeah, like, tough to, I mean, there's even more extremes like Shaq. People can't base their game on Shaq. It's like, Shaq is Shaq. And nobody else is Shaq. You can't like base your game on him. That's not going to work. Sorry, how did we get to them? Oh, I was saying people who don't produce quotes. Yeah, Jordan doesn't produce a lot of quotes. He's not like, I mean, he's a basketball player. He's not like an author. Maybe that should have been obvious, but I guess maybe he was in the days before social media, and maybe he also was in the days when people respected more like someone not being loud. I know that Muhammad Ali was very loud, and he was before Jordan, but not everyone liked Muhammad Ali. A lot of people were like, they like George Foreman better. I know not everybody, I'm not saying that, but a lot of people. How does this go in here? How deep is this supposed to go? I gotta refer again to the picture. I think the D9 is going to tell us a lot. Alright, it just shows that it goes in the back. So I'm not really sure. Okay. Yeah, look at that. You can see the daylight through there. So it's in as far as it needs to go. So hook it around there and through there. This is like not easy. We're basically hooking one piece to 3 others. The pieces are bendable helps, but it's still tricky because you want to get it through that daylight, but then you also have to get it on this frame piece. So trying to get the frame piece, you might lose the daylight on the other pieces. All right. I think I got somewhat in there. It's not all the way through. I don't know which you want. I don't know if you want it more all the way through or catching the back. I got it catching the back. I think for the moment that's more valuable. I wonder though if I can do this other one a little bit different. Start this D9 and then get this piece in there. And then get the D9 through. So I know that the back is good. And then put on the front piece. Let's see if that works better. All right. So let's get the D9 on the frame first. And then we're going to get it like over this piece with those 2 pins sticking out. I don't know if this is like... It's not. I didn't know if it was working. FYI, it wasn't working. Alright. What if I do it like this? Slide it in. Then push the pins through. Oh, they're not going through. Why not? Alright. One of them's through. Alright, they're kind of like one of them's through, one of them's half through. I think that's enough to now put this front on and try to snap it onto the back. So we push the pins down gently, because otherwise we'll break this whole piece. They use these accordion pieces just so we can put some bend in the chair. Alright, that worked. So that's the system. You start this D9 through the back, D13, and then you slide it onto the frame, and then you push the front on. That's the order. Alright, the two chairs are made. Not on. Alright. So next we're installing the chairs. And then the back seat is just a bench. These two pieces make up the back seat. So in steel part of 19, we're installing the chairs and the back seat. Why does it look like there's something attached to one of the chairs? Because there is. That's crazy though. So these two things we built, one of them goes in the back seat, but one of them goes under one of these chairs. Specifically, the driver's chair, is that? That's crazy. Why would they not just both go in the back? Alright, whatever. Well, one of them has pins on them and one of them doesn't. So it's the one without the pins that goes under the driver's seat. So let's do the one with the pins first. This one. So this just goes in the back seat. So I'm starting to think this isn't a seat cushion. It's like something. Something that's being transported. Is it like ammo or something? Oh no. Now I'm stuck with that orientation. I was going to flip it around, but I got committed to a position I never intended. Alright, now the chair. Driver's chair gets the one without the pins at the bottom. So it just sits there? You just slide it through? Oh, kind of lame. Whatever. Driver gets that. It doesn't fit. That package makes it not fit. We're dealing with the same area that's been giving us problems all night. You know what? Can we put it through the other direction? Probably fit the other way. I don't know if it's correct the other way, but no, it doesn't fit the other way. I don't think there's any way to do this and have that package be attached. This is crazy. I'm going to attach the chair without that package, because that package, there's no way to get it in here. It doesn't fit in this section. Wow. Okay. So that's in there, but without the package. And I'm knocking off the back piece. The rifle got knocked out. Wow. Actually, the rifle is still there. Just got kind of tipped over. Broke the bipod. Pretty sure they gave us a second one, though. Yeah, there it is. I broke the second one getting it out. Did they give us a third one? Alright. Rifle's gonna go in this handle. That's the new spot for it. Yeah. Now, you know what? This original one, I think we can make it work. It's not going to be super strong like this, but I think we can make it work. There we go. I think it's better than tucking it into the handle. You know. This car still doesn't have tires and an engine. You know, would this side fit that piece? I think it might. So that's probably where it was really supposed to go. I don't know why I thought it went on the other side. Okay. Ooh. Tires. Well, not quite yet. We still need the clutch or the gear shift, whatever it's called. And we need to add this thing that we built a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. We're finally going to attach it. But first, let's do the stick shift. That's a G9, 34, and 35. G9, 34, and 35. I think G is maybe down here. Yeah. $34 and $35 are just circles. Is that what I said they were? Yeah, $34 and $35 are just circles. There's 35. There's 34. Knocked out 2 of them, only need 1. And then the gear shift, they give us 2 copies of it in case we mess up. Well, they gave us 2 copies of the bipod, and that didn't do much good. Okay. That goes in the gearbox, I guess. There we go. Now, let's put the pedals on because we're about to attach the steering wheel. And I think maybe we won't get such clear access to this afterward. I mean, we'll get some, but maybe it's better to do it now. And I'm sure these pieces are still going to fall out. They've fallen out so many times. They're going to fall out again. Yeah, that's a good idea. Take the whole thing out. What the heck? Pedal fell apart. I think I put it together the wrong direction. The gas pedal fell apart. Like when we're finally going to attach it for good. That's when it fell apart. Huh. No, that's not right. Gotta be like this. Stabbing my fingers trying to get these tiny pedals in. All right. Whoa. What? This isn't the piece. I don't know what that was. But it wasn't the gas pedal. It looks so much like it. All right. Here's the gas pedal. That was so weird that a doppelganger gas pedal piece showed up exactly when we needed it, when we lost the gas pedal piece. All right. Now, how do we attach the steering wheel? Looks like it just drops in there. Oh, well, it drops in on these pieces, which we don't fully have. And I'll put one of them on. drop the other one on. Come on. Wasn't going on. I mean, not really a great surprise. This piece has been giving us trouble the entire time. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take it out one more time. Oh, it's finally gonna stay in? No, of course it's not gonna stay in. I'm gonna take it out one more time so that we can attach it to this piece that we're about to add. And then we're gonna add them all at once. Oh, that was upside down. They go to this side. What camera am I on here? The other piece was secure. I know one piece went flying, but the other piece feels pretty secure. In fact, I think it'll work with just that one piece. If that's how we have to do it. Let me throw out these doppelganger gas bells. Oh, you know what that is? That's the broken bipod. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. That piece has been broken too many times. Well, they gave us two of them and we broke them both. Maybe we'll craft our own bipod using some other pieces. I'm not really sure. I gotta think about that. But we probably can do that. So the same piece that wouldn't fit into the floor or the pedal, the board holding the pedals, also it doesn't fit into this top. So this one piece, it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't fit into anywhere. It doesn't do anything that it's supposed to do. It's too loose to the floor. No, yeah, to the thing with the pedals. And it doesn't fit to the floor and the steering wheel. This piece, it's like ruining the whole project. Okay. Right. Side with the pedals. Got to get that side on, right? Well, it's not perfect, but it's on. All right, now we start building tires in 21. All right, E15, 14, 5 E1s. All right, let me go this way. 11, 12, 13, 5 E1s, 14, 15. So 11 through 15. Are they in order? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Stop after the third one and add pins. I also keep the ink going outward. What? I didn't put that tape there. So someone at the factory added that piece of tape. I guess that piece fell out, even at the factory. I did not add that tape. That was there. All right. 1, 2, 3. And now we need 5 of these pins, I believe. Are these E1s? Yeah. They come in 4 packs, but we need 10 of them. 2, 4, 5. 3 more over here. And then 2 more. And I can start building some tires. Not sure exactly how these are supposed to go. Let's find out while we think about some more old quotes. What are some good ones? I should have preloaded some so I can read them off a list. Anyway, money doesn't grow on trees? What does that one really mean? I'm not even sure what that one means. I know it's money's made of cotton, right? And the cotton does grow on trees, but then someone has to like color it, run it off a plate and color it a certain color, and then put a serial number on it, and I don't know. It's a whole procedure. But the how does cotton grow? I guess it's not on a tree, but it's some type of like vegetation. And it's a similar meaning to a penny saved as a penny earned. When someone says that money doesn't grow on trees, they're basically saying don't waste money. Oh, and there's another one. A fool and his money are soon parted. So, fool and his money are soon parted. Meaning like, I don't know, fools don't watch after their money? Something like that. I think this fell out of here. Because this goes here. And that's going to help get the other side hooked on, because it only goes on so far. Like the 3 middle pieces, it goes, like the big part goes through, but the end pieces, only the little part goes through. So by putting both ends on, they kind of like force both ends to catch. You know what I mean? Because it pushes in, one end pushes in and it catches the other end. So there's a tire. There's our first tire. We have to be happy about that. And we have seats and we have steering, and there's no roof on this car, so I would say that we're getting somewhere. So what's another expression? Why are there so many of them about money? The penny saved is a penny earned. The fool and his money are soon parted. That's kind of hilarious. So I guess that's been going on for a while. Fools aren't good with money. There's another one about money, but it's not really a quote or an expression. It's just kind of a phrase that people know what it means. And that's the oldest profession, and that's a reference to people selling. How do I describe this? You know what? You probably know what it means. Basically, they're selling a very specific type of labor. And the reason it's probably considered the oldest profession is it even can exist in like the animal kingdom. Like the bird, the chicken can sit in the nest and lay eggs, and the rooster. I think that actually chickens do go out and find some like worms to eat or something, but imagine that the rooster brought home the food and to the nest. That would be kind of an example of the oldest profession. Kind of a silly example, but you know, these have a circle in them, like a little circle there, and I'm not sure I've been keeping that lined up. I probably should. Probably a good idea to do it. Probably helps with getting the pieces on. I don't think I was doing it. What's another quote? It's another one, since we were talking about money and then the oldest profession, there's one where it's like, it's a very specific expression. I believe it's for dating, and it's something that maybe a mother would say to her daughter, and it's like, why buy the milk when you're getting the cow why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free? And it's like, what? I think it's not a reference to milk. I think it's a reference again to that like oldest profession. But it's strange that anyone ever understood what that meant. You know, I mean, is that applicable? Is that a thing? Were there people like walking around like there's a cow? Dude, see that cow? Get some milk from that cow. But we didn't buy the cow. No, we're not gonna buy the cow. We're just gonna go over there. We're gonna get the milk. We're not gonna buy the cow. We're just gonna get the milk. And then that's like, you know, you gotta watch out for that. These people are like trying to get the milk, and they're not buying the cow. I mean, is the cow even for sale? I mean, that's another whole like question. I don't know. Anyway, that was an expression at one time. Why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free? I mean, wouldn't anyone notice that the milk was gone? I mean, at some point they're not going to get away with like getting the milk for free. But I guess, excuse me, I guess people understood the expression, even if it made no sense. There used to be, people used to do a lot of fishing, right? There's got to be some fishing expressions. None of them are popping into my mind right now. By the way, I'm keeping the dots lined up this time. I don't know what it means, but maybe it just means you've got them all going the same direction. What's some fishing expression? I know there's a question that people ask, and it's like a business question. And it's something like, are you a hunter or a fisher? Because a fisher, they create like the bait, and the fish go for the bait, and then they get hooked. Whereas a hunter, by the way, we did something wrong here. These tires don't look like each other. So one of these middle pieces has got to be swapped. This one's got like 2 middle pieces and this one's got none. So let's see there. Okay, the third piece is supposed to be that piece that you can't get through. And somehow we got 2 of them on the same side. So we got to grab one of those and swap them with one of the other ones. Also, that piece was supposed to be third, and this is like second from both sides. So all this work we did with these tires, it's got to be redone. None of it was right. All right. That's a good question, though. The question about the quotes. You can basically play that. You can work on that forever. There's like never-ending amount of questions. All right, so that's what it's supposed to be, like that. So then we only need 2 more. And we can get there with these pieces. So we can pull 2 off of here. All right. So 1, 2. Right. 3, 4. But we're missing the edge piece. Oh, is there only an outside piece? The inside probably doesn't get one. Probably only the outside does. No, the inside should too, because well, I believe it should, but where is that piece? Unless I've got like 2 of them in here. I don't. Have I got 2 of them here? I got one of these ones on backwards. That could be. Looks like there's paint coming through on this one. Right, hopefully there's extra of these pieces in case I break them pulling them out. 1, 2, 3. Yep, I broke that one. There's got to be at least one extra though. 5. And I didn't even need to do that. There we go, I found the piece. Found the missing piece. Right. This one's just missing the tire on both sides, which should be pretty easy to fix. All right, there we go. Finally, back to where we thought we were like 10 minutes ago. And now this one, we need another pin because we broke one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we gotta grab a new 5. Then you gotta start them with the second piece. For some reason you can't start them with the end. That doesn't work. Start them one from the end. That seems to work. You know, I have those assembled in full videos. I wonder if I should go back and edit those. Like, for example, in this video, like, why do you need to see me pulling these tires apart? Maybe I should edit it so that you only see the last version, the correct version. Then again, you always could fast forward. I don't know. I don't know what's correct. Should you see them? Should you see the mistakes or not? I watched some videos about NFL, like the camera work and the graphic overlays and how it's evolved over the years. And I think I want to do that with this. So then it'll become seemingly more like a sport and less like an instructional video. Because I don't think you really need instructions for these because they come with instructions. So I think it's more of a sport, tracking like how it goes, like a video game. So I'm going to do overlays and trackers and, you know, things like that. It's going to take a while. It's going to be an evolution. This Saturday, I plan to do the first YOLO box. I'm still using the Mevo Start software. I haven't used the YOLO box yet. Alright, is that tire correct? It looks good. Does it look like the other tire? Yeah. Yeah, they look good. Alright, what's next here? Alright, we got to put tires on. Actually, we got to build 3 more tires, which involves 5 more of these pins. The new tires are from the F board, F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, and then 5 pins in the middle, and then we put the tires on the car. Somehow there's still a whole page 24. So this is going to look like something today, but maybe it's not going to be finished, which is sort of a shame. All right, so here's the 3 tires. So this board is going to be done today. We're just doing a bunch of tires. All right. Kind of a gap here. What is that telling us? Is that the pins go at the gap? No, they don't. The pins go after 3. I don't know why there's a gap after 2. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, the pins go all the way through. They just put that gap there for the instructional purposes, but really the pins go all the way through. I just learned that from doing the previous set. See, I messed up something here. All you have to do is make sure that the piece with the lug nuts is 3rd, and the 2 pieces with the ink are at the 2 ends. I think that's the most important thing to remember. Alright, we just finished a board, and now we need 15 more of these pieces. Just pop them all up. Well, there's 8 pieces. 2, 4, 5. Well, somehow it's only 7. Well, a couple of them are stuck to the back of the board. All right, there's another 5. 1, 5. All right, we got our 5 sets of pins. Let's do this. Okay. All right, let's keep thinking of those quotes. I'm not thinking of many quotes that people actually said. I'm thinking of all... Oh, you know what? I have one quote. I plan to do more, but so far I only have one quote on my YouTube page, and it's the one where it's like, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. I don't know how accurate that is, but somebody must have said it, because it's now a thing that people say. So I don't know who that quote is attributed to. There was a quote in the Watchmen graphic novel, Who Watches the Watchmen? And supposedly that quote is like thousands of years old and attributed to Voltaire. I'm not really sure why that would be, what Watchmen they were talking about at that day and age, but I'm also not sure which one they were talking about in the graphic novel. So it's kind of a weird phrase, but people get it. Whether it makes sense or not, people understand what it means. Like, who watches the Watchmen? Like, someone's in charge of watching, but who's watching them? That's what I wonder about a lot lately with the politicians, and like, they enter office like penniless, and then 20 years later they've got, $200 million, and it's like, something not adding up there. Like, there's no way a job that pays 180, because it's so consistent. It's like they always become those super millionaires. It's like something's not adding up there. It's like someone needs to watch those Watchmen, because there's definitely something going on. Not sure what it is, but something. Yeah, who watches the Watchmen? You've got people in charge, but are those people following the rules? Do they watch each other? Why am I having so much trouble with this one tire? Come on, dude. You're just a tire. Just like snap together like you're supposed to. Well, doesn't want to. Actually, when I get the both ends on, that's the best chance of it going together, because somehow the ends like push against each other. We mentioned that already, because they're smaller at the end, and it causes the piece of wood to push against the rest. Yeah, there you go. It's like they go from a mess to like complete in a second. Oh. These tires are different, so let me kind of keep them in different areas. So the first two, I'm not sure where they're going to go, but they're different. And then there's 3 sets of the other ones. I don't think they're that different. I'm not sure it would actually mess up anything if we use the tires in the wrong spot. But anyway, there's something about them. They're supposed to be some category or another. Somehow the back 3, I guess it's the rear tires and the spare tire. That's 3. And then the front tires are the other 2. I believe so. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark. I'm wondering if it's realistic that we can finish this today. The longer we go, the less likely that seems. Wow. Coming out this end. Like snapping through the plywood. That's not good. Come on. Is it like one of these pieces? Either I have it slanted or something's not right about it because it's like snapping through. Yeah. Yeah, this tire's not going as well as some of the others. All right. Another one through the assembly line. So we're up to the last one now. 1, 2, 2, and then we're going to build the last one. Has anyone seen at Triple Charm? It's these 3 sisters, like suburban sisters that dance to a bunch of like the common like TikTok challenges. And what's interesting about it, or something really weird about it, a lot of people are creating these channels and reloading their content and asking for subscribers. And I think it's like, have you ever heard someone say like they could take your channel and they need control of it for 2 weeks and they'll get you a bunch of subscribers. I think that's maybe what they do, because I don't know, people just keep reloading these girls' content seemingly without their permission. And then I looked on a lot of these channels and they had nothing but reposted at Triple Charm content, and they'd have like 200K subscribers. Maybe last week they were reposting someone else's content, but if that's true, how did they not get caught? Like, it's like 200K subscribers. It's not like a small number. Like, you know how valuable that is to have a channel with 200K subscribers, and to think that people are getting it just by pretending to be someone else? Like, that's not right. That's a crime, I think. I don't know. Maybe someone has to complain for it to be a crime. Maybe this, I don't know how it works, but I just seen it like this is going on like actively, like right now. Like if you go on YouTube Shorts, there's a bunch of people reposting these girls' content and getting tens of thousands of subscribers by doing it. It's wrong. What can I say? It's wrong, but it's happening. Last tire. But not the last face of it. Still got to do the other side. We had it on, but then it fell off. All right, there's all 5 tires. Now, what are we supposed to do with these tires? Anyone know? 2 go on the front, and they need to be locked in with pins called E2 and E5. In fact, E2 and E5 lock on all 4 tires that are on the car, and then there's a different set for the tire on the back. So let's just do the tires on the car. So we're going to need 4 E2s and 4 E5s. What are those, pins? Or nuts, really? So here's 4 E2s, here's 4 E5s. Okay. So there's all the pieces. There's the E2, and there's the E5. And supposedly, we're going to use these to get the tires on. I'm not really sure it's going to work, because I don't think I have room to get these tires on. Let's see. Let's not panic. Well, if I don't have room, I can just put the small one, the locking piece. Let's see. Wow, it's not going on. Like the easy one's not going on. How's the... Oh my goodness. How this thing's falling apart. Wow. All right. We got to get these tires on before we stop for the night, because I just already detached all the pieces. And if I don't get them on, we're going to have pieces everywhere. But the shocks are coming off. Yeah, I think I need to fix those shocks before I put the tires on. But what if the shocks come off again the second time we try to put the tires on? I think I just lost a bunch of pieces. Wow. This is becoming a mess. The reason I don't want to stop here is because I just detached a bunch of pieces. And they'll just be like messy for 22 hours if I stop here. If I stop before I get the tires on. So, but what I can do is get them on. Let me see here. Using the locking pins only. Have to pick the right support piece in the back, not in the back, right behind the tire. If you try to reach too far across, you're going to detach important stuff like the shocks. All right. Now on this side, we got a piece that's like, we basically don't have room. I don't know if we put on too many pieces or what, but what? How is there already a piece in there? Did that just happen to fit in there? I think it did. Wow. So that's why you need the second piece, because the small one will go right through. All right. So you definitely need the second piece. But the small one will go right through, means that you don't need as much room on the end. That's what that also means. Anyway. Alright, so you need the E2 and the E5 because the small one will slip right through otherwise. Alright. I see the clutch on the ground. So that fell on the desk actually, so that fell off again, which we knew it. All right, one more tire, and then we can stop for the night. I see also the gas pedal on the table, so probably all the pedals fell off. I gotta say, this puzzle is not going nearly as well as the other ROKR puzzles I've done. I think they should stop producing this one. Just my opinion. Because they have so many good puzzles. But this one, I don't know. It's not going very well. Let's see though. Maybe other people are doing it and it's just me who can't do this puzzle. All right. The pedals fell out, but the tires are on. All right, tires are on. I feel like there's not that much left, but so for tonight, let's get this finished. We gotta do it. This is I can't believe it's the 5th day. Oh, by the way, I was looking at this background here. You see how it's like fake wood. So I was looking at the backgrounds, and I mean, these things are like $3 to $7 online because I don't need that much. It's a very small background, and they have a lot of them online you can order. And I was thinking I probably should do like a different one for each puzzle. Maybe not for each puzzle, but like have like a dozen of them that I could switch to. So for example, there's one of them that's like open sky. I could have had that in the background for the 25 days of the U-Gears Aviator. And then for this one, I guess, I'm not sure, Army, that's kind of a controversial one. I'm not sure what I would put behind that, but, you know, I could do backgrounds. I don't know. You only see backgrounds from one of the camera angles, so maybe it's not a big deal, but I think it could be cool to have the backgrounds behind the puzzles. You know, it's funny because there was a comment posted, but it only shows one watching, and I'm watching. I'm using it as a monitor, so that, but maybe it doesn't count me. Or maybe it just doesn't update the number of people watching. Anyway, I think we were working on these tires when we signed off last night. So, yeah. We had just... No, we didn't. Yeah, okay. We did we stopped halfway through a panel, a cell, which is a weird thing to do. So 21 has like 3 cells, but we stopped halfway through the 3rd cell. We put the 4 tires on the vehicle, but we didn't put the tire on the back. There's supposed to be one more tire on the back, so let's just do that right now. All right, so what do we need here? C15, 16, 17, E2, and E5. I think I have some E2s and E5s left over from last night. I have a bunch of pieces in this bucket here. Actually, this is the tire we're going to be adding. And there should be, yep, there's an E5 and there's an E2. I got the pedals, the gas pedal, the brake, and the clutch, because I'm just going to put those on at the end. Otherwise, they're going to fall off a million times. I think I got some extra pieces, but they might be the ones we need, which are C15, C16, and C17. So, all right. Let's separate these two. We definitely need the tire. We definitely need E2 and E5. Wait, that's not E2 and E5. That's E2 and E5. All right. So now we need 16, which, yep, we got a 16 there. 17, we got a 17 here. Is that even the 17? Yeah, that's the 17. I just was like measuring it against this board here. Yeah, so that's the 17. And then, so that's the 16, the 17. Where's the 15? I might have, oh, the 15 is here. 15 is a huge piece. Do I even have any 15s? No, I gotta punch one out. Or is this it? No, that's the 16. You know what? You can barely tell the difference between the 15 and the 16, but I'll punch out a 15. And then just for fun, I'm going to compare it to a 16 because I don't see the difference visually. Yeah, if there's a difference, it's very slight. So I better keep them in order. Which order are they? That's the order right now. That's numerical order. But what order did they get put on? Numerical order. 15, then 16, then 17. Yeah, 15 closest to the vehicle, then 16, then 17. That makes sense. The 17 is going to end up in that hole in the tire. Oh, there you go. These previous tires are falling off as I'm playing with this. Note to self, don't pick it up by the tires anymore. They're not that locked on very well. Trick with these tires is to get the 17, which is the small piece, to go in the hole of the tire, and then you put on the piece on the outside to lock it in, which I did yesterday, so I don't know why they're falling off. I just like this one. I was doing one side, the other side fell off. I'll tell you, this puzzle is not getting a good rating from me. There's something about it. It's like doesn't lock on like it's supposed to. You put the pieces on and then they fall off again. So it's like, you know, I can't keep, and it's specifically said on the outside of the box, no glue. So I don't know why they think that. I don't know why they think this puzzle doesn't need glue. I would say that it does need glue. Oh, that piece is not going on. But yet we need it to. How about this piece? Come on. Gun fell out. It's just not going to do it. Just not sliding on enough. Yep. Just going to put it on like that. I'm just going to be careful. That's the plan. Let's try again. I'm not going to pick up the vehicle this time. I'm just going to slide them on. All right, that's better. Don't pick up the vehicle and the pieces won't fall off. The small pieces, I knocked a piece off just because I tried to like brace it. In order to put a piece on, you need to brace the other side. And I like grabbed the chair with my pinky and knocked it off. So, shouldn't do that. Oh. Piece not happening. Come on. There we go. All right, now I'm going to redo this front driver's seat. Popped out. I'm going to redo it without picking up the rest of the vehicle, because if I do, I'll break something else. Well, there you go. I broke the dashboard just by picking up the front seat. Though that dashboard is broken a million times. So I don't think we can really blame that on one thing. All right. For 22, we just got to stick 13 on, which is the gray. E3. I don't know why I called it 13. E3. That's a G board. Where's the E board? All right. That's it. That's E3. So, how does this go on? Is there a front and back? This side looks better. So, to me, that's the front. Yeah, we gotta go with that in the front. It just looks better. And that has the ink on it. So, yeah, that's absolutely the front. So, it goes... I don't know where that came from. So it goes in front of this piece, and it just kind of sits on top. There's like little grooves in this piece of wood, and they just kind of go on top of the other board. There's like two pieces of wood here, and the outer piece of wood has hooks. So I'm going to line up the opening with those hooks. That seems like the way to play that. I tell you, I've been watching that Poker Face show on Peacock. It's getting better and better. Like, each episode's like better than the last. Well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, it's not like the early ones were bad, but there's definitely some good episodes as it goes along. All right, so this 22 is pretty good. It's like got a bunch of cells that just need one or two pieces. So the next piece is E6. And it's going to attach to the piece that we already put in, like right here. So there's two dots there. at the bottom, 2 holes at the bottom of the piece that we just put in, and that's where E6 is going to go. This piece we put on previously is not straight. Not sure what that's about. All right, it wasn't like all the way on or something. Now it is. All right. So where's E6? There it is. What is the point of this piece? Is it like you can step on the front of the Jeep? What is that for? And the next piece I think was that we're going to put on, I think was right next to it. Yeah, E7. So we put on E6, and then the next panel we put on E7 plus E4. Okay, I'll grab E4 in a minute. Let's do E6 right now. There's a little tab on the front of the piece, and there's but the posts that are on it, they go in those holes at the front. I feel like they could have had us put this on before we put this piece in, but you know, it's tricky. You never know what order it can go in. Sometimes the order is important. I assume that they've tested like the correct order. I don't know if it always is. You know, they make a camera that like loops over your ear and goes down like wherever you look. That's basically where it looks. Probably if I use that, we'd never have the problem of my hands blocking what I'm doing. All right, anyway. So those little open spaces at the front. So we added this E6, and there's little like grooves in the front, and E7 is going to drop right into those. I don't know if I've pushed this piece in as far as it should go, this E6 piece. I think maybe it could go in a little bit further, but it's tough because how do you support the other side while you're doing it? I don't know. It's in there. I feel like maybe it could be in a little sturdier, but it's in there. And then what is E4? They want this like maybe attached to that little piece up front there. There's E5. Where is E4? E3. All right, there's E4. It's nothing. It's a little nothing piece. I mean, it's literally nothing. I mean, how is this a piece? If you told me like this was a splinter, like this could be anything, but like how is this a piece? Can you even see that thing? Can I even hold that thing? It's nothing. This isn't a piece, this is some wood scrap. Anyway, let me consult the instructions and see where that E4 is supposed to go. Alright, it's supposed to go in that little circle at the top, which frankly is the only place. Okay, you know what this purpose of this E4 is? Is to lock these two pieces together. I think they were called maybe E6 and E7. So it's just a locking pin. And let's get it in if we can. It's not super important piece. Alright. Maybe the needle nose pliers will help because I certainly cannot pick up that piece. Well, it broke off inside of there. And I think if I push it, just like kind of jam it in, it'll go in far enough to get the job done. Oh, there it is. It went in. And I believe it got the job done. So, whatever. It wasn't our finest hour, but we got it done. What's next? G1 and G2. And these are going to hook, again, to the front of the vehicle, like right here. Not really sure what that is, but that's where they're going to go. G1 and G2. Do we have those pieces? These are the D board. Oh, I think this is board we haven't touched yet. G1 and G2. By the way, it goes at least up to 41. 40 is an axe. 41 is a locking pin. 47. It goes at least up to 47. We got some serial number here. All right, there's some cool pieces here. But we're looking for 1 and 2 right now. There's 3, 7, 42, 41. There's another serial number, 10, 11. What's wrong with me? Why can't I find G1 and G2? 11, 12. All right, what do these pieces look like? I need some help. They look like long rectangles, long skinny rectangles. It should be easy to find. Let's look for some. There's G2. So is this G1, this serial number piece? It is. The G is like, all right, so this says G2. And then look at this G1. The 1, it says G, and the 1 is right on the piece. And in fact, you could think like the G was just designating the board. Really, the board designation is here, but it's at the edge, so it's kind of tricky. But anyway, no excuses. G1 and G2. There they are. And they look like they probably also get a locking pin, unless the pins are already out there and we're going to be sliding them onto them. Let's take another look at the instructions. G2 goes closest to the vehicle. G1 goes on there. Yes, the pins are already on the vehicle, and obviously G1 with all its ink goes on the outside, of course. All right. So there's the piece way down there. That's it. That's where this is going. It's not going to be easy because there's no way to grab the back to support it. And if this is a tough piece to slide on, it's going to be, you know. I can go all the way back to the vehicle, but then you're risking like popping everything off. I could flip it upside down. Oh, you know what I can do? I can grab the post with the pliers from the side. That'll be the support. Come on. I'm not sure if I got that on or not. Let's try the other one. Not even close. Wow. I'm knocking everything apart trying to get this on. Yep, busted everything. All right, try again. Put them back on. Not sure where that piece came from. Hopefully it's not too important. I can look up later where that piece came from. All right, let's try from the other side. Not that it should matter, but you know, Gotta try something. Can't try the same thing twice, right? You gotta try something different. All right, now I can line up both pieces. I can visually see them lined up. And now let me try to slide them on. Everyone buy their corned beef for St. Patty's Day? What is it? What is the vegan alternative? I know that every holiday, like they have tofurkey and stuff. What is the corned beef alternative for St. Patty's Day? Gotta be something, right? Like you have a Patty's Day with near beer, some fake impossible meat, impossible corned beef, and some organic cabbage, I guess. Well, there's nothing wrong with the organic cabbage. Oh, you know what? I think there's a third. I think this piece is supposed to go on here. Let me check that. That may be why I was having trouble. No, doesn't indicate that it goes there. But it's possible that it still does, even though it doesn't say that it goes there. If it lines up, then it goes there. Yeah, I would say that that lines up and that we have to push it through there. You know, other ROKR DVD sized puzzles I've done in a single night. There's like multiple of them on my channel. I don't know why this one is taking 5 days and it's not even working. Come on. I've got it lined up, but it's not going on. Come on. I'll fix that at the end. All right. Oh my goodness. On and off. It was on for a second. All right, it's back on. Now we got to fix this. And you know what? That piece that goes in there, they gave us 2 copies of that piece. So remember that little like nothing toothpick piece? E4 it was called. They gave us 2 of them. So we can just redo that. Now, last time we broke it by twisting it. So this time I'm just going to try to push it in without twisting it. Push it in far enough to get it started, and then finish it with the Gulf T. Started. Let's see if we can finish it with the Golf Tee. We either finish it or break it. We broke it. All right. Let's get back to the bumper here. All right. Well, let's grab a question while I play with the bumper. So at least we got something to do. If you could relive a day from your past without changing anything, which day would it be? Have I read this question already? I might have read this question. Let me check the next few and see if they look familiar. Have you ever spent a day without it? Yeah. All right. So that deck has been read completely. So I'm going to turn the top card backwards so I don't do that again. So the other side of the deck I had been avoiding because this question's been sitting on the top of it for a month. What do you think is your biggest flaw? Well, I think that that's kind of a weird question because to say what's your biggest flaw, like if you were addicted to cigarettes and you wanted to quit, you could say that that was your biggest flaw. But, you know, there has to be something. Like if you're the one in control of your life, and you should be, right? Like who else is in control of your life? Then you shouldn't really be thinking of the aspects of your life as flaws. That's kind of how I feel about that question. But, I mean, let's try to give them something. It's actually a good question for the second day of Lent because don't people usually give stuff up for Lent? So, for example, if you were a smoker, you could give up smoking. If you're not a smoker, you gotta do something else. I'll just tell you what I did. I gave up snacks between meals, which is like a normal thing for everyone to do, but also in addition to that, like simple sugar foods. So I'm just going to take this off for a second because it's breaking anyway. I'll put it back after I do this bumper. So I'm not going to eat any foods during Lent, I guess other than on Sundays, if they're like too simple. So like bread and rice, I'll still eat, but like a muffin or a brownie, I won't. And I think that this is a problem that I had cured like a decade ago. I had stopped eating sweets, but somehow, if I feel like this happens every year around like Christmas or New Year's time, I somehow like withhold the rule for one day, and then I do it the next day and the next day, and then it comes around Lent and it's like time to give it up again. I don't know, it's like a pattern. All right, I can't get this piece on because the previous piece needs to be on further. I'm not sure. There's no way to like fake this one other than to maybe take off the previous piece and flake it so that instead of like 3 layers of wood, there's 1. 3 layers of plywood, there'll be 1 layer. You can like see the layers there. Or if I can just get it like an inch on, no. Trying to get it an inch on, I broke the piece that it's supposed to go onto. I'm starting to think that this puzzle is going to be a fail. Well, tonight's the last night of it. Whether it's a pass or a fail, you're not going to see this puzzle again after tonight. And I'm kind of thinking good riddance. And the ROKR's done so many good puzzles that, you know, I can't say anything negative about him other than this particular puzzle they should stop making or retool somehow because it just something's not working about it. I mean, how many times have I fixed this steering column piece? Like, and I still got the pedals that I need to fix again. All right, moving on to instruction 23. We need E8, E9, and 2 E10s. So we're going to do the rear wheel wells. E8, E9, 2 E10s. These are G's. All right, these are D's. All right, here's the E's. There's 2 E10s, there's 8 and 9. So which side gets 8 and which side gets 9? Oh, the biggest flaw? Well, yeah, the biggest flaw that I have is eating foods under duress. So, like, it's a holiday, and I'll think, like, I have to eat. Or it's like I'm visiting my parents and I'll think I have to eat. So, like, if I'm on my own, I'm not tempted at all. Like, I don't have any problem eating just, what's the, like, nutrition plan for the day. But somehow in those social situations, I feel like I'm expected to eat, or maybe just I feel like more comfortable eating. I don't know what the thing is, especially when it's a holiday and it's like you have this recurring, holiday plan. Like, for example, a lot of people are probably going to drink on St. Patty's Day because they have it in their mind that it's like you drink on St. Patty's Day. But like, who came up with that idea? Is that really something that you need to do? Like, what'll happen if you don't drink on St. Patty's Day? So, so my biggest flaw, I'll say, is not taking command of my own eating plan. Not that it's been like terrible. I think for most of the year it's fine. I never seem to have a problem in summer. Summer, it's always like we do a lot of barbecue food, we get a lot of sunlight, a lot of exercise, we burn a lot of calories, and there never seems to be an issue in summer. But in winter, I don't know. As I said, it starts with, I don't know, Thanksgiving or Christmas or New Year's. Like, if you get through one, then there's the other. It's like one of those holidays always seems to get me. All right, so these handles actually go around this corner. It's so weird. I mean, it makes the corner stronger, but that's assuming you can close it in the first place. Okay, you know what? Maybe this puzzle, maybe I shouldn't downgrade this thing. Maybe I'm just not at the skill level. Like when you play a video game, like some people are at the skill level and some people aren't. I think I'm not at the skill level of this puzzle. I think that's what we're witnessing right here. So like U-Gear's puzzle, yeah, I mean I broke a couple pieces, but basically you can hang in there and get it because the pieces are pretty strong and pretty big. But this puzzle, the pieces are so small, so breakable. I mean, look what I'm trying to do. Now I'm trying to get this piece to wrap around and connect on two different sides. So there's like this side and this side, two different sides, and I'm supposed to take this one piece and it's going to wrap around and connect on both sides. Like, I'm trying. I'm trying, let's see if I can do it. Well, I'm knocking tires off in the process. This is why people go on Twitter and complain about politics. Because you can't, it's like kind of easy, right? I mean, there's like, no matter what what side of what issue you take, well, there'll be some other people who have that issue too, and you can collaborate with them, and all you have to do to be successful is like piss off other people, and then your side will like cheer. Like, you should be, before you're allowed to go on Twitter and complain about politics, you should have to go on a live stream and assemble a puzzle without breaking any pieces. Because if you break the pieces, then we're like, well, you don't really have a valid opinion. You're just, all right, so I broke this piece. Which is great news, because now I can stop trying to get that piece to work. Now I now have an excuse that piece is broken. I didn't break it on purpose, but it's broken, and this puzzle's going to be a fail. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. I talked to another guy who did puzzles and asked if he wants to do a go live together. I think I already mentioned this story. And he was like, I'd have to think about that. I never did a puzzle live. Yeah. You know, if you can do it offline and only upload the connections that work and the pieces, and never does a piece get broken, well, yeah, it's easy to do it. But you do it online with one copy of the puzzle on live, well, things are going to happen as they are right now. All right, we didn't even get the wheel well on the other side. So it attaches to these pins here on the side. So yeah, before you go on Twitter, you should have to do something to prove that you're not just there complaining about politics because you can't competently do anything else. But like the guy who made The Princess Bride, who was also Meathead on All in the Family, like he's always on Twitter complaining about politics. But I mean, he made The Princess Bride, so like he's not totally incompetent, but he chooses to spend his time, you know, the same way a completely incompetent person would, which is on Twitter complaining about politics. There's also a lot of politicians on Twitter complaining about politics. Yeah, Twitter's just a fail. It's weird because it was so good when the idea first came out. Like, okay, everybody in the world's going to have an account, but they only can post 140 characters, and then other people could like retweet their posts and whatnot, and you know, everyone will have a chance to share their opinion. That kind of worked for a little while, but I don't know. Somehow it got destroyed. And I don't know if it was bots or whatever. And by the way, we're only 75% of the way done. I mean, if you look at this, wait, no, we already did this page, right? Yeah, we already did that. Okay, this is what we're supposed to be doing. 24. So we're going to take G44 times 4, G42, G41, and the big piece, G43. But the interesting news is we're going to put this vehicle aside for a second. And we're just going to work on a new piece. That's kind of good. I think we needed that. Look at all these broken pieces, all these nuts, all these pieces that fell out that we're forgetting about. Okay, well, that's what it is. My hat off to the person who completes this puzzle, because I will not be among that group. I mean, I'll use all the pieces, you know. There'll be something at the end. I'm worried that I'm going to break this piece getting it out because there's only one of this piece. So if I break it, that's it. It's over. All right. Okay, we got it out. What are the other pieces? 4 44s, a 41, and a 42. Get some of these pieces out of the way. All right. There's 41. That's actually two 41s. 42 is a circle with ink on it. And 4 44s. There they are. They're kind of a weird looking piece. You know what I think this is? I think this is the way hoods work in the Army. They're pinned down. I think they work that way in NASCAR too. They're like hoods are like clasped, pinned down. Not that like single lock in the front like like a regular suburban car would do. All right, so that was, we finished the biggest flaw question. What's the next question while I put these pins in? Do you think you treat yourself the same way you treat the people you love most? I tell you, that's a good question because you're supposed to, right? I mean, they say, like in the Bible, like Jesus said, treat your neighbor as yourself. And we're not even talking about neighbor here. We're talking about like your family. So I think that one, kind of hard to say. At first, I was going to feel guilty because, for example, I just built this studio, and it's not like I built the studio for my kids, but I got them gaming computers, and arguably their tuition is, I mean, I'm spending a lot of money on that, way more than this desktop studio cost. And then the food, I think I give the kids the better food. What's the interesting thing is, I don't know if interesting is the right word, but the parent versus children, like I can only really compare myself to the kids because it's like my wife and I are on the same team. Like we both want the kids to get the food first. Like neither one of us thinks like that we should get it first. And we both think the tuition is, like, for example, our car is a 2009. And we both think, like, paying for tuition is, like, more important. I'm just looking at the orientation of those pins. The high part faces this direction, away from where those, like, big squares are. So we both think, like, tuition's more important than a car. Now, is that treating the people better or worse? I think it's just a phase. There could be a phase where I need the money. There could be a phase where I need the time and whatever. So like right now the kids are young and I'm doing a lot of we're doing a lot of stuff that helps them and kind of prioritizing their development, but that won't always be the case. It's a tough question to answer. And I already forgot the direction of these pieces. All right. Yeah, the high end goes away. It's like kind of a triangle piece. So the right angle goes like towards this circle, away from this other part. Yeah. So I think I treat my family the same way I treat myself. I mean, we all eat the same dinner. We all travel in the same car. I'm not sure what else to make to relate it to. We do stuff together. We do hiking together. But we used to do basketball together a lot. That we stopped playing basketball during COVID because we couldn't get access to the courts for so long, and then we built one at home. And then somehow, when the courts reopened, like we never got back to it. Maybe it's because the CYO shut down and kids didn't play on high school teams. So, not really sure why we stopped playing basketball. I also don't remember how I brought basketball into this question. Oh, because I was saying, yeah, we do everything together, my family and I. We go to the restaurants together. We go to the hikes together. And that's like great for us. But I sometimes wonder if the kids, I mean, I hope we're not smothering them. At the same time, there's so much going on out there that you feel like your kids do need, like, I don't know. They do need to be, I'm not sure what's the word. I want to say like protected, but what about their development? Like they need to get out there and experience life on their own. Well, they've got school, they've got sports, They probably should get jobs. Yeah, I mean, that's 3 streams of independence. And then there's college when they go to that. Yeah, maybe it's okay. I mean, when I was in high school, I was spending more time with my friends. Maybe it's that nowadays kids have video games and it's like they talk to their friends online rather than going to their houses. I'm not really sure what it is. I don't think it's anything I did. It's not like I ever told them. And again, the timing on COVID was just so bad. It's like, I don't know if timing is the right word. COVID was just bad. That whole idea of like a lockdown and everybody stay inside their house, that goes beyond the 2 or 3 years that it took place. It's like, it's not even a PTSD. It like changed the culture. It made people like not go out as much and just do a lot of things like different. All right, the next piece is to add our G. No, okay. We need to grab C18 and then attach to it G 32, 33, and 39. So C18, what's going on? What are we talking about here? Do we still have C? All right, yeah. Yeah, C18. How about that? And then what was it? 32, 33, and 39? Take another look at that. Yeah. 32, 33, and 39 from the G sheet. 32, 33, 39. There's 3, 15, 23, 50, 52, 53. I think this goes up to 53. G53. Wow, there's a lot going on this G sheet. It's going to take a while to finish this. There's 36, 35, 34. Is that 33 and that 32? Yep. 33, 32, and there was 39, right? Is this 39? Oh, that's 19. Where's 39? 30, 29. Is this it? 39? I think that's it. I knocked out 2 of them. Only meaning to get 1. All right. 39 goes in those last 2 holes. No, maybe not. All right, let me study this again. Okay. It goes in these ones. Skip the middle one and attach. Probably the middle one's going to be used to attach this whole piece to something. All right, at least we didn't break the piece. All right, now the G, what is that? 32 threads, G33. Kind of a weird piece, and it's not going in. And I feel like this circle is not super important, and maybe I should just stick the pin into there. Yeah. 32 is supposed to go into, 33 is supposed to go into this circle and then into this board. But, how important is that circle? Because it's not going in. I need it to go in and through before I could put it on the other piece. Okay, got it. Was about to declare it's not important, and then I got it. All right, so this goes in that outermost hole here. So that hole. All right, now in the next instruction, this whole thing goes onto here, which is kind of weird because we just put pieces in 3 of those holes. So how is it supposed to go in there? Like this? No, it's definitely like this. All right, let me study this picture again. All right, it's got to bend. That's what didn't make sense. All right, this piece has to bend. So like the middle 2 tabs are going to go here, but then the 2 wide tabs are going to go to those circles. I'm not sure what order to do this again. I think the top 2 tabs, right? We'll put those in, and then we'll bend it down to the other 2. All right, well, I'm figuring out how to bend this. What can you do to make yourself a better person? I'll tell you, these questions, I would rather more like science or philosophy or something. They're really like on my case. I feel like I'm like at a psychiatrist's couch. Like, what can you do to make yourself a better person? Well, I already had to answer, like, what's your biggest flaw? Now I guess it would be cheating if I said make myself a better person by not eating sweets. I already used that answer. So, all right, I gotta do some way make myself a better person. Something other than what we already used, what we already discussed, which was the eating. Oh, and the other question was treat your family. Well, I already said that we're all pretty much equal in the family, so I don't know how I would change that. All right, so something else besides the sweets and equality. What else can I do? I mean, I like to think I'm a good person, but better, right? No matter how good you are, you always could get better. That's a dangerous thing, though. Like, people are like, oh, you could always get better. Yeah, but are you supposed to? Like, was Mother Teresa, like, not doing enough and she should have worked harder? Sadly, not sadly, I mean, it's her choice, but, like, she probably was trying to work harder. I would think, like, you're already Mother Teresa, take a break. I don't know. I mean, at what point is enough enough? I mean, I think that way about a lot of stuff. Like, Tom Brady's like, I need to win 10 Super Bowl championships. And I'm like, well, you already won 7. I mean, do you really need 10? Like, how important is that? You know, but at the same time, the Mother Teresa one is trickier because she was like helping other people. Their lives were being improved by her choices. So, kind of like, I don't know. It's unfair to just like focus on, you know, it's not just about her. You know, there's people being helped. You can see this piece is curved. So yeah, there's people being helped by her actions. But you know, give a person a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him the fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Like, I'm not sure exactly what she was doing. Maybe some people were like terminally ill and there's like nothing, you know, they couldn't help themselves. She had to help them. You know, I'm not really sure, but there's got to be like some, I don't know. I mean, at what point has she done her part and someone else has to step up? I don't know. Maybe what I'm saying is terrible, but I don't know. People are supposed to have like lives, right? They're not supposed to just pick one thing and do just that one thing. I mean, are these like computer parts or are these human beings? I think when you live like in a city, they're expecting you to act like a part in a computer with a job a role to play. I think when you live, the further you get from the city, the more you're like, by the way, we're now going to bend this piece and stick it onto the carriage. I think the further you get from the city, the more well-rounded you are. Not necessarily because anyone's giving you permissions to be well-rounded. It's just that you're so far from everyone else that you've got a lot of that you've got to do for yourself. I don't know. By the way, this piece is impossible. Am I doing it backwards, maybe? I think I was doing it backwards. Well, that explains why it wasn't possible. All right, so there's a bunch of pins at the front of this piece, and they're going to line up with all the pins in there. The problem is we've already built so much that I can't get my fingers in there, either to get this started or to support the other side. What I can do maybe is get these first two pieces in, and then hope that from there that they provide support to get other pieces in. That's the plan anyway. And it's an accordion piece, so if we're not careful, we're going to break it. Something just fell off the back. That's not good. This front I can attach, but I'm attaching it to this piece that's fallen off a million times. This side just fell off right now. Should I put that back on, or should I focus on the piece I'm doing? Tire fell off, but that's, that's going to happen. I think this front, attaching these pins to the front, that is good. That's making the whole thing stronger. Let's do more of that. I also think it finally starts to look like the field car once we attach this hood. So that's a big motivation to want to get that in there. All right, let's see if we can get this in. Got one piece in. I know this is supposed to be on the car somewhere, but right now I'm just grabbing it and using it as a tool. Can't get it actually. Let's try to get that same piece on the other side. That was good. Okay. There's pieces breaking. Clearly, a lot of them. Tires falling off, but we got the hood on. So, we've got to do some repairs to some other pieces that we broke in the process, but the hood is on. So, now we can fix all the stuff we broke. I think that's what's annoying me most about this puzzle, the constantly having going to back and to put pieces back on that you already like fixed several times already. Like this one is also detached from the bottom. I can feel how loose it is. And as I'm fixing this, I'm knocking other pieces off. And look at all these pieces, like, look at the, just sitting on the ground, on the desk. I forgot what question we were even answering. Oh, to become a better person. Maybe stop complaining about puzzles. That's not like helping. Get better at them. Maybe watch a video. Yeah, I should watch a video about how to put puzzles together because, I mean, if I'm going to be making videos helping other people to put puzzles together, then I should know myself how to put them together, which I think we're seeing a lot of evidence today that I don't know how to do that. This is off. That hood that I was so proud that I got on is now off. Every single tire is falling off while I try to get this hood on. Yeah, all the tires are off. All the pedals are going to go on at the end. All the tires are going to go on at the end. Is there anything left assembled? Alright, so everything is off now. So it should be really easy to get this hood on, right? Well, there's still one tire. Might as well take that off. If you can believe it, I can't get that tire off. Alright, I have to pull it off. Can't get this in. Just broke the axle. Alright. Let's see if we can get this hood on. Oh, that'll help. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. Just take the whole thing off. Ah, that came off, but that's not going to help. That's not the piece that the hood's supposed to connect to. Can't believe a minute ago I had this in. Now I can't. Now I'm like nowhere near getting it in. Alright. Okay, the hood is on. Everything else is off, but the hood is on. Well, now I just have to put the entire thing back together. You know, what took me 5 days. So now I just have to do that in like a minute, and then we'll be back on track. This is like a cartoonish level failure, how this is falling apart. Well, the hood looks good. Apologies for stopping all the chatter about all the other subjects. I'm just like focused on getting this back together right now. Can't even find all the pieces. There we go. Where's that spring piece go? Oh, it's still here, but it's missing the spring, which means the spring is somewhere on my desk. I think I still got a spring on the C sheet, so I'll just replace the spring. Where'd that clip I just took off? There it is. Okay. This is the front axle. I mean, I like smashed the front axle to bits trying to get that hood on. And now I gotta replace it. Restore it, whatever. I gotta put it back on. Spring came off again. All right, there's gonna be no shocks up front here. I'll tell you, it just keeps being the same story over and over again. I just can't find support pieces to hold on to. And whatever I touch my fingers to use as a support, to like push a pin through on one side, it knocks the thing out on the other side. It's like the pieces are not being created like strong. They're being created, just like very weak connections. But then you need to put force in to to make the next piece attach. And when you do that, knock apart the previous piece. I don't know, is there some like lesson in there that can be learned? Like, what does that mean? I know in computer programming, you hate to change things because when you change one thing, when you fix one thing, you like break several other things. So that's definitely some true analogy there to computer programming. Oh, this axle is off again. How many times am I going to have to put this back on? Okay. All right. I think this can be done. I've not given up yet, but I'm really disappointed that how much time is being lost here. I think I'm doing that upside down. Which is a shame because it was like going in for once. Every time I flip it back, I mess something else up. Just now, I lost the clip when I was flipping it over. I can't find it. Yeah, really need that clip. It's a good piece. I held the others in. Well, just gonna use some scrap of wood. It'll do something. Right. Sorry that I'm not talking. I'm just like really trying to get this thing fixed. All right. Somewhat in. What the heck? Okay. I think something's like upside down. Yeah, this piece is upside down. I'm gonna redo it. I just felt a piece break under my finger. So that's not good. All right. Okay. Axle's on. It's not in the best shape, but it's on. But I believe I broke every single thing on the other side while I was fixing the axle. So now we have to try to get everything from this side back on without the axle falling apart, which seems highly unlikely, but I mean, we have to try. Can't just like give up. That would be wrong. By the way, I found the clip. So fix the axle a little bit better with this clip. All right. Now, what can we do about this? Might as well put the pedals in one more time. As long as we're fixing everything else. I think I'm supposed to put the gas pedal in first, right? Where even is the gas pedal? There's this spring from the shocks, which we are not going to replace. They were nice, but we're not going to bother. All right, gas pedals in. Let's get the brake in. Let's get the clutch in. Pedals are in. All right. Do I put the chair in first or the wheel in first? I think I gotta put the chair in first because the wheel goes above the chair. Okay. We definitely lost some pieces, but I don't know. It's looking, we got it back to looking like a car. There's still a lot of these G pieces, and a couple of them are big pieces, and a couple of them are fun pieces, like the axe is a fun piece. Whatever this star is, whatever this 3451 is. So there's some cool stuff here. I feel like we need to keep going, but at the same time, I think this vehicle is going to fall apart 10 more times. So I'm going to scan this, what's left. Just dropped my glasses. I'm going to scan what's left to see what we can do, what we can realistically do here. All right, there's some like fins going to be added. Like that's the next thing. What are these fin things? And what are they attached to? And then what's this here? Oh, they're like running boards. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe we should keep going. Oh, and the glass in the front. We definitely have to do that. And then the axe on the side. And then the numbers go over the wheel well. Yeah, everything left is really cool and fun. So even though in the process of putting the hood on, we broke everything else and had to spend like 20 minutes putting it back together, there's no reason to stop now because like all the coolest stuff is coming up now. All right, so G28, No, G47, then 23, 24, 25, and 28. All right, G47, 23, 24, 25, and 28. There's G47. Then what was it? 23, 24, 25, and 28. 23, 24, 25, 28. Yeah, that's it. There's 23. There's 24. There's 25. Yeah, you know what? I might as well just pick them both out because I think these are sets. So like grab another 47. Yeah. The other 23. The other 24. And then the two 28s. One on each side. All right, does that seem like we got doubles of everything? All right. We've put this piece on. Put this piece on half a dozen times already. Why doesn't it stay on? Well, I could say the same about this tire. Doesn't that stay on? All right. All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. All right, we got 2 copies of this thing. What has to happen? All right. 47 goes through the top of the 23, but which side is the top? I think it's like this. Does it stick off the top or is it even? I think it goes, I think I put it in the wrong way. Yeah. Yeah, it goes like down like this. You read it? I might be building these backwards. Not sure. I'm doing them like symmetric. I don't know. Does that make sense? And then these pieces go like, I'm not really sure if it matters which end is which, but they go here so they can hold this other piece. And again, I'm not sure which one goes. Very strange pieces. just hoping I'm doing it right. The angles in the book kind of tough to make out, but I think I got it. Wow, I've really settled down into silence here. This puzzle has defeated me. All right, there's one side. Is it though? I think this piece got a little smashed. Let's try that again. Huh. Wow. I don't know why these pieces won't go on. Like, what am I doing wrong here? They go on, but then they don't stay on. All right, now how does this attach? They attach way down here. If you can believe it, I'm breaking the piece that I'm trying to attach it to. Instead of it going on, like everything else is breaking. Okay. The hood is broken. We're like right back to where we were an hour ago. Wow. All right, well, the final stuff was really cool. I wanted to do it, but this puzzle's over. I've lost. I admit defeat. We got the hood onto it, but that's about as far as we got. All right, let's put the glass on the front. I feel like we can't claim we're done until we do that. The glass is it's one piece. C39. Where were these circles going to go? Oh, the running boards, yeah. Wow, C39, huh? So I've been saving that since since the seaboard. What is this supposed to attach to? Pieces that we didn't put on. Yeah, this is done. This is a fail, but it's done. Well, take a good look at it. It's a failure. We got tires falling off. We got glass falling off. We're missing the running boards. Steering wheel and the pedals keep falling off. Well, this is episode 196. And I think we finished every other wooden puzzle. We had some problems with gears, not working on some of them. But we never had such a structural failure as on this puzzle. And the reason is, in my opinion, that the pieces were thin and the supports were inaccessible. I'll take the blame because I know that other people have done this puzzle successfully. I failed at it. This is going straight in the garbage. It looked nice. I wanted to do it. But it happens. So tomorrow we'll do something else. Maybe we'll finish that Daenerys and Drogon. I think that's a good episode for tomorrow.